Alright, there we go. Timer has been and gone. Let's get back to it. It's satisfactory. It's yet more satisfactory. Does this game ever end? How long has this save file been going for? It says 158 hours, but I know at least 60 of that has just been idling, so in terms of actual stream time, we're probably approaching about the 90-hour mark, which is a fair bit, and we're certainly not done. However, at least the bus of my dreams, is filled up with most of the prerequisite goods. I spy 3 things that are still needed here. Aluminium, and that is a problem I'll solve once we start needing aluminium goods. We of course have our aluminium plant over there, which is ripe for expansion, so that should be a simple case of expand and bring over. But I also want to bring over the refined goods from over there to here when we actually have the refined goods floor in the factory. But there are 2 more things that are very present in what we're going to be doing right now, which is fluid handling, rubber and plastic. Fortunately, we have a lot of oil right here, so we'll be doing fluid processing right down there where all the water is, and then we'll have to figure out a way to pipe it up. So we'll probably be using the blueprint machine to design something where we can just pump the water up. Shouldn't be difficult. I just don't want to manually make this step by step. The only thing I hope to manually do is wire up the wires, which I still wish was something that one could automate, but it seems not possible. So we bring up water, we bring up fuel, we bring up heavy oil, and I think those are the only liquids that we're going to need up here. But who's to say? Of course, last time we filled up the belts with all these gubbins, and we also made ionized rocket fuel, which is pretty cool. It certainly has a lot of upwards mobility. That feels pretty great. Wait, we didn't make it. We researched it. What I made was rocket fuel. I just bought my way into ionized fuel, and I don't regret it. Although I might regret it later on when I find there's no upper limit to the cost of coupons. Is that really true? No upper limit? Sounds terrifying. Anyway, what are we doing right now? Well, first and foremost, we're turning off that fog. There we go. Much better. The water looks kind of terrible, but the rest of the world looks so much better like this. And we're going to set up the power, because if we don't have the power, we're probably not going to be able to build much. We're going to make use of all the oil over here. Impure, impure, normal, normal, impure, pure. That's fine. We will bring it all over to probably a fuel station over here, and there's no problem in making it multi-storied, except for fluid movement, I think, actually. Yeah, pumping things up might be a bit of a pain. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of space to make it ground level. We've got sulfur over here with great purity, and we've got coal, coal, and more coal to bring on over for everything that we need to make rocket fuel. Yes, a rocket-fueled power plant seems like the best idea. Do I have everything that I'm going to need for that? Blenders need computers, I believe. And we have computers. Everything else that they require are automated. Refineries will need a lot of. And refineries, we have automated all the things that they need back at the old base. We're also going to need a lot of generators, fuel-powered generators. And once again, we have all of these goods plentifully automated. At least enough for this building job. And final thing is, I will probably want to blueprint what I'm making over there, and naturally, we have all the goods required to have a blueprint designer over where we're working. So let's get to work. Unless there's something I'm missing here, but I can't imagine. Hold on, none of these things that I'm going to make involve converters, do they? That's a different story altogether. I think it is just blending. Blending will get us the rocket fuel. I don't know what I'd want to do with the byproduct of compacted coal, so I might just sink it. I can make fine black powder, but I'd rather not, and I think I already have that automated. I could use it for compacted steel, but no, I think I'll just sink it. There's no need to squeeze maximum usage out of every single good. Besides, what's the sink value of compacted coal? Might be able to make a good killing off of this. Although with our current sink rate of almost 1 million per minute, it might not be much of a big deal. Also, give me my crappy little coupon, please. It's nice to know that every so often I can go crawling to Ada and just get something that we might be missing. Currently those are usually radio control units, but it won't be time crystals anymore. We have fully automated the production of time crystals. Just sink everything, that way you get more points. Yes, and that's likely what will happen. Once I start making actual end products, I will most assuredly be sinking much of it. Whoa, can't see what's going on in this map. But we're pretty much there anyway. Goodness, the amount of verticality you get from this fuel means you don't need to use much of it to maintain your distance, or maintain your height as you make your distance. That's very useful. Although I feel like the way that it just blasts you up quite a bit might make it a little harder to control. Still think these purple power slugs are worth going a little bit out of my way for. They are worth a lot of shards, although I already have a lot of shards. So I'm going to build the foundation probably, then bring over all the oil. There's no way the oil could be lower down than where the water is, so that won't be a big deal. My only regret about setting wildlife to passive is that I didn't do it earlier. I think outside of the very start, the hostile wildlife really doesn't add anything. What this game, in my humble opinion, needs is another layer of dealing with the wildlife. It needs essentially the artillery layer that you get in Factorio. Yo, Jake, I have a question. A question from Dirty Harry with 2 Ys. I just unlocked locomotives. I set up a loop with 5 load and 1 unload station. The timetable seems to only allow 2 stations. What do I do now? I am probably a terrible person to ask for advice because I haven't actually ever set up a loading or unloading station with trains. I've just been using belts, but I'm sure there was someone in chat who loves their trains and has an answer. And there we go, Eonshix is saying, check your stations, make sure they're all facing the right way. Shouldn't be a limit on the number of stations. What I can only assume is good advice. Right. Well, we get to work then. Where's my scroll wheel? Do you not have it in water? You do not have it in water. Okay, well now. Well-itty well now. I guess there's no big deal of just having the foundations. The water can be placed pretty much anywhere. We have so much space. So let's start with a chunk-aligned ground foundation that's just barely above the water. My question is, could I actually have this so close to the water that I can both build on it and have water extracted? So once again, I'm pretty sure this is chunk aligned. Yes, absolutely. And if I were to have a water extractor, no, it's just a little bit too high when it's put on here. Yeah, it doesn't like being put on that. Although it probably wouldn't mind being put here and then having the foundations put through it, but that's okay, it's not a big deal. We have loads and loads of space, so let's put our loads and loads of space to use. I really, really wish that this map would actually show what you're building. So for sure I accidentally double built there. I still think I accidentally double built there. But no. Also, big thanks to the advice that you can pipette tool whilst in deconstruction mode and pipette a whole blueprint, as long as you're in deconstruct blueprint mode. Alright, this is a humble beginning. Where is my nearest source of power? We have a radio tower right over there, which means we no doubt have a big old powery thing over there. The color and the brightness really seem washed out in this part of the map. Building over here will probably be a bit unpleasant. I think it's a saturation issue. But I guess that's more my problem than yours. I spy power right over there. Music certainly gets a bit weird over here. Stands to reason we haven't spent much time here, so it will seem a bit new. Crabs are easy to deal with permanently, just make some walls around them. Bonus points if it's glass. You can laugh at the crabs trying to get to you. Yeah, somebody mentioned just blueprinting a little catchment area around them. Maybe if you make a little hole in it, you could poke them to death. And then with impunity grab their drops. But it's not like alien DNA is a huge deal for us currently. Alright, have you got a spare connection? Absolutely not. What if you did have a spare connection, though? What about that? Just need this conveniently close to where I'm going to start building up because I love being able to hover when I'm doing my building. Yeah, credit where it's due. This rocket fuel, rather this ionized rocket fuel, it lasts a whole long time. A lot of juice in it. Turbo fuel was actually quite disappointing. You burn through it in no time. You'd get more elevation, sure, but it seemed a lot worse for doing the long distance hovering. I do love me some long distance hovering. Right. We need the power. Wonder if there's any conceivable way to get Power Pole Mark II without having Power Pole Mark I. I am consistently bothered by how when I just bring out power, it automatically makes it Power Pole Mark I rather than Mark II. There we go. Let there be flying. This is just to aid me in flying around. Love my aids. Alright, I want a lot of freedom in how I build here. And it seems like I have a lot of space, so let us put that space to use. There is no need to be stingy. And I want it so that I can stretch out side by side plentifully, because God knows how many... God knows how many refineries or blenders or whatnot we're going to be using here. Yeah, I want to be clear of all of this. So I got no problem continuing to stretch this out. Besides, all this space can be used for something down the line, I'm sure. And it's nice not to have to worry about pressure in pipes like you would in, say, Factorio. Making your long, long line of just pumps. Can I double build something here? It would appear not. Just felt like I did. Just mod the game, Jake. I would like to mod the game. I'd like to look into modding the game and see how... well, see what it entails. For I have no idea what it entails. I think I set up 4-dimensional uploaders for concrete, and yet it still is not enough to meet my concretey demands here. Perhaps what I should have done is actually loaded up on concrete before I came out here. But that's okay. That can do what it does whilst I source the goodies and bring them over. Like, this seems like a fine enough place to just roll along pipes and goods, and it feeds into here to what will be a massive array of first processing, and then over there all the fuel consumption areas, and over here I've got place or plenty of space for water extractors, 1,000,000. Or so the plan goes. And I like that plan. Well, triple the dimensional concrete. Very doable, I think. But you see, the wet concrete is miles away, and I am miles away from it, so no dice. Alright, first order of business, bring out the sulfur and the coal over here. In terms of ratios, how much do I need of both? This is purely for making rocket fuel, I believe. I need twice as much sulfur as I need coal, and that's very convenient because I have twice as much sulfur as I have coal. Well, damn, how about that? 2 impures is 1 normal, 2 normals, 1 pure. And we have 1 pure and 2 impures. It just works. I still don't know why people rave about this. It's so slow. I could slide jump and use even crummy fuel to get further up than this. And then smack. And then we go back the wrong way. I just do not see what people are raving about when it comes to this. It is cool. The concept is cool. But like most things that move in this game, it moves at about half the speed I want it to. And you keep smacking into these things. Right, far is that sulfur? You're over here. That's a long way down for the sulfur to go, huh? You go away. I'm sick of looking at you already. I guess that's no big deal. Well, at least we have an easy way to go back if I did want to load up on concrete. You know what? I think that's a good idea. Once I have set up this sulfur to go over there, that seems like an excellent idea. Not just because it's my idea, although that might be a contributor. Give me one miner, please. Have it just shunt out in that direction. Do I care about the global chunk aligning everything? No, I certainly don't. I do, however, care about you being super duper schlooped. And unless I want 2 lines of this coming out, I'm going to need you to be on a Mark 6 belt. It's not a given either way, actually. Yeah, I can automate Mark 6 belting, but I'm probably going to... The coal is certainly going to be coming along here anyway, so perhaps the better idea... I wish I'd chunk-aligned this now, but you know what? That's not a big deal. We have the power. I'm sorry, little dudes. You are clearly getting in my way. Let that be a lesson to you. I'll just bring it right over there and then bring it down, and we have a blueprint exactly for that, don't we? Why would we not? Yeah, you know what? I think what I will do is bring this over on kind of crummy Mark 5 belts rather than Mark 2ing it. Mark 6ing it. We come along, the game is kind enough not to throw you off the edge, and then we extend. Yeah, given how large this is going to be, going back and grabbing a large amount of concrete, which I'm sure I buffered. There's no way I'd set up a dimensional storage without setting up an enormous dimensional storage buffer. This probably looks very awkward on stream. God knows how it is for the encoding. Killing is small and weak. Rule the world, Jake. Nah. They're essentially what the society is founded on. You can't kill them. Yes, it does look weird. Yeah, maybe in different ways as well. Right, so we have learned a cool trick for this, haven't we? A cool trick. Am I far enough away? Kind of. Kind of. And that cool trick is to find a hole. Hang on, isn't that already extending out? No, it's not. This is where I want to do it. Give me my holes. Hole lift thing. You can go here, 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 and here. And then we're going to have you go here, 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 and here. I feel so zoomed in. You don't want to go in there for some reason. That's because I made you the wrong way around. Funny, I was even looking at them thinking they're the right way around. Yeah, of course they are. Look, it's green to green. How could it not be the right way around? Okay. I am not quite done bringing this over yet, so let's not assume that we're done. Hoop. Actually, I should be able to thread the needle between these, and then whee! You do tempt me with that idea of tripling the dimensional concrete. It is something that's used a lot and in sudden bursts. Yes, yes, there's absolutely nothing stopping us doing that, so do it we shall. Right, so you need to be split. Which direction will the coal come from? Slightly north. Okay, that's fine. Be much happier if I could hover here. Still don't really understand why they didn't split, didn't combine the jetpack and the hoverpack into one. Right now, as I recall, somebody told me you can control nudge. There we go. It's still slightly out of line, but it's more in line than before. And then we have this glorious power. And just like that, the sulfur, she is flowing. Am I really going to want 2 lines of these, each cranking out 600? Probably, because that's a nice, easily divisible number. And then before we head further back, we're going to want that coal. There's power over there by the coal, but I don't see a good reason not to just bring power with me. Not least of all, I'm going to want it for my hovering about. Also, where is that coal? And please don't tell me it's down a ravine. It is probably down a ravine, because that looks a lot like it. Yes, I've seen coal before. And it looks a lot like that. Is that a schloop? Oh, schloop de whoop. I find that a much more rewarding way of getting my schloops. Feels a lot better than just following the little tracker. Right, so you two are impure, which means if I super shard everything here, then a Mark 6 belt will get you up where we need to go. Sounds good, but I'll feel a lot more good about everything if you are properly chunk aligned. The problem is, which angle here is properly in line with what we do? Looks like it doesn't seem to care. Is that really true? Yeah, because that line should be facing north. Alright, very good. In that case, let's have it from here. This seems like the more elevated position. He loves his aligned chunks, so he does. Conditioned by Factorio, who's to say? When I first started doing this, I assumed a miner could reach indefinitely down. Like you could put the foundations up here and it would still mine all the way down there. Didn't take me long to realize how utterly incorrect I was. Tragic. Alright. Paste the settings, paste the settings. That should make it super juiced up. And you're going to crank out not 120, but instead much more than 120. At least once I power you up. And this is why I started doing the power now, rather than when we start infringing on our total production ability. Because I still need to build things that consume. Is this actually what I think it is? It's not, is it? Two of the... No. I'm making up nonsense in my head again. I thought the ratio was fine. And it is fine. I just then thought it wasn't again. Because I've got brain problems. No, we're fine. I forgot I only need half as much coal as I need sulfur. Niao just gave me Hyper Beam as my starting card. Is it time to go full bloat? Why would Hyper Beam make you want to go bloat? If you have Hyper Beam, you probably just want to keep drawing Hyper Beam and playing Hyper Beam until everything is dead. Right, how are we? As long as I bring you up here, I can bring you over to there, no problem. So my best idea is to bring out some kind of chunk-aligned foundation over here. Well, that's an idea, I'm not sure about best. I'm going to want a bit better access to power here, if that's okay with you. Whoever told me about the ability to bring everything as far up as you want may have ruined things for a lot of people, but not for me. This is great. So if I have another hole here, I'm going to place it right in the center, so it's very easy to remember that this is the hole. And then I'm going to go under the hole and then drop directly down so I know where that hole's going to go. It'll be right here. Jubbly. And that means that you are going to be right there. And you're going to go places. You ever going to do more whiskey reviews, Jake? Yes. In fact, I was very close to doing one... Well, I was very close to doing a few recently. Just kind of in the mood. I don't like forcing that kind of stuff. Alright, ups-a-daisy. I hope that's going the right way. No, of course it's not going the right way. Okay, well, let's do that again, shall we? Yeah, it needs to come out the top way, so in the bottom way. It's been a while though, hasn't it? Have I even done a whiskey review from Hungary? I've got a pile of receipts next to me. Well, maybe not a pile, but I've got a few receipts from being at some whiskey places in Budapest, because I went, ooh, this was interesting. I should have it here so I remember it later for a whiskey review. Like I say, not something I tend to force. Right, we must now merge. Merge into here. Must be very demotivating when you set up all these fancy things and then when you get the update it bugs out and these things, they still function but graphically they break. Because a lot of the satisfaction in this game comes from how everything looks. And when it starts looking like ass, that can surely be painful. And the thought of having to do all that work again, ooh, not pleasant. It's Mind Blast, not Hyper Beam. Ooh, I don't like Mind Blast. But that's the one that deals damage for each card in your deck, right? Yeah. My problem with that is that it's not AoE. It could be a whole lot nicer if it was actually area of effect. But it ain't. Right, so you should start bringing the coal along here. No harm, no fuss. That certainly looks like coal. And let's get moving. Time's a-wasting. Almost surprised myself at how much Slay the Spire is invasive in my mind. I wonder if I'll hit 1,000 hours in that game. Not even remotely close to that right now, but perhaps someday I will be. I like the feeling of improvement. Looking at my win rate growing feels good. Getting more consistent. More good. Alright, very good. So we have the coal and we have the sulfur coming along. The oil should be much, much easier to bring along, given that the oil is always at ground level. I think it is. Can't think of any elevated oil, but maybe we just haven't found it. Wait, ground level. All the resources are at ground level. But the ground level shifts. I'm saying it's close to sea level. Bye. Wait a second. Shouldn't have done it like that. I actually need to figure out where I am in line with this. That's you there. Go directly east. I think I'm on the cusp here, so we want to be at this bit coming along. Is that so? Probably. Now, how do I get up there? How does one get up there? Also, am I sure that's the right bit? I'm not actually sure if you look directly up when looking up. I might be off by one here, or I might not. Seems like you look directly down, so there's no reason to think you don't look directly up. Maybe I could test that, actually, by doing this. If I stand directly in the center and look directly up and have my torch on, we are looking... I'm not actually sure if that's directly up. Looks like a camera kind of projects out from our body here. It does look directly up, though. I'll believe that. And now I'm starting to wonder if I'm in the right place. Okay, let's test it by just blasting off like Team Rocket. Now I'm certain I'm just moving directly up. And now I really think I'm off by a couple. Yeah, now I think it's more like that. Right then, best ways up, best ways up. You don't mind being wet, do you? Nobody ever picks Italy. Yeah, but if I'm wrong, this ain't gonna work out. Just want to be able to fly my way up here. Probably an easier way of setting this up, but for the life of me, I'm not thinking about it. If this ends up being directly where I actually need to have the massive elevator, then this will be a pain. But we knew that already, didn't we? It's not. Okay, that's kind of good. Okay, we have all the information. It's actually right here. And the holes were right at the end, so have you come out like that. That is coming out, right? No, other way around. Yes. The oil in the swamp sure isn't sea level. Also, the oil in the center of the map. Aye. Says it's clipping, but you know what? That looks fine to me. I wonder if you could make this a lot easier by just having holes on both sides. Then you could take from the top and go to the bottom on the way back down. As it stands now, it's no big deal just to go up and down. That's why I set up the electrics. If you have to think, it's not easier. Wise words. Shouldn't need all 4 of these, so I'm fine just doing 3. Why do work when you don't need to do work? Come on, come on. This is such a nifty trick, so very grateful. It also looks a lot nicer than doing a lot of zigzaggy conveyor lifts. I get the inherent impression that it's not intended. But to that I say, I don't think I care. Alright, the coal is coming down, the sulfur is coming down. Hold on, I forgot something of vital importance, didn't I? We need you. The nitrogen gas. That's a lot of pure nitrogen gas. Although I don't know where I'm going to need it around here just yet, so I think we'll go and grab that later. But what I will also go and grab is that vast amount of concrete, and I will probably triple the rate at which I throw it into the dimensional toilet. Seems like an agreeable idea. What is nitrogen gas used for? I will mix nitrogen gas with fuel, sulfur, and coal to make rocket fuel. That way I cut out acid from the recipe. Acid's not a big deal, but I would have to end up smelting ore, which I'm a bit tired of after doing nothing but that last session. Here, we can have a look at it. Here's rocket fuel. The original requires turbo fuel, which is another thing we cut out of the recipe. No need to deal with turbo fuel for this. And there's nitric acid. So we don't need to make the acid part. We can just use the gas as is. We can use fuel, which can be made, I think, a lot better than turbo fuel due to diluted fuel recipe. So that's also good. But the trade-off is that it requires sulfur and coal. But sulfur and coal are available nearby in plentiful quantities. So if we just max out the sulfur and coal that we use for this, we should be able to make plenty of rocket fuel. The ratio is good, question mark? 4 to 6, I'm not actually sure. But the rate is rather nice, 150 coming out of that. Now, the main reason I'm considering... Oi, I thought I told you to stay away. You living is just a privilege I extend to you right now. Don't waste it. Alright, where's my concrete at? I believe I make oodles of wet concrete. Here-ish? Yeah, well, it's just on the other side of the space elevator. I'm sure we can find it just by moving towards the space elevator. Yeah, just a short burst to maintain your height here. And it blasts you up a fair bit, so... yeah, this is definitely better than biofuel. Certainly more expensive, but it can be automated. Except we've only automated a very limited amount. What was the limiting factor in all of that? I think it was the amount of... it was the amount of ingredients I brought over, but I can't remember which ingredients. Is the tubular mega cannon still the best method of trying? Oh, by far. Much, much faster than everything else except the teleporter. I haven't messed with the teleporter, but I can imagine how it works. It says it consumes something. I think the singularity cells. Hey, look, my wet concrete setup. Whee! So yes, currently you go into here. And I did come here to also just grab a whole... Why is it not working? Why are you not completely full of concrete? You have no power? How? Why? What other secrets have you been keeping from me? Seems like I accidentally severed a power line around here. Does that extend over to my copper... copper powder? Oh god, what else has been kept from me? Maybe a quick wire got cut off as well. These sure don't look like they're running. No, because they're out of water because I cut off the water, but the power is here. Where do you even get power from? I guess you get power from there. The fact I'm still flying is a good sign. Yeah, so I'm pretty confident that you're still enjoying this, but I think you cut the particle accelerator. I certainly did, but I was not aware that I had a major power line there. Okay, so yeah, definitely something I cut over here. Maybe what I thought was the wire going into the particle accelerator was actually a wire just connecting two different power poles. Deeply concerning. Right, well, we can spot check. Well, this seems like it. This one got cut. Cut from here, probably. And let's see, does that make a... Well, it doesn't even make a dent in this, but I can assume that you guys are working now. That sure sounds like working. And that sure seems like you're going to be filling back up. In comes the wet concrete, in comes the wet concrete. I don't max this out, do I? Well, I think I do, but... I don't think I ever super mega clocked the limestone coming out. Not that I think I need to enhance my concrete production here. Well... You're a Mark II, so this could be doubled and then added 50% on top of it. So it's far from the maximum. Meaning I could schloop what goes on over here, or shard it rather, but there's no need. This whole thing is just to make sure that I have plenty of concrete backed up. However, it is failing me in a couple of regards. So one should consider, how do I set this up such that I can have many more dimensional doohickeys? Trying to think of a shape here. Trying to think of a way to attach splitters here. One could vertically have a convoy splitter so that it comes out and hits other places around here. Seems like that would get very messy very quickly, though. Is there a cleaner solution? Each of these I could just pop out and feed into 3 different ones from ground level. Upgrade the feeders to Mark 6. No. the limit here is the 240 upload rate per dimensional uploader, so the feeders aren't going to increase that. If I take concrete out of the dimensional toilet, these things are still limited to this speed. I have 4 of them going at once. That's still only under 1,000 uploaded per. So yeah, it's not the lift's fault. The lift is already feeding this as fast as possible. I think what I need to do is change this. Let's use you to experiment, shall we? So I would need a splitter coming out of here. And then I would need multiple toilets. I could, for example, have you coming out Mark 6 to here, and then going boop, boop, boop. And then much and such for you. You don't like that? Looks good to me. There we go, now that's some speed. That's a whole lot of concrete. I hope I'm not infringing on my amount of Mercers too hard, but this seems like a good that I'm always going to want a ton of for building loads upon loads of foundations. Alright, seems good. Let's do that. It's a shame because I like how clean the design was. But that was always going to be a problem, wasn't it? Ah. Speaking of always going to be a problem, SAM fluctuators cost me. And I never did automate the SAM stuff. Okay, that's another problem we're going to fix right now because I want it. I want it badly. I can't believe I never set up the SAM stuff to begin with. I've had SAM automated up there, busy doing absolutely nothing, if I recall. Fluctuators. The fluctuators shouldn't be difficult to make. I think I can even make them by hand. Gotta be careful about pressing back when I'm in the sky like that. Seems to stop you on a dime. In midair somehow. I'm not sure I could will myself into stopping like that. Right, so. I need a couple of fluctuators. That'll be made easier if I slam down a crafting bench. I look at fluctuators. Well, at least they're nice and quick and easy to make. I want a dimensional toilet on top of you. Oh, okay, not embedded into there. Funnily enough, that's not what I'm after. There we go, now at long last these things are actually being uploaded at my convenience. Doesn't stop me needing some more of them though. But at least now I can just make them as I need them like this until I get them automated. Won't be difficult to automate. In fact, once we have our oil, rubber, plastic processing thrown up into the bus, this will be one of the earliest things I make. Because it'll be something like iron plates, reinforced plates, and probably the frames that the reinforced plates are pretty much only used for. wire steel goods, and then after that it'll be SAM fluctuators. That's my brilliant thinking, at least, so far. How many dozens of hours in and using the crafting bench? It's unthinkable, is it not? Anyway, get away, I got work to do. Yeah, the use of the uploading toilets seems very appealing for playing this game in multiplayer. It's like, hey, I need somebody to get on the production of da-da-da. It's like, okay, I'll just put it in a dimensional thing and grab it when you need it. Great way to share inventory. What's it like in Factorio when you find that one person has all of the roboports, or all of the ingredients for roboports? Better make a note that I want to set up a large array of those as well. The sooner the better, so I should put those down as soon as I get back. I'll forget that, of course, but if somebody could be kind enough to remind me. It's a good way to bank energy if somehow all of the blenders and things end up using more than I have access to at the time. Right. Once more unto the breach. Why? Why does it reverse? I had it orientated, and then when I build the second one, it changes. For what purpose? This is a little ugly, but only a little bit. So nice being able to build these Mark 6s at my convenience. There we go. When in doubt, triple and move on. I love seeing this stuff flow. It's very satisfying. Give me some of your concrete. Actually, give me rather a lot of your concrete. So I'm going to be building a whole lot of concrete things in the ground. Although really, it shouldn't matter. Tripling this is the reason why I shouldn't need to worry about this so much, but whatever, it's mine now. Was that everything we came back here to do? Yeah, I'm just going to assume everything is working now after I uncut the power. Yeah, you have no power, which is good. I'm not going to delete you, although maybe I should. You use quite a few materials that I'd like back. But no, you're a sign of what we once did here, and you should remain as such. Because I will be coming back here once I have all the ingredients for my beloved space elevator, and you'll serve to remind me of my humble beginnings as my power and influence over this world grows. An important reminder to stay humble. Do I have a launcher up here, by the way? Make my life a little easier if I do. Of course I do. Never didn't. Game's trying to cheese me off with this thing not working. I just want to be able to quickly switch between the two. I wonder if you could mod in a device that does both of these things. But that would have to make it so that it disables the jetpacking if you are close to energy. That seems non-trivial. Alright then. Why is this off-center? I guess I didn't pay much attention when putting this thing in. We're heading back, right? Can't think of a reason why we wouldn't, so let's go. Actually, I wonder, could I... Uh-oh, I didn't quite have the height that I wanted there. I think I need to angle that thing further up. Yeah, mixing parachute and jetpack together would be nice. Would require quite a few different button inputs then. Might need a different button input for flying on jetpack as opposed to flying with the other things, and that would That would get disturbing, I think. Alright. It's really just hypertube cannon to hypertube cannon at this point, but that is fine. So yeah, this is a great example to answer that question, whoever was asking, is the hypertube launcher just the best method of transport? I can't think of anything else that'll move you around this fast. Maybe even the teleporter doesn't work as quick as this. Haven't tried it yet. I'm sure I will someday. Gosh, you'd almost think this was made to measure. I'm right where I need to be. Could have even saved myself a slight leg fracture and a tiny bit of ionized fuel if I'd aimed for the water. Right, I'm going to need to do some design work here, which is why I want my Mark III blueprinter here. Ew, please, game. When I press 1, it means I want to switch between these two, not shove it into the toilet. Blueprint. Can't think of having to need this space for anything else in particular. Although it bothers me the way that the wires get in the way. What? No, don't do that. I want you on here and pulling the cable out here, please. It disturbs me. There. Doesn't need to be neat and tidy. This is just to allow me to fly. Alright, what am I even building here? I would like a large array, please, of... what are they even called? Power storing thingers. It'll be under power somewhere. Power storing thingers. Power storage, perhaps. Yes, that makes sense. And then I think I just want an array of these. Can't imagine why I wouldn't. Doesn't seem to want to attach. There we go. I could slam them on top of each other as well, surely. And unlike many other things in this game, these are more than happy to daisy chain power. Actually limited on dimensional upload for these things because wire is so slow. Alright, that's not a problem though. I can simply... that's about half of it. Almost half of it. We can wait and get the rest of it done momentarily. And that I imagine I will spam over here because it's a little too close to the surface to want to have any kind of larger things going on. I also don't mind that this is detached from there. Good way to remind myself the purpose that has. And if I don't like you, do you want to eat the chainsaw? Of course not. Would you like to eat the Nobelisk? Naturally. Now let that be a lesson to you. You won't. Some of these can be cut down with chainsaw, some of them cannot. I think my wire stuff is so old that it gets fed by a Mark I belt into the toilet. It doesn't have the cool setup that I have on other things, I think. That does look like dimensional upload regular speed. Doesn't matter too much though, we'll get this finished soon enough, and then we can just slam it over there willy-nilly. Right, so we have the sulfur, we have the coal, that'll be set up in due time. We need the oil over here. We should also keep in mind that this is where it all starts, right? Yes. Yes. Ah, there we go. Loving having a good, clean place to build upon. I do wish that we could incorporate power into this, though. But how is this all going to start? I need to somewhat think about numbers, ratios. Because there's not much point expanding this out and out and out if we don't know how large this initial part's going to be. All this is saved for water. That is an ironclad money-back guarantee. Because I don't know how much water I'm going to need for this, but I'm going to guess lots. It's going to be needed for processing. It's going to be needed for the watered down fuel, which is a very funny recipe, isn't it? Hey, how will we get more fuel? I don't know, water it down. A lot of the funny recipes seem to be about cutting corners. It's like, what if we make our copper wire out of iron? Brilliant. Fund it. I hope that water coming up over the concrete's not going to be a problem. Ugh, it'll cool the generators. Yeah, exactly. Sawdust strats. It's still weird how in Frostpunk, adding sawdust somehow actually gives you the more nutrition. So I guess somehow that cold has taught our people how to digest. What is it? I don't think it's cellulite. I think that's something very different. But there's some kind of cellu thing in it that shouldn't be edible. Let's work our way backwards, shall we? The rocket fuel is going to need regular fuel. Now, I am sulfur and coal limited. I don't think I'll be nitrogen gas limited. Maybe I will be, though. That's a lot of nitrogen gas. 75 per minute. That could actually be what limits me. I should maybe check how much nitrogen gas we're going to get out of that thing before I proceed. Because, I don't know. When we do that pressure well pressurizer thing, how much is it going to do? I don't know. Yeah, probably better to get the numbers before building more of this. So let's bring out our nitrogen gas. I just assumed I'd be limited on coal and sulfur because it's a relatively large nitrogen gas node, but now that I think about it, maybe not. Ugh, no. But yes, I can see me needing 2 loads of pipes coming over here. Where's the nitrogen anyway? Need to take a bit of a left turn. Nitrogen will not need head lift, so I assume I'm fine just building the pipes anyway I see fit. It's not digestible by humans, but it is by cows. That's how they feed themselves. One of their stomachs uses a cellulose. That's it, cellulose, not cellulite. It uses the cellulose to grow bacteria, the proteins, to feed into another stomach. That feels like one of the first animal trivias you learn as a kid. A cow has 4 stomachs. I think they just have 1 stomach, but it's compartmentalized into 4 bits. But surely only a pedant would care about that, and I am not. Whew. Well, that was pathetic. Let's make it less pathetic. Ah, I wanted the multi-kill. I still want the multi-kill. I keep forgetting how pathetic not Factorio guy's throw is. And in time, I might be forgetting what a severe lack of nobelisks I have. Alright, just go and get that gas. Hold on, gas is no good without power. I have 4 stomachs, says Tarkin, and they're all for ice cream. Tarkin probably unhappy that he didn't get his pound of flesh from DDR the other day. Well, the dentist did warn me not to do extraneous activities for about a week after getting my wisdom tooth out. Doctor's orders, don't you know? Right, nitrogen gas. Let's get this going, shall we? I need pressure. Because I'm under pressure. Requires goods, which, to my surprise, I do have. This shouldn't need to be chunk-aligned in any meaningful way. Shouldn't. And then, I'm going to need... no, it's under production. I swear this thing keeps changing the tab that I'm in. I think it goes to the tab of the last thing I built, not the last thing I searched for. Okay. Must be placed on an activated fracking satellite node, so I guess you need to be turned on. And we're going to turbo max this as soon as possible. Resource well potential is 1800. Let us run some numbers, shall we? There, that's a number. If we've got 1800 over 75, we can support 24 of them. However, we have we got 1200 sulfur over 4 of them. That doesn't seem right. That's not the rate, though, is it? It's per minute, and it's 100 per minute. So I can do 12. Alright, so nitrogen gas could support twice as much. If I had another pure sulfur node, we could actually do twice as much here. However, well, impure, that's not quite so good. Also impure. Sulfur is tight, isn't it? Well, would you look at that? There's another pure one over here. Not only that, this single normal coal together with that would actually get me everything we need. So we only need to utilize half of the nitrogen gas. Meaning we're going to do 12 of these, but we could do 24. So let's leave ourselves room to scale if we need to double it later on. So point is we're using half of you, which means you're using 900 of this, which still needs 2 pipes. If we bring 3 pipes, we can take it all and then store it for later. That seems okay. I have something of an idea for that. Stackable pipelines. If I make stackable pipelines, then I can bring the 3 over nice and easily, one would assume. For example, one night I said it to me girl, and now me girl's me wife. That is very short, though. Yeah, this'll be awkward, won't it? This'll most assuredly be awkward. At least pipes can go in many, many different ways. But could I at the very least bring you up and over here? I feel like there are many, many easier ways to do this. But I'll also concede that that's quite neat. Now, how are you going high? Surprisingly good. Nice. Well, this seems a lot better than just winging them. Oh god, should not have activated Mordcal. He's got his cow facts now. He did promise me when I met him in Austria that he would not endlessly go on about cows, and to his credit, he didn't. He had many, many interesting things to say that had nothing to do with cows. Makes one wonder why he's not a tour guide by trade. Right, so... The normal ones are pumping out 150, the pure ones are pumping out not 150. And what are the nodes here again? Two pures, one pure and two normal. That's how we segregate these. So pure and pure to do one of them. Pure and pure to do another one. And the other one will be a pure and two normals. It's you, you, and you. Again, no head lift requirements, no need to worry. Is that okay? No, I'm not okay with that. It's functionally all the same, but I'm not going to accept the clipper factory here. There we go. That's the full 1800 being piped out of here. Now I just need to convince myself that I can do this to bring it back. Don't really need the height here, but I feel like having the height's going to make my life a little easier. Having power will make this easier as well. Might be easiest just to set these up and then have the pipes connected. And I will not overthink the distance that I'm bringing them here. No need to stretch it every little bit of distance that I can. One long jump away per stage should be fine. And we can check that, of course. More than fine. As long as I'm going in the right direction, which of course I am. Yeah, I never even would have thought to use these elevated pipe things till somebody brought it up, so thank you whoever did. And my apologies for not remembering who you are. Got to be an easier way than this, right? How about how we bring it down here, though? I don't want to infringe on all my water harvesting area. So I guess I'm going to have to bring it across and over here. It's okay, I'm not going to be using this space for anything else, I'm sure. Can you orient it horizontally? What does he mean by that? This could be a problem down here. Ah, but what if it's not a problem down here? we can just embed it into the walls. Crafting creators coming in. They say hello there. Well, welcome. That's okay. We're going to be burying through the rock to make that happen. Totally not a clip. Clipping standards are falling. I'm looking forward to coming back and hooking all this back up, but whatever, just bring it over there. I'm not so sure you're going to be happy doing this, but what if we checked first? Yeah, I didn't think you'd like that. Well, that's okay. We have different ways of handling the situation. It's not a problem getting this into water now, is it? Excellent. I don't think we'll be fishing for water this far out, so we're probably fine at this point. Alright, that's far enough. Let's actually bring the gas over. Actually, during this time, we probably have our wires. Oh, that was a disaster. That still didn't work. Maybe I should start it from this side. There we go. Bring power over with you when possible. I was doing Satisfactory, saw someone that I followed ages ago was as well. So it worked out. I'm off to bed. Do enjoy. Yeah, pretty great game. I've never watched anybody else stream this game. Might be worth checking out though. See different approaches to mine. Not that I'm not happy with my current approach. My god, I'm endlessly cheesed off by this hotkey not working. If it didn't work, fine, but it works sometimes. Yes, on reflection, might have been a good idea to grab a whole load of copper wire. And looking at it, maybe the frames as well. That's weird. I wonder why the frames are such a problem. Look at how slowly they build up. Do I not buffer them before throwing them into the dimensional toilet? Probably not. That's a very old design as well, so it would stand to reason. Alright, you guys. Daisy the chain. Again, the idea is that if at some point I end up peaking, I want to have a whole lot of power at my beck and call. Because it's not unthinkable that I peak whilst I have all my refineries and blenders running before my fuel-powered generators are operational, and I'd hate to think that I need to triage my power needs before all that's happening. And I don't want to build in chunks either. I want this whole thing done. it's going to take a bit. Let's build the 2 that still remain. You do fit there, right? Of course you do. And then get this done. You do realize you're never going to have all the wire to build this blueprint, right? Ah, but do you realize that I need only go and grab all the blueprints, all the wires and frames and things? And that gives me an excellent opportunity to enjoy flying around on my hypertube cannons again. You are trapped by conventions, Protozomac. Dr. Baruga would be most unhappy. Nifty little hiding place for the slug here. Yeah, see, finding things like this is so much more rewarding than going around with the little machine that keeps beeping at you. I suppose the problem is, to be able to fly around and enjoy flying around, you need the tools at your disposal, which means jetpack, a half-decent fuel type, at least biofuel, and probably access to the dimensional toilet. And I will probably not stop calling it the dimensional toilet. It amuses me greatly. Makes me think of the Day of the Tentacle Chronojon. That's why we need to do it yesterday. I don't think there's a single situation in life that I can't immediately bring back to some other video game. Hi, Jake. Just a heads up. It's a national holiday. No shops will be open tomorrow, Sunday, or Monday. I really appreciate the warning, because you better believe I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff. These Hungarians love days off, but what gets me is that they have a national extra work day thing. You've had too many holidays this year. Here's some extra work hours. Anyway, not my concern. I set my own work hours. My concern is I don't get any bloody paid holidays. If I take time off, I certainly don't get paid for it, but that's the price you pay for working for yourself. Besides, I went to the shops the other day. I think I'll be fine. And if nothing else, I love an excuse to rummage through my cupboards and try and make do with what I have. I love it when you have to just work with limited ingredients. There's a guy's YouTube channel I watch, actually, because he does interesting things with limited amounts of food. And he does a lot of different interesting things. He's got about 1 million subscribers, so I'm certain we have plenty of other Atomic Shrimp fans around here. I actually watch him for the nostalgia as well, because he goes around British supermarkets, and that might be a strange thing to be nostalgic for. There's just something about seeing all those cheesy little Morrowind's advertisements, and just even seeing things priced in pounds sterling that made me think, oh man, I used to be miserable in Britain as well. I guess this is what it's like when people are nostalgic for Soviet times or Yugoslavia. Slug up ahead and left. Yeah, slugs are far from a concern these days. We have I think we have about 1,500 shards, probably more, maybe closer to 2,000. That said, when we do our fuel generator here, all of the fuel generators are probably going to be sharded up, because it saves a whole lot on space and construction without having any increase in consumption. It linearly increases, but it doesn't increase, like, say, sharding and assembler, where 250% speed is, what, like 500% power? Maybe more? No! How could I have done this? The pipe is too long. And one of these days I'm going to have to automate my filters. Actually, no. I don't think I ever will, because that means automating fabric, which means automating... Oh dear, this is becoming a problem. Automating fabric means automating polymers, and I don't want to automate polymers. Because polymers are only for automating fabric, so it seems like a waste of time. If I truly need more filters, Ada Wong can help me out. Or I could just make them by hand. It's hardly the end of the world. Do I really believe the words coming out of my mouth? Don't you already have fabric automated already? Yes, that's a good point. The thing is, fabric is one ingredient needed in the filters, and the filters have other things. The gas filter needs coal and iron, and then that gets used together with cookware and aluminium to make the iodine-infused one to stop radioactivity stuff hurting you. It's not unthinkable that I use a drone to bring the fabric over. It's not something I need in vast quantities. Also, I could just dimensional toilet it and set up a fancy splitter so that if I need more filters, I can just drop fabric into something and then out it goes. That's actually a great idea. Oh, perhaps one of my greatest. Fabric, are you actually set up for toileting? Yes, you are. Good. Very good. That looks too far. Thankfully, there's this. You got 5 seconds to move. 4, 3, 2, don't care. You're dying now. Now, will your friend take the hint? That's right. Whenever you offer somebody an ultimatum, immediately cut the ultimatum to make sure they know that you are serious about it. Oh, a few things make me cringe, quite like watching a parent go, oh, put that down. You've got till the count of 5, 4. It's such a kowtowing to the child. Right, that should be all of the gas coming along with no headlift concerns. The flow rate looks good. Is this actually showing me the nitrogen gas? Maybe. I don't know. I guess. What if I were to flush you? That looks like it's going away, right? Just hard to see. Hand feeding so much his arms look like professional arms wrestlers. Got my prowess and paradox thanks to arm wrestling. Arm wrestled Johan for undisclosed privileges, and after that he started hitting the gym. But he was a clever man. Instead of a further arm wrestle, he just got his incredibly beefy friend to wrestle me, and he just cleaved me in half. Yeah, Swedes come in 2 flavors. There's femboy and then there's wrestling bears for fun, and this guy was certainly the latter. And you told us diplomacy is overpowered. Exactly. Ooh, that's not so hot. I'm getting overly zealous about bringing this back. Boy, piping things over long distances, it sounds like such a fun thing to do. But it's a little painful in this game. But what else are you to do? I'm told, although I haven't tried it, that fluids and gases are pretty pants to move around by train in this game. I suppose a clever person would have set this up as a blueprint and had it aligned with a... aligned with foundation. Yes, that seems like it would have been a good idea that I didn't do. Yes, can't you make a pipe hole blueprint? Exactly what I should have done. I should have just set this up with foundation. But then it has to also move quite a bit in terms of verticality, which it wouldn't be so hot for. Is that going to be too far? That goes way down, though. We're hitting the Mariana Trench now. Oh, we're not hitting anything. That's too far. Gosh, I was kidding. Maybe I'll extend this out over here so that I can just wing it over to this direction and then stop having to worry so much. Yeah, because this is getting really old really fast. You don't need foundation aligned, just auto-connect freely placed poles. Is there an option for that? I think it still needs to be a blueprint, right? Besides, everything feels better when it's chunk aligned. Means if I need to expand into something that's already been placed down, then there are no problems there. Do you think this rock is going to explode for me? My instincts tell me no. But my explosive instincts tell me try. Yeah, not a chance. Bit dark over there. Jake has his monitor at negative brightness. I'm surprised you can see anything at all. Well, thankfully the moon is guiding my way here. But you are right, it's very dark in this region. But at this point I can go by the feel. Right, we're good enough-ish. Grand. Let's just bring it over here. And all is well. I didn't do that too far, did I? Certainly not. Yeah, that seems like it was much too much of an undertaking just for bringing not even a huge amount, just one node of gas over here. Definitely something I will blueprint a solution for if I need to do it again. But the question is, do I need to do it again? And the answer will doubtlessly be yes. Nitrogen, nitric acid, I think will be needed for other things, like those fused frames, for example. Yeah, it'll be necessary for fusing my frames. I still think I could save time by blueprinting the rest of this, but no. Would also let me standardize the distance that it comes along at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is probably fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is probably fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is still probably fine. There, now it's more or less coming in where our other ingredients are. So I can start setting up the factory in relative comfort. Should I buffer this gas here? I have no reason to imagine that it would need buffering. But at the same time, I always feel more comfortable when I have a buffer. Okay. Do trains scale better than long pipes? I have to imagine they don't scale better. Nothing can scale better than just having endless throughput like this. Is setting up the factory still a meme, or did you actually start it? I've made the bus, but I haven't actually made any production over in the Sky Factory. You have to imagine the production. Gotta absolutely Dr. Seuss your way into believing it. Alright, almost done with this at least. Looks like they can at most have 2 connections. The very end one should be fine. Just doing a spot check to make sure nothing is not connected. I think that double negative works. And then we go... Please save this design as... Power storage array. And it was called a storage thing. Yeah, there we go. Jolly good. Needs 6,400. Hang on, I'll tell you one thing that I won't have enough of, and that's modular frames. Those don't stack very well, so I'll need to pick up a bunch of modular frames and wires. But I can do that, I have the power. Also, I would like to clear the blueprint designer. Donk. And then I would like all of the goods for building that, please. And then I can just build it like so. And look at that, it aligns to the blueprint that I have here. Donk! And then I grab one of the edge ones that can still support something coming out of it. It's you, and it should be you, right? Why do you align to... Ah, you... You and you, huh? Okay. There we go. And now these things will agonizingly slowly fill up with power. Time until full. I'm just going to Windows Vista this... That's stored charge, I assume, of this one device rather than everything. And this is stored charge of everything. Stands to reason. Now, if I wanted to do this again on top of you... I could. The only problem is missing materials. And we'll go and solve that immediately. What does a buffer do? The production is constant. If you start using buffered stuff, you'll run out anyway. Not all consumption is consistent. Some things consume in a bit of a sine wave. So I want a way to deal with that. Also, if I end up over-consuming for a short while, I want a bit of time to be able to expand my fuel production without shutting down the factory. Anyway, sounds like I need those goods. Fortunately, I can come up here. I can go to my hyperbeam cannon. And we can King Piccolo our way out of here. But I don't need you blueprint moded, I just need you to default your way. Is that really the way we want it? Yeah, okay, here we go, so just make it easier. Running jumps are better, but I like the idea that you just connect onto this thing. That's probably a foolish way to look at it, though. I don't want to play the fool here. What I will instead do is launch you out like so. By having this. Wait, well, right, they have a design on them, right. It's of no real consequence, but I still don't want that there. Then I can have my hypertube cannon launch me into tomorrow. Get up there in a noodly way, I think. Yeah, I have the height. That should be fine. Get you powered up. Don't worry about it going through the ground. The concrete goes around it rather handily. And then I wonder if I would be okay doing it like this. Is that speed... Whoa, no. Is this speed gonna help me? Guess we're about to find out. Whee! Hey, I built more than half of a bus there, Tarkin. A little bit more than half. Besides, we have almost all of the raw ingredients. The only things that we still need to bring in are oil and oil byproducts, which we will be doing as soon as we finish up our power needs. There was a patch this morning. I just missed a Satisfactory patch. Probably shouldn't tab out whilst flying. Seems unhealthy. So, what unhealthy buffering do I have? Pretty sure I make my modular frames around here somewhere. There's modular frames, and modular frames are indeed buffered out of here at hilariously... Well, that's not actually hilariously slow. I must have upgraded this at some point. Point is, frames are buffered, but they're made agonizingly slowly. Oh, good God, 3 a minute. Well, you know what? Give them to me. When I make this blueprint, I need 640 of them, and I'd like to make a second batch of them. So don't mind me as I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 640 of them. You don't mind, right? What other goods were needed in egregious quantity, rather? A whole lot of reinforced things, which again I make at an agonizingly slow rate somewhere around here. It's not you. Oh gosh, I remember setting this thing up thinking that these encased industrial beams were so complicated. How could a man ever possibly automate such a thing? Alright, just give me a bunch of those. And then let's grab the wires and skedaddle back. Fix the blueprint auto-connect alignment so it considers height differences between connections. Also a memory leak and a radar UI fix. Which version is that, and can I check if I have it? I'm guessing that number at the top left is my version. CL404994? If that is it, that's a weird way to do it. Or is there something else that says version number here? Well, that's version right there. Okay, so what's the problem with my wires? My problem isn't really a problem. It's just that if I need a lot of them, they're very slow to go to the toilet. How many did I need again? I think it was like 6,000 or so. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. Safe as houses. And I'm out of wires. Wow. Surely I don't need wires for the various things I'm building, right? Like, refineries, there's going to be a lot of that. Doesn't need wires, so I'm fine. And the cable situation is A-okay. Hilarious. I think the Mark 1 belts always looked painfully slow. Right, we're going back with our new goodies. We're going to increase our buffer and then actually build... In what way is power not a factory? I can still say we're building a factory. I forget if the ionized fuel gives me enough height to get up there, but I don't think it does. No, I still need to make that thing aim higher. However, I get quite close. Ah, crumbs. No, no, no. Oh dear. Oh, my legs. I wanted to catch myself on the electricity and blast up, but once again, this dimensional toilet hotkey sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, and I don't know why. Is it when you're in the air? That might actually be it. When you're grounded... No, it doesn't work when grounded either. Huh. I'd love to know why. Why this works sometimes and doesn't work other times. Damn Swedes, man. Stop taking fika breaks and start fixing bugs. Yours is but to do and die, and not to question why. But I have so many questions. Maybe it's something to do about opening the menu whilst you're in the air? No, still doesn't like it. Bah, bloody humbug. Alright, come on, let's go. Whee! I am so looking forward to automating things. Not that we're not already automating things. We are still automating delivery, automating power, automating refinement, but it's the automating of production that I'm looking forward to. Oh man, all those power cables. Could you imagine if power cables would actually hurt you if you flew into them? We have to believe that we have these insulated. At this point, I'm starting to think it might be better just to have you there permanently, so I can just manually switch you by dragging rather than using the number 1. Because it just ain't working otherwise. Okay, so here's what I probably do. Meow. What is alignment? Actually, the easiest way to check if you're aligned is just to have you like so. That looks pretty aligned, we can tell by all the Z fighting. And then boom! Power. Limited power. And just like that, my capacity should be very, very good. So 14, let's say 15,000 megawatt hours. So that essentially means the base can run, assuming this is all full, the base could run for half an hour with no power whatsoever. Pretty good. That's good enough time to fix things. I should probably also move my blueprints. I need another category here for occasional use. And then I should shove things over there if they aren't used very often. So that would be my power storage array. Eh? What? Remove, save. You need a subcategory. But why? Okay, sure. Yeah, things that I don't use often can go over here. The things that I do use fairly often should go in here. So bus belting goes in there. I do use my constructors and my arrays and my foundations and my glass foundation. My glass foundation's far less so. But I like the idea that all my foundations are here. Hypertube launcher is certainly an occasional use thing. Launch belt is similarly of occasional use. But long-range building, big factory buildings I want here. Foundations I want here. And that means that some of these, and the can I change the ordering here? Oh, thank goodness. I mean, something like a launch belt can go on to number 9. Good. Why is half the UI handcrafted beauty and half of it is Dominion 6? Yeah, the UI in this game is pretty weak in a lot of ways. This can't be healthy, right? The ones towards the center are going to overheat and explode like penguins. The residual heat's still probably going to hurt these guys on the edge. Oh well, not my concern. My concern right now is taking all of these ingredients and making them into delicious power. I say all of these ingredients, but how much oil am I going to need for this? Can I work backwards in that regard? I believe we decided we're going to need, or we're going to have 12 of these rocket fuel things, which means I need 1200 fuel per minute. Maybe I should get pen and paper for this, makes it easier. I need... My page is full of notes that are meaningless to me now. Hopefully I've already used them all. I've got like QC 933.33. What is that even? I need 1200 fuel. 1200 fuel needed. And we're going to get our fuel by diluted fuel. Diluted fuel. Let's see, what do you make per minute with diluting fuel? Diluting fuel times 12 needed. And that's going to need sod the water, the heavy oil. That's going to need 12 times 50. Really? Okay, so I need 600. Need 600 heavy oil per min. And heavy oil will be made how? I think you can change the produced amount at the recipe. Oh yeah, I could shard and whatnot, but that's not what I'm looking for right now. Best way to make the heavy oil is the 3:4 ratio here. And I'll probably just sink the polymers. Yeah, there's stuff I can do with polymers, but I don't care about producing goods over here. I just care about producing power. So if I need 600 heavy oil per minute, that's going to be 15 heavy oil residue. Okay, so that is need 15 times heavy oil residue refinery. And that itself will need 15 times 30 per minute crude oil. That's not a lot of crude oil. Holy smokes, this is easy. That's only 15 of those. That's only 450 crude oil. That's a joke. That's not even one pure node. One pure node is 600. This doesn't feel right. This feels too easy. What am I missing here? Oh, you mean we have this here? Of course, of course. It still feels way too easy. Oh well, if it's easy, just enjoy it. One pure node or one impure and one normal node. There's normal, there's impure. It's close, but it's high raised. Do we have anything low raised and therefore easier? Normal and impure is right here. Alright, just bring it open. Yeah, this oil power seems magnanimous. Oh, but since we're bringing it over, maybe we should finally make a blueprint for bringing fluids over. You know, now that we've done the bulk of it. Get that out of here. I kind of prefer it when it's going in line with you. And then I forget where my pipe thing is. Should have never gotten all these pipe-related foundation things, just clutters this up. Is 3 the magic number? Maybe we should make 4. 4 is a better divisible number. But hang on, will these actually auto-connect to each other when I try and make them in unison? I cannot shake the feeling that they will not. They might, though. Yeah, I think it worked when I tried to do this before. So how about I just save you as pipe on foundation. Save it with the pipey icon. Different ordering here for some reason. And I do infrastructure things on a more purpley background color, I think. I'm going to find that it's not quite the right color here when I check it, aren't I? It's close enough. Alright, now, are you man enough to auto-connect to each other? If I have you on blueprint mode, auto-connect. Of course, you don't chunk a line here very well because of issues, but I can always move you over, and then you will align to yourself. Oops, hold that thought. Oh, this is bi-directional as well, which is mega handy. Blueprint auto-connect, please. Sure looks what? Oh. Can we talk about this? In the end, it will work, provided I'm bringing over uniform goods and I don't get confused about what's in what at the end. But yeah, it's certainly experimental for a reason. I thought this would be quite clear as day about how you would want this to connect up. I think the obvious solution is to extend out the bits at the end so they don't have the option to snap up like that. But yeah, it does what it says in the tin. One cannot deny that it does what I ordered this thing to do. Which, in a way, makes it a very good contractor. Right, you go. Let's do this again, shall we? But this time we bring it right to the edge so it doesn't get any options to think for itself. They're not allowed to do that. Stackable pipeline right at the end. Another idea, I suppose, would be to have much greater space between these, but I want to keep it somewhat dense. How much space did I leave you at the end? You're not quite touching the edge perimeter of the concrete. Alright then, let's give that another try, shall we? Good, I was worried this would be too long. How long is too long, by the way? Yeah, essentially 6 foundation pieces is your limit, so it seems quite agreeable. I guess another way to do it would be to set it up so that it is perfectly 6 away from each other. So maybe just a single one in the center would work out fine with auto connection. But let's try giving it as few options as possible. Try placing the pipes starting from the same end and not the alternative. Surely that wouldn't matter. Pipes are bidirectional. The thing is, what if he's right? Right, let's try again, shall we? Nope, they're still trying to do silly bugger things. Is that actually true? Yes, but only barely. Alright, let's try it with order of placement shenanigans. All coming from one end to the other. We're learning so much as we go here. So many lessons, I wonder if any of them will stick in my head. Good success? Looking good. Alright, very good. So now we have a good way to automate bringing these over, but I must remember that when placing it, you have to go one to... What? No. Is that because it's the wrong way around? Oh, alright, let's try this again, shall we? I might have done some weird things about how I orientate them. Right, maybe always go towards the arrow as well. Always go towards the arrow. That works. Always go towards the arrow. Alright, if you always go towards the arrow, this thing seems to work. I'm going to give you one more shot. Don't let me down. Don't be Grocer Jack. Why? Peculiar. But it worked. Yeah, you're right about that, Batman. When things work, they work great. When they don't work, they work very, very badly. Thing is... what thing am I trying to say here? I compare it to Factorio, and I can't think of anything in Factorio that doesn't work really, really well. I'm sure if I thought very hard I could think of something, but nothing's coming to mind. Wouldn't mind having a thing that tells me which way is forward, and I reckon a power pole is a good idea. Also lets me bring power around with me nice and easy. Yes, sure. Should I put one on each side? It's hardly expensive, so sure. Should I connect them to each other? Yeah, I don't see why not. And look, that cable is dangling right between the right between the tubes. Nay, a problem. Alright, we got it sorted. Old pipes with the janky pipe order stuff. Oh yeah, old pipes in Factorio, that was a pain, but I hear it's much better now. Right, with this new power, we need only bring over one impure and one normal load of oil, and that can just come up and along. Nay harm, nay fuss. Does that mean that I build over from here? Looking at where the archipelago is, I think that's exactly what I do. Lovely. Automating our way to good times. Do you want to fly over from here? I want to fly over from here. And we go towards the arrow. I just wish upon wish that I could automate the connectivity of power. That way I can continue flying over here. But my demands are too high to be met. I guess it's not a huge deal to just take a break between each of these and wire this up, but kind of doubles the length of time this thing could otherwise take. Perhaps more than doubles. But it brings over infrastructure as well. I guess that's fine. Can you check the pipes? Oh man, don't tell me you spot a problem with the pipes. I don't want to hear that. Looks pretty good to me. They're of course not connected to anything other than themselves, but they look fine to me. Looks really good to me even. Looks nice and smooth. It's 10 out of 10 now, Jake. The only problem is you need pumps on long distances. Well, that sounds like exactly what pumps should be used for. I'm not convinced that's a problem. And it sounds like a very easy to blueprint solution. Ah, there we go. Man, this is working out so much better than our previous escapade. And I spy a juicy little slug. I'm not vegan with my slugs just yet. I find it very rewarding that because the goods are functionally infinite, you can make nice, big, expensive blueprints and you don't have to feel guilty about the consumption of goods that you require for it. So normal and, well, I don't want the pure stuff, I just want the impures. So do I take a turn in this direction? Sure. Haven't tried this, but sure. We go delete, we go R, we go copy, and we go somewhat like so. Is this going to auto-connect, I wonder? You beauty. You absolute beauty. One. No. I gotta do this every time, don't I? I should have set up a little bit of foundation for it to snap to. Oh, well, I'm halfway there, so just live with myself. Abort, abort. No, don't abort, abort. As long as they're connecting to the right place, this is fine. So all I need to do is set it so that they are indeed connecting. I can't see that game. That is not indeed connecting. Oh, and I just undid everything. Okay, well, don't worry. We've learned a valuable lesson. Build that first. Then you will snap onto this. No! No, not that. Do not snap like that. How do I change this? Why? Right. Alternative idea. We accept the things we cannot avoid. But only for now. And then we deign to do a bit of manual work. Curve versus noodle. Looks almost the same, but let's try and have some standards here. That's what professionals have. Take a lunch break. Try the patch. Are we sure we're not on the patch? You know what? I'm curious enough to do that. Not the lunch break part, though. I don't need lunch yet. It's only 20 to 1. Might not need lunch at all, frankly. I had a light breakfast. Long play. I actually think we're on long play episode 16 now. Long play 16. Save, please. Wow, it did actually save. I'm impressed. And then we will exit to main menu. Sometimes I'm glad I'm just a spectator of this madness. Alright, take a note. Ends in 994. Let's see if this updates for us. Goodbye, Satisfactory. Are we going to notice some issues with the stream as we update? If indeed it has an update for me. Ah, well, it is starting a download. Please don't be many gigabytes in size. The Satisfactory update is not showing up in my queue, but please do start. CSpace says it's 341. Gotcha. Well, it's trying to start a download. Trying and failing. 3%, 4%, 5%. Oh man, this calls for some party house. Nobody said we can't have a quick bit of party. No, not a quick bit of Slay the Spire. I don't want to wait hours on this. Come to me, UFO 50. Which I should have a ready to go scene for. Window capture, add existing. Is it called UFO 50? You better believe it's called UFO 50. Sweet. Alright, well that downloads. Let's get a quick round of Party House in. Not often these things survive into the real VODs. It's normally done at the start and then cut away. But if I've got 10 or so minutes to burn, we can once again increase our Party House number. 31, huh? Let's make it 32. Let's get this party started. So Party House is a deck building game. At a glance, it doesn't look like it, but it absolutely is. You throw a party, you invite guests. You become popular with the guests that you arrive, and some of them pay you money. Use the money to expand your house, which is essentially your hand size, and use popularity to add more guests, which are essentially your cards. But you're on a limited time to get yourself 4 star guests in your party at once. The star guests that we are offered are the Leprechaun and the Ghost. At a glance, it looks like this shouldn't be too difficult. We have access to Cupids. Photographer with a Rockstar is nice. Rockstar is my only money maker. Well, no, I got ticket takers. I like ticket takers, but I'm not sure I like them enough here. We're going to save up for... We're not going to save up. I'm going to Rockstar immediately. High risk play to take a Rockstar early, because if you end up with 3 trouble in your house at once, it's game over. And if you keep top decking your trouble like this, you will very, very slowly get your snowball going. So we need some trouble mitigation. That's what Cupid is for. There we go. I don't mind trouble if it's from the Rockstar, though. He pays big bucks. Although not as big as my beloved... what's her name? The Gambler. Hippie or security? I'm gonna go hippie. And now, bonk. Oh man, this trouble. I need to flesh out my deck with things that are not trouble, because this is getting ridiculous. I'm gonna take 2 photographers with the hope that we can take photos of our beloved Rockstar. Although, these draws are unpleasant. Imagine what your streak would be if you had this during the Factorio, which I don't think I could handle this game for the amount of time we spent playing Factorio. I'm gonna get Watchdog now. Yeah. Should I take a risk on this? I got 3 ways to bum this draw. I will not. I'm going to take a photo of the dog and then call the party there. But now my money situation is really, really bad here. Don't have great ways of scaling up money. I might get ticket takers. Yeah, the need for money is dire. And I really need to do so. I can't afford this, right? I need to press on. Yeah. So yeah, get 3 trouble in once. The cops are called. This is looking very troublesome. So much top deck trouble has really delayed my start. And as with most of these oh my god. Trouble at the top of the deck. What's it like? I need more Cupids. I need more deck control badly. That's much better. So we get you to take a photo of my beloved rock star. And then we're going to kick you out because you cost money. And that's a much, much better hand. Get the money, get the popularity. The ticket taker actually costs me popularity. Who would have thought people don't like paying to come to my parties? But now we've got a lot more deck control. This is much better. I want the ticket taker because I want the money, but I am going to get rid of you regardless. There we go. I was looking for my photographer. Take a photo of the rock star. That turns the photographer from a 1-1 to a 4+1. Actually making her competitive with a rock star. Yeah, we're letting Satisfactory do an update, Marvin. It might be good, it might not. Cupids are one of the best units because they draw down. They're like the only thing that draws down apart from a security or wrestler coupled with a cheerleader. But I want more photos taken. That's only good if my rock star actually arrives, though. I think we take another Cupid and another photographer. This is quite good. Photo of the photographer. And then I usually kick out my photographers once they've taken their photo, so I'd have to pay them. Hippie is helping out. Let's get rid of old pals. Old pals are rubbish. I would still like a photographer, so I'm willing to kick out another old pal. And I am still willing to kick out an old pal. There we go. Excellent, it worked out. I get my photo. Good. Alright, we're going dangerously slowly here, but we can expand our house big time. 12 popularity, where do we put that to use? I want another photographer. And I want the ability to... Well, with all the Cupids, I should be able to get my Rockstar fairly regularly. Security is mitigation, but the Watchdog is better in a lot of ways. Give me the Watchdog. Now we need to work our way towards Leprechauns and Ghosts. It's not a very good engine, but this should work with raw numbers. The raw number just being having this rock star that comes to our party, constantly taking photos of him, regardless of how he feels about the situation. And be careful not to kill the deck here, so kick you out. Still kick you out? Yeah, we can do better because we've got Watchdogs, we've got Ticket Taker, we have another photographer. Keep kicking him out. Do we still have trouble? We still have one more trouble that could brick the deck. I don't like kicking you out with that in mind, but the photographer is well worth it, so be gone. The photographer is indeed well worth it, and she's here. Goodbye, hippie. So that's what we're talking about. All the photographers coming in, taking photos of the rock star, gets us money, gets us decent popularity, improves my house. Is there anything I want to add to the deck at this point? Security is never bad to add to a deck, because if they are useless, they can kick themselves out. But if you're in trouble, they can kick out trouble, and that's better than losing your hand. So I will actually security guard max at this point, and I'll grab one additional watchdog, and that's the deck complete, apart from getting our star guests. So yeah, the security is just marching on in, but it's not a problem because we see security, and security removes itself. It's also better for security to kick out a photographer than it is for them to kick themselves out, because the photographer costs money, and typically money is worth about 1.5 to 2 times what, Ooh, you should go. Yeah, typically worth a lot more than popularity. Who's coming? A hippie. I don't mind a hippie so bad. Kick them out, bring in the hippie. Kick yourself out, bring in... should have said no to the hippie, actually. That's okay, though. The money's coming in, the popularity's going steadily, and the bigger the house, the more people we can fit in here. I might actually get Writer for a bit more popularity. I'm struggling a bit on that front. If I brought in a hippie and a Writer... No, it's a bit late for changing the deck. Let's just press on. Uh-oh. Question is, do I call the deck here, or do I let in others? We've got 3 things that can brick the deck. But we have many more than 3 things that don't brick the deck, so we're going to take a chance. There we go. See, thank you, Hippie. And then we're back to Bricksville. A little risky to press on here. Again, 2 things brick the deck, but there's so many things that don't. And there's one of them. Get out of here. Say no to trouble. Get all these useless people out of here. The more photographs I can take of my beloved rock star, the better everything goes. Should have used the scry ability on the dog, but I can't think of anything I'd get better than Wild Buddy regardless. Leprechaun is too expensive, I'm taking the ghost. Leprechaun makes money, but I was a little shy on affording him as an addition to my deck. I'm going to use you to kick out the trouble, so we're no longer in immediate trouble. Wasn't necessary, but we did it. You get kicked out. You 2 get kicked out. You get kicked out. Now we have loads of space. If we had Cheerleader, this would be a hell of a deck. Because the Cheerleader would refresh the photographer's ability and they could just keep taking photos, no problem. Gonna make a lot of space here. Going to regret making a lot of space here. There's no more trouble that can be added. These are the 5 draws that we have left, so we can continue drawing. And I can kick out useless people. The ghost is actually useless, but... yeah, I'll get rid of you 2. Cost me a bit of money, but that's okay. Because it's well worth it to take photos of this guy. Kick out the photographer, and there we go. It's coming together. Looking good-ish. So still risky to push forward. I think I'll call it here because I can afford another star guest with this, which is better than bricking. Don't want the cops being called on me, even though we have a lot of ways to get out of this. Actually, the only thing that can stop me here is this one slag. I'm sure we can pull without seeing her. Also, I can use the spooky ghost to get rid of that, and now we are at 0 risk of trouble. Perfect. Alright, now we just take more photos of our rock star. And consolidate everything down. Not afraid, because we cannot die to trouble. I don't really care about the additional guests coming in, but I do care about getting rid of actively bad guests, like photographers that have already done their thing. But I think the 1 is worth that. Nope, you're going. Goodbye. One and 2. Yeah, you 2 are going as well. Easy. Should be able to expand our house as well. And get a new track to listen to. Also, I can get Leprechaun. Nice. I love the money. Alright, 8 days left. And I still have a whole load to get. Right, this is good. I can get a double kill on the trouble. Now it's very unlikely we brick, but it still could happen. So I'm kicking you out as well. This is all safe. Sweet. Look who comes at the right moment to get to the paparazzi treatment. Take the photos and then remove photographers. I don't want to pay photographers. I don't want to look at photographers. You kick yourself out with the photographer, you just remove yourself. Get them out of my face. As seeded as Aspire runs, we lost a ton of early runs to loads of trouble. And we're not done yet. 7 days and we still need 2 more star guests and to draw them. It's going to be tight. However, I have every confidence. Why would I not? I don't care so much about Ticket Taker anymore. We're about getting popularity, so I don't mind. You can scry and then kick someone out before they even arrive in your your friendly abode. Now, here's the problem. The Rockstar isn't here. The Rockstar is of vital importance, so the security's going to kick itself out to make room for the Rockstar. There he is. All right, let's get those photos going. The Rockstar is our entire strategy here. And you only need one of them. He's like having a very strong card, like a heavily upgraded Searing Blow, or a low-cost Bludgeon, or a Hyper Beam, right? You don't need to add more of them. Just get the same one and keep drawing into it, is my sage advice. Still have ways to brick, but I do want to draw, so I'm going to kick out Wild Buddies. Still going to kick out Wild Buddies. Kick you out as well. Don't really want Ticket Taker. Certainly don't want these photographers costing me dosh. Kick yourselves out, please. And now we're good. Excellent. Oh, you know how it is. Sometimes the security don't. Sometimes the Rockstars don't want their security detail around. All right, forget what I said about it being tight. Unless we get some miserable draws, this should be game, set, and match. You are going to kick out the slag, and you're going to remove the useless security and the troublemaker. And that should be everything we need to gloriously succeed. Except it's no good if we don't see the security, see the Rockstar. So let's have spooky ghosts and securities remove themselves from the premise. He's not coming. Alright, we need to make space for him. Kick yourself out. Kick yourselves out. There he is. The hero of the hour has arrived. And I still have a photographer that I want. That photographer is worth kicking out 2 people for, so I take this photo, and then I get together with the photographers. We're not actually kicking them out. Security kicks people out, and wrestlers suplex them out. But Cupid makes 2 guests fall in love, and then they go and get busy, so what's actually happening is that the photographers are taking their photos and then getting lucky for the evening. Ew, getting lucky. Right, all good. That'll be plenty enough to buy our final spooky ghost. By plenty enough, I mean with 1 coin, 1 bit of popularity left over. And now we have our 4-star guests. If we draw them all in the same party, we win. And thanks to Cupids, we have a lot of deck control to make that happen. Cupids are so good. There's a reason they cost a staggering 8 popularity each. So we've got 2-star guests with the ghosts, 3-star guests. Now we need our leprechaun. Oh, the leprechaun's already here. Well then. You threw the ultimate party. This game is great. I'm not sure if it's my favorite in UFO 50, but it's the one I've played the most, and it's the one I keep coming back to in this collection. Current streak, 32. Love this game. Love a lot of these games. But you cannot make me play Combat Ants. This game sucks, man. Okay, very good. Do we have all of the downloading done for Satisfactory? It would appear that we do. Alright, let's get that going then. I better unplug the controller, since apparently Satisfactory now has controller support. I don't want it causing my controller to vibrate off the table. Despite turning vibration off, your controller still vibrates when explosions happen near you in Satisfactory. Combat Ants sounds fun until you play it, but it's a miserably slow RTS game. Truly miserable. There's bound to be someone out there that loves Combat Ants, but it's not me. Something I wanted to do was a community run of UFO 50 where everybody, well, not everybody, but, you know, there are 50 games, so we get 50 people to each pick a game and play through it. Or if we can't get 50, some people play multiple games. But the game isn't exactly cheap to get, and I didn't fancy buying 50 copies to give away. So I reneged on the idea. Plus, UFO 50 has kind of had its time in the limelight by now. You ever play Bombay? I've never heard of Bombay. Right, looks like our version has updated. Could somebody give me the TLDR on what this update actually was? What can we expect from this update? It was mentioned earlier, but you better believe I've already forgotten. 1, 2... Wait, whoa! It auto-did all 4 instead of me clicking through them. Wow. The advancements already. Now, if they could only have increased the distance at which the flying thing takes effect, that would be grand. 50 games for 50 viewers over 50. Oh man, there's no accounting for taste, is there? And it remembers that I had this on blueprint mode. Wow, there's no end to how good this changes. Except you don't want to attach here anymore. Yeah, okay, now we just single click through it. I wonder if there are going to be some hideous downsides to this. Okay, that's got to be good enough. Bring it over here and we're good. I don't want to cut all this stuff down when I could just blow this stuff away. When I could just blow this stuff away. So let's go and bring that oily stuff over here. They fixed your ugly... What, you get ugly pipes? My pipes are beautiful. I can't believe the attitude some people here are having today. Now, where is that oil? Normal and impure. And at the rate they flow, it should be fine just to mix them together into a single pipe. Is that right? It might be right. Production, not refinery. Oil extractor. I used to really like tractors. Schlooping it up into the maximum to get 300 out of normal, and then we'll get 450 out of the impure. Am I looking at the impure right now? I would dare to say that I am. Noodly pipes are fine. Feels a damn shame to schloop this thing, to shard this thing up when it's only doing 150, but I didn't want to touch the pure node in case I needed that for later. Make all this pipe network, and we're only using one of them, but in the end, we were going to be we're going to be blueprinting our pipe work coming over here anyway, so why not just use the good one? Why not indeed? Alright, get down there. Don't worry about it going through the land. We're digging through the land. I don't like the idea of digging through my own machines, though. So you're going to fill up with oil? Nice. Better get back before it's all being wasted. Why are we combining pure and impure oil? The oil itself doesn't have a purity issue. It's just the node, and that determines how fast you extract the oil. It's still the same crude oil coming through the pipes here, which we're about to refine into rocket fuel. I would say we have all the ingredients, but there was one vital ingredient that we're missing in all of this. And that, of course, is water. I hesitate to think how much water I'm going to need for this, so I won't think about it. We'll just build up the stuff and then we'll add water as needed. Yeah, all the goods are here, all nice and set up. Of course, they need to be brought over to here, but that's my problem. One wonders if I should have it piped over, since this is all just setup phase area. I wonder if I could do that, actually. If I had you like so. Preferably going in the right direction. Actually, could I maybe even just snap you to the blueprint like so? And then even just do that. Why does it look like you're going up? Trick of the light. I'm impressed at how it remembers this. Very impressed. In fact, it feels like it's largely just fixed the issue that I was having before, which I'm grateful for. Also gives me a much more aligned way to bring the power over. Save me having this ragtag of cables over here. This is the first part of the factory that doesn't look like trash. Oh, I spoke too soon. What, because there's nothing here? Don't worry, we're going to add stuff. Well, there is something here. There's a far too vast array of power stores. And how are they looking anyway? 15% on the second batch, 27 on the second batch. Very good. No, it's all nice and uniform with foundations and a nice wee view. Yes. Not off into the sky like a sky factory. Okay, first thing we have to do is turn this crude oil into heavy oil. We're going to use a heavy oil residue, which doesn't need water, thankfully. I'm bringing over 450 crude oil. So that's 15 heavy oil residue machines. Seems fine. These are refineries, right? Didn't I make a refinery array? I think I did. Look at that, refinery array. However, it's set up for solids and liquids. That's okay, because we don't need to use the solids part. I can just slam this thing down and be happy. Get broadband. Get happy. Is this really what I want, though? Think about what you're doing for 5 seconds here. I think that's the entry point. Yes, I guess so. I don't have a problem, per se, with this. Ooh, did they fix the connectivity for this in the blueprint? The connectivity of... Why does that seem to not actually go together the way I want it to? Ah, that certainly goes together better. Yeah, do they fix the connectivity of the vertical belts? Is that a thing that they decided to do? There's no mention of it, okay. Well, I guess we're rebuilding this. Well, we don't need to put belts on this anyway, this is all fluid. So no need to concern ourselves with it. Alright, so we don't need to concern ourselves with the fact that we have set up for physical goods, or rather, solid goods. This is going to be set to heavy oil residue. Don't need to shard it up at all, although I built 16 and I only need 15. What is 15 divided by 16 times 100? 93.75. That's hardly much of a power saving, but it'll be slightly more than 6% power saving, I think. Can't wait to discover I've done something wrong here, like put these things the wrong way around or not being able to count to 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm as amused as you are. I wonder if the head lift was okay on the pipe work, though. It's entirely possible that coming over here brought the pipe a little higher than they could manage, but I think I'll be fine. The head lift is quite generous for the extraction phase. You're all linked up, except these parts need to be additionally linked up. It's a non-trivial problem, I get it, but I still feel like you could come up with a way to make these auto-connect. Factorio solved it by allowing things to overlap, of course. Very handy. You have oil in the pipe. Yeah, that's not a sign about the head lift working well, though it can certainly affect the throughput, I believe. Right, so now out comes that, but I will have to add in the polymer resin output here, which means I need to build you and then connect you. It's sad, but at least it's one thing out of many things that we would have to otherwise do if we didn't blueprint this. There was a YouTube comment that suggested that I built these wrong initially. That when I built the blueprint I didn't do the conveyor belts correct, and that's why it didn't work in the blueprint. I'm not sure if I believe that, considering that I did it, what, like 16 or 8 times in the blueprint, and I would have gotten them all wrong? I'm not willing to believe that. Also, it didn't work for another blueprint I made, so... Also, it snaps into the lift here, so I am convinced that I am not in the wrong here. I could be, though. Right, awesome sink, because I don't want to deal with the resin. Awesome sink, go here. Resin sinking, go there. What's the resin rate? It's 18 per minute times 16 machines, 288, so this belt will have no problem taking care of that. Drink it up. So there won't be any backup issues with resin. And all this heavy oil is now coming out and needing to be refined into... hang on, how much of this stuff is coming out? 37.5 times 16, 600. That is perfect for this pipeline, so I don't need to flush that anymore. But I do think when making diluted fuel, yeah, I need double the amount of water. So I'm going to need 1,000 water per minute. So we're going to split that into 2 loads of 500, which are going to go into 2 different belts. And that's also done in a refinery, right? No, it's done in a blender. Will it blend? Do I know how to make blenders? Yes, because I stocked up on computers and I automated every other thing this needs. So, blender, go here. Hang on, blenders. Maybe I should make a design for the blender. Blenders are certainly Xbox huge, aren't they? But what in this game isn't? Do I want a generic blender setup? Or do I want to... That is disgustingly large. Absolutely disgusting. Auto-connect will go a long way here, but... I think... I'm starting to wonder if having 2 of them is even worth it for blueprinting together. I think it'll be fine, though. It better be fine. Not sure I've ever had to make it with 2 fluid inputs before, but it shouldn't be hard. Couldn't imagine it being hard. We just have one of them come out fairly regularly. I wasn't sold on the blueprinting in this game initially, but I've come around on it. It is indeed in line with you, so I can just have you guys come together. Tell you what though, I'm not leaving myself enough room for this, am I? No, I think I'll have it come out a little bit more so that this can be modified for solids as well. With that in mind, I probably want something like yonder and yonder. Oh, of course, these aren't going to save, are they? They'll probably be messed up like everything else. Alright. I'll leave it like that. I can sort out the finer details later on, when I actually need to start making this with solids in mind. But we're not doing that right now. Alright, halfway down this thing. But then what about this part? I guess I can just do the same but be higher up, right? I don't see why it couldn't. That is quite awkward in how it moves around there. I've finished 1.0 twice now without blueprinting. It's kind of awkward. It doesn't build at a scale that makes it feel efficient. I guess the auto-connecting surely helps with that. Surely, he says. This doesn't feel like it wants to snap in a good way, but what I could do is have you just come out and go up. Could I have you come out to the same amount? Yeah, I believe I brought you out this far, and then if you just go up... Doesn't have to be far up, though. That seems fine. And then I can just add the same bit on here. No clipping. Same bit to bring the water across on. It doesn't seem like a problem. Can't wait to find out how it is a problem. That'll be fascinating. And then have you out so that auto connection shouldn't be much of a problemo. I think it was fine with the pipeline support still being there, so that's okay. I believe I had you here, and then coming up to here. Suddenly realizing a problem with this. The problem is maybe I should have considered using the raising belt, the raising tube things, the things I have right here. Unfortunately, they don't go very high. Oh, but maybe that's in line already. Maybe I'm a bigger genius than I thought. Yeah, look at that, it even fits over one of these existing ones. That's phenomenally good. Well, that seems good. Not even in Clipsville. So, water in one, heavy oil in the other. I can manually trim it when we're halfway through them. I needed how many of these, by the way? We're making fuel. I need 12 of these. Bigger genius than I thought. That's a clear buffer overflow. That's right, I was talking about bringing buffers over here for the fluids. Guess I didn't do it, so it's fine. It's all produced at a steady rate anyway. The pipes themselves are buffers after all. Give you much needed power. No point in setting recipes, we can do that later. And then the output, well, what about the output? In this case, the output is just fuel. So maybe there's not much point setting it up for inevitable failure by making other kinds of outputs. Maybe I shouldn't even have this here anyway. If I need to make this with solids, I can just load this blueprint and then add the solid stuff, perhaps even depending on what is being made. But for now, this should be called no solid blending. And yes, the output is just a very basic, very basic single tube coming out. Bit of a shame, I like it when my pipes kind of stick up in the air. But I guess that's not what we're building today. Don't you get all noodly to me. And you were coming out to halfway point on this one. Alright, jolly good. Definitely fat, definitely going to be long. But it shouldn't be difficult to scale up, especially with all the water production that we're going to have all the way around you. So let's just say that this is blender no fluids. Sorry, blender no solids. Easy. Perhaps too easy. Alright, very good. Set up the blenders. Hopefully it doesn't do any auto-connecting shenanigans with these ones. I guess we're about to find out. Blend her, no solids. Also, you get out of my way. And I can't help but feel there's also something going on here. What do you even do? Get out of here. Everything else here works fine without you. They're connected in other mysterious ways. Blender. No need to blueprint or even auto-connect. Just default. Leave myself a bit of space on the side here. It'd be nice if you aligned nicely with the foundation, but that's not necessary. Actually, that's kind of nice. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. That's okay, I suppose. Oh, I don't like... Oh, that lining up's fine. Actually, is that lining up fine? It's okay. Right, now, if I were to connect you here on... I keep pressing E to switch the type, but it's R to switch type. If I have you here on auto connect, preferably the correct way around, are you going to throw a hissy fit? Looks a lot like you won't, except you do, because you really want to connect to our friend over here. It's showing that connection, which is good. How do I not have this part? Like, I don't want this part. Could I turn off the mode for that? No. Should I be further away? Maybe. Space is plentiful, so there's very little reason to actually keep you very close by. The fluids in the pipes aren't going to be complaining after all. We'll do default auto-connect and hope that it doesn't decide to auto-connect. Like here. And then it doesn't auto-connect. Good. Very good. Even better when I put you the correct way around. How many of these did I say I'd need? I have forgotten, successfully. Fuel. Diluting fuel. I guess I need 12 of them. So I'm making 600 heavy oil residue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess I'll make 16 and underclock them. They look like they're going to be expensive bad boys to run in terms of power. Oh, yeah, they are. Okay, good. Let's try and limit that a bit then. It's not like they're too difficult to make. Although they cost me vital computers. And I suppose it's not too bad of a thing if they connect on the other side. I'm going to need the power over here, by the way, or else I cannot fly. And I want to fly. Bring the power over here. We're going to need it for fluids. And get powered up. Yeah, if space isn't a concern, I got no problem just building more of these and then underclocking them. But it is a bit of a question. How are you going to connect up when I do you like so? Questionably is the answer. That might be okay, though. Although, what if I just don't have auto-connect on? Yeah, I don't want to manually connect these things. But that might be better. Besides, think of the fuel coming out of here. How much fuel are we even making? $600 per line, so I do not want these connected in the first place. That's a good sign. Get that there, and then just move it back a touch. Actually, it's the wrong way around. There, and back a bit. Back a considerable bit even. And then hopefully you will auto-connect to yourself and not to others. Good. Good. The only thing I feel foolish for is not actually connecting these things up into the sky. I like it when machines are stacked on top of each other. Hang on, is that a Mark 1? Egads. How did that even happen? I do wish I could just delete Mark 1s from my building options at all. Gotta fix that on the blueprint as well. Good God, what are you doing? Quite zen at this point. It'll give you very relaxing music when you're out here in this part of the world. And there we go. Now, what percentage are these things running at? I've built 16. I only needed 12. 75%. Shouldn't even need to think about that, but I did. 75%, please. Copy and paste, paste. Paste, paste, paste. You feel like a Xenonaut? Oh, don't bring that up. When I see some of my comments on YouTube, it can be on old videos and they take me back. In fact, just this morning, I saw one on State of Decay and filled me with that feeling of, couldn't I go back and play a bit more State of Decay? But there's nothing left to do in that game. The perennial problem. Okay, bring over that heavy oil residue. Nothing fancy, just bring it along. And I also need it at the other side. Keep things simple by elevating our minds like airplane glue. Are they maximum heighted? I think they are. And then we've gone Guru. Good, they all get their heavy oil residue, and then it's a case of bringing in the water. Hopefully there's no problem with the water elevation going up to there. There might be, though. Come to think of it, why did I even elevate it in the first place? All it does is get in the way like that. Foolish, foolish. Somehow thought I was doing future JK service there. Absolutely didn't. Right, water numbers. Yeah, still wait. 6 years later, still waiting on State of Decay. It's 600 a pop. So that's 6 of these underclocked to 100. I can do that easy. We've got tons of space for it. So bring me the water extractor. One, two, three. dear, oh dear. Come on, 5, 6. I have something resembling a brilliant idea here. Where's that power I was bringing out for water? Here you are. Prefer to leave myself with future options here, not to mention you don't even have the capacity to do the others. 1, 2, 3. Underclock these to produce only 100. And yeah, I could make 12 and have them very heavily underclocked, and that would be decent savings on the power. I wonder if there's someone out there mad enough to underclock everything to just 1%, builds 100 times more than he needs, and gets those power savings. If you wanted to do a 100% run, I think you'd have to do it like that. I mean, a true 100% run where you get the maximum out of everything. Not happy about that. You got anything that doesn't clip? Don't want to be part of the clipper factory here. So I'll do it like this. Looking good. Looking damn good. Now we need this again. There we go, they should have something resembling memory of the setting they had before. Good. That's all they could conceivably need. The water's so leaking through my concrete. How can this be? Alright, they're all going. They're chomping away at the ingredients, making me all the fuel that I need. And that fuel gets made into the rocket fuel. Now, what's the ratio with that one? I believe we decided on a number of these that we need. And we were sulfur locked, so it's 12 of these guys. 12 of them, and they're blenders that do take solids. So when I was saying blender no solid, what I meant was I do need to make it with the solids in after all. Clocking down should always reduce power in my opinion, but become less efficient the further you get below 100%, says Luxshaden. But then why would it be worth it? Space is not an issue. The resources they cost are not an issue because almost everything in this game is infinite. I'm not sure what the better solution would be other than the solution that we have right now. Is that gonna work, or are we gonna have weird things with this? No, that's pretty much exactly how I'd want it. Just goes up by 1, 2. I fear I've not given myself enough space to bring this out the way I'd want it. At least it seems nice and dense. Yeah, maybe I should have built it so close to the edge. I think I can still work with this. Surface too uneven. Yeah, that seems just the bare minimum of what I need to work with. Provided I can get a stackable conveyor pole built right here. No, I cannot. Crumbs, I'm 1 unit away from greatness. Or am I? Yes, yes I am. Ooh, I don't want to build everything a little bit further out. However, do not despair. When you have a problem like this, what we do is we go and we save this as Blender with solids. And we clear the blueprint. And we make the blueprint once again in the same place as before. Wherever that was. I don't know, there-ish. We're never getting anything on the other side anyway. I think I had it lined up like so. Yeah, that seems about right. And then we just nudge it. Donk. 1 over. Yeah, maybe 2 over. Although I'm starting to wish I'd used these parts. Maybe it did use those parts. And then I can get my stackable conveyor pole where I deserve it. Which is probably right here. There we go. That's all we needed. I might keep that stackable conveyor pole there. It does look nice. Just tie the whole thing together. And I don't think I need this space for pulling anything to or from. Also, it allows me to do this, doesn't it? Oh yeah, that's neat. That is really neat. I like that. I like that a lot. Then I need only have you along here in a similar fashion. Was going from the wrong end here, wasn't I? There you go. Ignore that clipping. That's part of how we operate here and fix it. I suppose I could have it curve around it, but eh. Alright. Pretty neat. Pretty neat and tidy. I won't need to care about solid output, will I? This doesn't make solids, does it? No, it does. It makes compacted coal. So I will need to set up an output, but that's trivial to do. Yeah. It's part of the charm. Right, you're not a splitter though, you are a merger. Every time I set up the mergers and the output, I've regretted the direction that it goes in. But generally speaking, I want it coming towards where the input goes in. Although I think that's what I thought before and I've been dead wrong in the past. Oh, hang on. How do I deal with you around this? Actually, the stackable belt stuff, the stackable conveyor poles will go over this. So what I could do is just have you here. Says it clips, but that's a lie. And I got no time for lying liars who lie. I like this. It's really neat the way these stackers work. I haven't seen much use for them, but when I do use them, I always feel very satisfied. Just the way that the belts fit through them, the pipes fit through them, it's all just so sheen. God, kind of makes you want to bite into those bolts. I can't be the only one feeling that. Okay. Falling asleep on the job, Acronymus. Good lord. That was the forbidden move in security. Alright, this seems agreeable to me. What is this called again? Blender. Blender with solids, right? I should have loaded something for this, or saved it quickly. And will it blend? Good. Alright, and now I can set this up without a care in the world. Change the power pole. Oh, good catch. I completely forgot about the power pole. Yeah, I'll fix that on both of them right now. Mark 1s are just disgusting. Eventually, I'll probably think Mark 2s are disgusting. But they're nowhere near as disgusting as Mark 1s. Alright, there we go. Get that saved, I don't care, and then load up the one that has no solids. And then further get you upgraded. And then resave. It's not really 4, 7, 10 though, because 2 are always used up with connections to and from. So really it's going from 2 to 5 to 7, and that 2 to 5 is enormous. 5 to 7 is a bit more bleh. Well, it's not 5 to 7 then, it's 5 to 8, isn't it? I can count good. Recht. Along comes the fuel. I will need the solid goods coming over, but that's easy. I'm sure I'll find a way to trivially bring those over. Let's give ourselves the space that we need. Dark Young can continue to bite his bottom lip at how well I sort out my factory. If I needed to double production, it would be trivial to bring you out over there. Another 2 stacks of you here. And whatever I build here, I need to have space to double it as well, because doubling this is on my mind. It wouldn't be difficult. If my power concerns grow to the point where I do need twice of this, this is the easiest thing I can double, because everything's already set up for it. The water is ready. The fuel is ready. The only thing I would need to do is grab that pure sulfur and 1 normal bit of coal. Boom, done. Even the nitro is already set up. The question might be, why not just double it now? And the answer is, I want to build... Well, that's not... I'm building here, right? I want to produce goods. So leave this space. This space is holy ground. That space is holy ground. So how are we setting this up? Here's the pipeline. Both of these pipelines contain 600 fuel per minute, so dedicated 1 each. The nitrogen is over there, but we'll bring that over. So it's just a case of build, build, build. Blenders with solids. Default, auto connect. Which side is input? I find that so hard to tell at a glance. It's unreal. I'm looking at the output. Now I'm looking at the input. How can I tell them apart? Input side has the power pole. That's an easy way to think about it. Alright, just start it up here, probably somewhat in line with this. And begin. How many of these do I need again? I think it's 12. That looks pretty flush. It doesn't like it. What in the world is it saying it clips with? Let us investigate, make sure it's actually working fine. I'm hard-pressed to spot a problem here. These, as per usual, don't work. Yeah, so I think I need to go to my blueprint and not include those for now. Oh, that's so tragic, man. I don't want it. I don't want to... can't believe this hasn't been hotfixed. Is this actually a problem on my end? How could they release a fix that doesn't deal with this? It seems like a massive deal. Test them out quickly? No, we can tell just by looking at them they're not working. They're not attached to the machines. One glance at that tells you this is not a connection. Yep. And it wasn't mentioned in the patch notes either, so maybe they don't know about it, or maybe it's too big of a deal to fix. Anyway, we're going to be building a bunch of these, so the blueprint will have to not include it for now. Bah humbug. Bah humbuggery. Alright, load, blend it with solids. And just grab all of those conveyor belts. Should only be 6, right? 4 on that side. 2 on this side. And then save that. Saves me on deleting these. And if I need to fix it, I can fix it in the blueprint when Coffee Stain fix it. Fix it. Thank you for your service, DDR beta tester. No, I thought I got away from this life. Curiously, if I copy this, it will copy the new saved one, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing conveyor lifts and all of this. That's good. Default, auto-connect. And this time it doesn't show clipping issues, but you're the wrong way around. Now you still do. Probably something to do with the closeness of the belty things that I have. 2, 4, 6, 8. And I needed how many of these? I think I said 12. I can underclock them, that's no big deal. Yeah, I got no problem underclocking. Build more and underclock them. Although that does mean more of them that I have to fix. But I can deal with that. That's why we're called Fix It. You can take the man out of QA, you can never take the QA out of the man. In a sense, feels like just about every game I play I find some kind of weird shenanigans like that. Do I just extend you in this direction, or do I have 2 of you together like this? I think I have 2 of you together like this. Let's just make sure that you're so far enough away to not do fancy crap, and I do want output on that side, so it's fine to have you slightly reversed. Dong, dong, dong. Alright, that's fine. And then in we Indiegogo. I bet the direction of goods is going to be a problem with this. Like the flow of them somehow. Just wish I could mirror instead of rotating. Is that too much to ask? I wonder if I could have just extended them out in one direction. Might have been neater just to have it go way off into the sunset like that. But then it becomes more of a pain in the arse to double. At least doubling this out into the sunset only brings it out yay far instead of 4 times this distance. This is fine though. This part of the music really puts me in mind of RimWorld. I think it's that wow sound. Feels like it should be playing that muffaloo music. RimWorld. The question comes up often. No, I've no desire to play any more RimWorld at this time. Anomaly was didn't really add anything to the game. 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8. 16 of them, once again, underclocked to 75% because we're only needing 12. And these are for rocket fuel. Nitro rocket fuel. Yeah, that's the one we're using here. Much more efficient alternative to coal. Yes, yes it is. Much, much more efficient. Take that, clock it down to 75%, pass the savings on to the customer. The follow-up of this game being some kind of business management sim where you gotta sell fix-it goods. How could it go wrong? Setting up supply chains in a much more macro sense, using alternative recipes as a way to undercut costs? Or am I just too thirsty for an economic game? Because I feel like I have been starved for that for a long time. Let's get those inputs then. Each line is going to want the output of regular fuel, which is you. You're filled to bursting. But it's not just that, it needs the gas. The gas should go up top since gas has no concerns about head thingy. Also, you shouldn't be there. You should be feeding into here. You, on the other hand, let's get a straight... No. Let's get one thing straight. Let's do it like that. You should be elevated to make space for other things that come through here, I reckon. Because I am going to have belts that come along. Wait, but the belts are already elevated. Once again, my decision to elevate pipes was poorly thought out. The heart was in the right place, but that is not something that Fix-It measures. And I'm sure my performance review's coming up. There we go. So now you should all start getting your regular fuel. And there we go. Next comes the gas. And I'm actually quite glad I left myself all the space between the machines because it's going to be very easy to bring that gas over. Tarkin might be back in 4 hours. Good luck, Tarkin. He's venturing into the very back of his freezer to find his very best ice cream. Do you like ice cream? Contemplating how best to bring this over. Starting to wish I did a non-foundation version of the pipeline, which I could easily just fire it up and have no foundation underneath it, so that I could bring it over to there. But I want this space for... Actually, this space is completely unused. Worth noting that I only need 1.5 pipelines worth of this stuff over there, and I have 3 right now. How does one bring this over? Sloppily? Yeah, sloppily. Sloppily is fine. This whole space is for sloppy things, so that's fine. And let's line you up dead center like so. And we know these can go along 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By we know, that means we confirmed it, right? Of course we did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Except we're going to cut it back because this thing's going to need to turn right about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoa, he's got it. We might not even enter the Clipper factory. Although that will be doubly the case if I can do... Do it like that. How dare that be slightly off-center, but I didn't want to be accused of clipping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And at this point it can be branched off over there nice and easily. Alright, very good. This is much easier to link up though. I can float to my heart's content and it's all very uniform. since I brought all of the nitrogen gas over, I don't even need to worry about balancing it. Just take all of one, half of the other, and then we leave half of one and one full pipe worth of nitro gas to be used for further use. That's a no, by the way. Clipping or ugly pick. Well, I'm pretty happy with what I've made here. Your words cannot change my happiness here. Although I'm sure that won't stop you from trying. Young's just unhappy because I didn't do Slay the Spire today, despite alluding to the fact that I might do it. It was never a promise. The schedule said Satisfactory first, and frankly, after yesterday, I was really excited about finishing off the bus foundations and beginning automation of actual goods. And I reckon there's plenty of time today to get that done. Would have missed it. I was like, oh, did you want your teethies out as well? Feels good, no? Satisfying pop. Alright, there we go. The gas, she is a-flowin'. Esca-flowin'. Of course, the sulfur and the coal have to come over as well. Surely this stream will get a factory. What is this if not a factory? We're taking raw goods, we're processing them into processed goods. Oh, it's all coming together. Maybe we don't want an answer to that. Right, could I perhaps bring you over then? Make my life a little easier for connecting you up. Seems to work pretty well when we do this. I wonder, if I put you in here, are you going to be kind enough to line up with my existing... No, being kind is too much to ask. However, I can get you kind of there. And actually, that's really all we need, isn't it? Don't need any of this other nonsense. Just going to make your way over there, and now you should have the gas. Gas, gas. Yes, you do, and you love the gas. And this is bringing in considerably more gas than these suckers need, but they'll take it anyway. Is that true? They're each going to use 2/3 of what we need. 2/3 of this, 2/3 of this, and then 3/3 are here, leaving me with 4/3 total. And 4/3 used. That's fine. I had accounted for this, even if I didn't realize it. 1, 2, 3, 4, no, 5, 6. I want to fly. There we go. All the fuel is here if I want to siphon it away anyway. Need you over here. Not really a big deal. Just bring you up a touch. And I guess I'll use the top one. No, I'll use the bottom one. There we go. Because people rising from the bottom to the top has got to stop. And then the final coup de grace, bring over sulfur and coal. Half on one side, half on the other. Except I've already got the coal coming in on 2 different belts, so we just bring them over. Seems simple, seems even trivial. And look at that, it can fit underneath this. In fact, you could even say that I prepared accordingly with this blueprint. Could. Maybe even still will. Yeah, and it's easy just to, if I want to, just siphon it off with some kind of splitter or just trim it off and move it over. Excellent. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't wait to find out what problems I'm creating for myself. Don't blueprint auto-connect, but do auto-connect if you catch my drifter. Ooh, maybe don't auto-connect like that, though. It has things it wants to do, and I don't want it to do it. And that, I think, is going a little bit too high, and then a little bit too low, but I could half nudge it up. And then we're in the good place, as long as you align with yonder. No. Also no, but also yes. That's fine. Ah, crap, then I have to redo it because of things. At least you seem to be at the right level. It's trying to connect bleeding everything this time, isn't it? Why is it doing it this time? It wasn't wanting this for, You know what? The way this is going, it's easier not to have it on auto-connect. Just build, please. Trying to wonder if this was faster to just do manually. But this is where we are. It would take seconds to make this not look like garbage. You're welcome to show us how it's all done, young. Just like we're waiting to see how one wins effortlessly and slay the spire. I mean, if I'm going to be called numpty when I'm making my moves, surely the master of not being a numpty is willing to show us how it's done. I'm not actually willing to accept this clipping. You don't connect anything relevant. You do... And it's easily solved. There we go. No problems. Still no problems. Numpty is the tamest mockery I've got. Bless his cottons. Right. There's no need for those. They connect anyway. And we're going to bring it all over. Well, that's right. I've got 2 sulfur already. I split it early, didn't I? To bring it over with relative ease. And now I can still bring you over. And this time I can quite happily use auto-connect. Could I use blueprint auto-connect? Is such a thing even possible? Would I want to do such a thing? Possibly. But I don't necessarily want to connect it to the existing blueprint like so. I want to do it like so. Because that way I can connect you to here. And then all is extremely well. And I want this done straight, you hear me? Straight as a pretzel. A Polish pretzel. And these are all ready to be upgraded if I do indeed bring in the extra sulfur and coal. The coal could be brought in as just another Mark V line. The sulfur I would upgrade both of these existing lines for. Yeah, I won't put that in just yet. Nice to see the goods flow, though. It's coming together. Can't wait for this to all start up and find out what critical mistakes I've made. I also need to actually design the power factory. It is a factory. It produces power. Power is a good, I think. It's certainly good. Now, this is input. 1 is for sulfur, 1 is for coal. How far can these things go anyway? Oh, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I'll do it like so. Is that centered like that? pretty much. I believe it just goes up by 2, right? No, it actually goes up by 3, and they need the second and third rung. And don't worry, it knows the direction it's meant to go. You, of course, pose a bit of a problem, but only a bit of a problem. Maybe a bit more than a bit of a problem. Because it's not so trivial to bring these things up, is it? Or is it? Brainwave. Couldn't I introduce a splitter right on top of you? It knows it's in line there, huh? And then have it come up like so. Nick's taking another dig at the game. No, we're not doing undergrounding here. Alright, there we go. Have that come on over, and then we can do similar treatment for the coal. Just sneak your way. Oh, that is so cozy. I've never clipped in my life, but that is cozy. And then in comes the coal. It's taking half of this, but in all honesty, it's taking 100% of this. But when I double it, then this half will be actually half. And then the rest can come down here. Yeah, not convinced we can belt braid in this game. What's your problem, though? Why are you not taking it? Because I never set these up, of course. That would be too much to ask. Oh, I don't like the way that doesn't like it, but maybe it will. Okay, good, it flows in. Whew, I was worried about that. Untested, and I did not want to have to rebuild this. It's okay, it snaps in after all. Said it before, say it again. Shout out to the blueprint thing for being broken in 1.1 experimental. But the really broken thing here is me, for choosing to play experimental. I saw the features and I felt an excitement I haven't felt since back playing EU3 beta branches. I swear we haven't broken Japan in this patch, they say. And you know it's a lie. But you believe it anyway, because it's what you wanted to hear. Still wish I could mirror these designs. These goods are not going to flow the way I want them to. In fact, this stuff is all flowing the wrong way. Meaning I'd need to take this around. I don't want to. Do I have a way to change the flow of this? I could delete all of these and remake them. I'm just questioning if that's more or less effort than just dragging the goods down this way and then feeding them back in. Alternatively, I could also run the goods down here, branch them across and take them over. That could work. I struggle to see a good reason why it wouldn't work. Yeah, we got all this dead space here after all. I mean, Dead Space is a good game, but I replayed it not that long ago. Certainly feeling the age. All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. No, we're still good. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello, water. It's okay. Fix-It stuff is made to not rust. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't even actually know if the belts have a limit of range like that. If this is going to be moving up, this could be a bit of a problem. So in the interest of it not being a problem, I'm going to elevate you further. I'm going to try to elevate you further. There we go. Let's go 2 higher, shall we? I have no problem introducing a space here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then hopefully, you can feed into here. And you can feed into here. That is all flowing the right way, of course, right? Can't imagine why it wouldn't. Yeah, we can definitely have longer belts than pipes, is what I'm getting at. I still remember you commenting that EU4 game in the castle. You were so good at it. I hope you don't mean playing, because I don't think we played too well. At the very first one, it was me and Bjorn, and Bjorn blames me for horrible brain diseases that he'd had since, because at one point, I was really tired. All the commenting, the interviews, and the playing, I said, right, I'm going to take a nap. And I napped for 8 hours. And he was so stressed out playing the game, doing diplomacy and all that, whilst I was snoozing away. He never trusted me again, and he was right not to trust again. But yes, I love commentating EU4 runs. I love commentating other people kicking the crap out of each other. That's a general life need. It's on my hierarchy of needs, right at the top of the pyramid. Or maybe right at the bottom, the foundation of all my feelings. And I can get that many ways, but EU4 delivered it in a way that few other things can. Because I've been getting similar enjoyment out of doing our recent streams of... What's the game called? Something like Conquest of Ages? Something of Ages. Conflict of Ages? Ages of Conflict? Had a recent update with flags that I've been meaning to check out, but the game's modding support is not very great. It's kind of JSON-y. Which is a real term, maybe. Right, I need you in line with this. You don't want to be in line with this, but I can force you to be in line with this. By doing that, and then you will happily snap onto that. And then that makes it easier for you to come away like so. He's still never clipped in his life. That's why we won't do that. We'll do this. We don't look at the belts, by the way. Still glad you enjoyed it. I certainly did. And if the opportunity comes up to do it again, I will likely leap on it. That said, they tend to want me to be in Stockholm when it comes to Paradox-related things. They had an industry mixer recently, and I could not go. They wanted me to fly to Paradox. No expenses included, because, well, it's Paradox. They don't like doing that. I think they've gotten better at it, but who's to say? I don't work there. I don't get the internal happy haps anymore. Right. Why are you not working? You have all the goods you could conceivably need. You don't have space for your output. Well, that's a good problem to have. I think. Yeah, good. The compacted coal is piling up. Now, compacted coal isn't made at a particularly great rate, so there should be no problem at all in just feeding you together like that. The pipes are omnidirectional, however... wait, what? All this fuel is going to become a problem. Because the pipes can't handle it. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 150. That's 2. Actually, that should be fine. That should absolutely be fine. Wait, no it's not. The capacity isn't 900, it's 600. So I need both of the pipes coming out. I need to trim it in the center and then split it out accordingly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is not what we're looking for. 1, 2, 3, 4. Snip. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll need to handle this with care. Also, I need to connect these up, don't I? Yes, sir. We're almost done, though. We have the goodies. Now it's just a case of sinking the condensed coal. It's far too far away to bring over for the belt. Is it? Oh, hell yes. But also... I'm going to be having condensed coal made by a really conveniently located batch of sulfur and coal, which is near enough the main belt. I wonder if there are competing schools of engineering thought in the player base of this game. Those that don't care about clipping as long as it's as efficient as possible, and those who would never accept anything that even shows yellow on the clipping. If it ain't blue, it ain't good. Fortunately, we have tons and tons of space. We have all of this space with which to build our generators, although I have not calculated how many generators I'm going to need, because I don't know how long this stuff burns for. And it doesn't say how long it burns for. Once I've sunk the compacted coal, I should figure that part out. And I could just sink it right here. We've got this dead space anyway. So show me one awesome sink, please. And get in. Yeah, you're right. I'm not happy with that. Considerably happy with that. Get that clearance going. And of course, get you powered. And away goes all the coal. And I want my tickets. I've earned them after all. Can't wait to spend them on something trite like rocket fuel. Now these things are all backing up anyway because I've got all of this delicious rocket fuel, which I'm not going to ionize. We did have a look at ionizing the rocket fuel. Ionized? And whilst the output is phenomenal, it is a massive boost in output. What percentage boost is that? Almost 50% boost in power. It would need power shards, which are grossly incandescent to make. Maybe not too gross, but I feel like the throughput here isn't so great. 40 a minute. 40 incoming a minute. Yeah, I don't think ionized fuel for factories is the way forward, unless you have a great setup for power shards. It is nice, though. Anyway, the rocket fuel itself. Couldn't I compare it to the turbo fuel, which I already know the ratios for? No, because I've already forgotten the ratios for it. But it is going to burn almost twice as long. Ooh, the power you spend to make ionized is not worth it. I'm not convinced that's true. In fact, it can't be true because you can underclock it all the way down to 1% for enormous savings, so it will be worth it. But perhaps that's just looking at it in a power perspective, looking at it in a your sanity perspective. Neefington is probably correct, but I'm not one to trust Neefington because I always think of the Neefington we knew in RimWorld. And I don't want to think too much about him. He was a monster. A peg-legged freak of nature. Right, can we run some numbers here whilst we build the foundations of our empire? Our foundations which are increasingly becoming underwater. But that's okay, just aids with the cooling. So, let's build ourselves a fuel-powered generator. By the way, we're not done with fluid handling. We will be handling a lot more fluids, but we'll be doing it from the perspective of... Knew I'd regret having this at floor level. Now I gotta move all this stuff around you. Not hard though, because I'm fairly certain I'll have the headway to get above that. I mean, I could go under, right? Remove the foundation under and go through like that. Anyway, never mind. Mind this. Fill up with rocket fuel. connect yourself up to, I guess, any power, right? You'll still work. Definitely going to be turbo sharding these things. Rocket fuel does not have head lift. Yeah, but it should have enough pumping out to be able to clear a little hump like that. Yeah, I'm quite confident it'll be fine. I'm going to ask you to be quiet for a moment, because I need to take a swift water break. And I might actually shove something down my gullet that constitutes lunch, maybe like a rice pudding or something. So whilst you look at the glorious expanse of our power to be, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alright, much better. Surely my head is in the right place to figure out just how much of this I need to do. Alright, talk to me again. Good thing you don't have to actually make fuses. Okay, you obnoxiously loud device. You consume 10.42 rocket fuel per minute. What an odd number. 10.42. What are you, Uncharted? What? 4.17? Very well then. And how much of this stuff do I make? Currently I make 12 times... Okay, well forget it. I make 16 times 112.5. Damn, I make a lot of this stuff. 112.5 times 16 is 1800 of this stuff. Actually, there was an easier way to calculate that, wasn't it? I could have just taken the ratio here, because I know you get 1200 of this in, and we're getting 50% extra free. So yeah, 1800. So the question is, what is 1800 divided by 10 point... What was it again? 42? 172 reactors. A 172. Like, I currently have about 20. Do I have the gubbins for making this? No. I know the rate of these things being created will not quite reach those heights. Okay then. Don't worry about it, just do it. Do you have enough power shards? Yes, yes I do, but I might have to go back home and grab some. Should have gone nuclear, too late for that now. Also, I don't want to do nuclear. I mean, it's just the same amount of work, but different, right? Well then, let's see if we can design something here that will be somewhat compact and not unpleasant. Clear the designer, and we're making a new thing here. Just how many of these can we have? I don't even think you can fit 2 of them in this, though. That could be a problem. Power, fuel power generator. Looks like we can. Looks like we might be able to get 4 of these guys together. In a guise. Maybe even more than 4. Is that fine? Am I going to want it like this, or am I going to want them hovering over a single thing that comes down the center? Probably down the center treatment. So to that extent, I want my fuel power generators on the edge. Keep it simple, stupid. As long as you are in line with them and centered, then that's surely not a problem. The question is, what's the ratio for these guys moving around in terms of how much I can pipe? You can come all the way out to the edge, it's no big deal. I'll put you there though. If I go vertical, I'm going to have to start worrying about head lift. And since I have enough flat space, I don't think I should bother with that. Oh, I should probably bother putting these on... Nah, I won't bother putting them on foundations. I mean, maybe I should. But they don't need foundations. Yeah, nah, they can float on the water. These are very light, after all. Now here's a question. Can I actually go vertical if I wanted to? Let's not ask ourselves if we want to. Let's ask ourselves if we could if we wanted to. Nope. No, we cannot. Encroaches on the Blueprint designer max. Although maybe if we spaced it out a bit more, I think we could. Yeah. If we space these on the sides, we could actually stack them up like that. The savings here probably aren't worth it because it's going to have a bigger footprint on the ground and it will definitely require head lift, so that's a no. You don't need pumps for rocket fuel because it's a gas. Really? That's what you meant by no head lift. Ah, I see. I'm going to confirm that though. Wait, is there a place that I can check that? A highly impulse compressed gas fuel. As opposed to not being a gas fuel. Okay, so if head lift isn't a problem, maybe we can consider such ghastly things. Like a power tower. In that case, it's probably more dense to not have it like that. However, it would be nice if I had a setup for it, such that it could do such a thing. Why are you like this? There. The slight problem is that it doesn't give me a space to do it underneath. Alright then. Let's set it up that we can do power towers now that we know that head lift is not a problem. How do we do such a thing? By bringing you out and up. By bringing you out and up. Bringing you together. Deleting the supports. And then once again... having it like so. And then you can surely... What do you mean invalid pipe shape? Looks fine to me. What is your problem, eh? Oh, okay, that'll work. Need you coming up now, huh? Building pipes vertically. That's not good. It's definitely wiggling around a bit. How do I bring it up so it doesn't want to wiggle? I have ideas. I'm not sure if any of them are good, but let's do it anyway. No, I was thinking about doing something like this. I'm still thinking about it, though. Do you want to fit together? Far from it. I think the idea is sound, I just need this to be considerably higher. Could I perhaps put a foundation down underneath all of this? A foundation that goes way up into the sky. He flew up into the sky. I know I'm building way too many of these things, but whatever. And then away go the foundies. At least the ones on the ground. And then you could maybe not do that at all. Can't rotate you around the way I want to, but maybe I could if I put some thought into it. Thought along this line. And then you don't want to snap to this? You tell me you're not in line? You look very much in line. Still doesn't want to snap, though. Oh, hang on. I think it might. Might if I put you here, actually. It did before. It just absolutely hates me. Okay, alternative idea is not to do any of this, but instead to do the old trick that we did with the elevators. And that is, when in doubt, go for a hole. Oh, then we're cooking. They all seem to be the same, so I'm assuming this is nice and straight. If I delete the floor hole, I think I lose the pipe itself. So I guess we just keep that. It's safe in the knowledge it will go up anyway. Although I hope that auto-connects. What if it doesn't? I might be in trouble. But I think this might be okay. I mean, why wouldn't it? Alternative thought. Have you in this. Then I can delete you. And you. And the pipe remains. Oh man, that was more complicated than it had to be. So is this thing going to work along an upsy-downsy? I would dare to say it will. Let's give it a test drive. Also, how many of these things am I going to need? We're going to split them into 4. So what was it? 1, 8 divided by... what number do I have here? 10.42. 10.42... further divided by 4. 43 of them. And that'll leave to some excess. But I don't mind some excess because there's actually no problem if things back up a bit. Or I could add a little one at the end that takes the tiny little extra bit. I think the little extra bit is fine. So let's say it's 42, or let's say 43 plus 1 gimped one. I'm actually writing down the word gimped here. Gimped for 0.18618 per minute rocket fuel. Whether or not I can get that number, I don't know, but maybe. All right, 43 of these, sure. Put shards in them first. Excellent point. Yoink. That saves me going around and sharding all of these manually. Which does not sound like a nice thing to do, does it? Sharding. Pretty sure that has a meaning that I don't want to bring up. Right, so this is Power Tower. If only I could call it the Pizza Tower. This is a fuel powered generator. Save the blueprint. And then organize the blueprint such that it's in my occasional use thing, because there's no way we're making a lot of these. Edit, drag over here. Wait, that doesn't work. Drag over here and then drag to here. What a bizarre setup. Anyway, there we go. Not 43 of this. 4, just 43. Eh? We're getting some weird numbers in here. Anyway, whatever, I'm sure it'll be fine. Oops, why did I get rid of my number? That's fine, I already made a note. Let's start building then, shall we? Wait a second, what vital important did I miss? What vital item did I miss here? You're right, a power pole. Link it all up, please. That's not something that I want to do manually. I'm looking forward to all this stuff working. Seeing it all idle with the lines backed up doesn't feel good. Kind of gives you a melancholy when it happens in Factorio. Why is this here? That's because I used it to test out one of these, I believe. Okay, we have oodles of space, so we just get to work. It's under 9 for occasional. Well, I thought it was under 9 for occasional. What? Power tower into occasional use under this new category. Apply changes. And there's my power tower. Good. No need to blueprint, but I will need you to auto-connect. How will we even start this? Where's the fuel going to funnel in from? I like leaving this space in general. The further away we go, the happier I'll be. So around here seems fine. Good bit of distance. That seems incredibly fine. And we begin. And you will connect up nicely. Never wouldn't. And where's my power? What in the world are you doing here? There's some power. Let's just have the power innocuously over here. And then connect it up to all of this. And of course have them connect to each other. I don't want to start them out because they're really loud, but maybe I should before building tons of them. Yeah. Blueprint auto connect. Oh yeah. Oh, that's good. That's dangerously good. Is it the right way around? Kind of hard to tell. Isn't this thing symmetrical except for the orientation of the power pole? I guess I'll keep that in line then. Right, well. Got 16 to start ourselves with. Hopefully we still work fine without foundations covering our bottom. Now we're at 32, or we would be if I still had the goods. Yeah, as expected, we're short something, and that something is rubber. Let's not worry about that. The rubber can refuel whilst I jig everything up. Yeah, I can imagine rubber is not the only thing we're going to be lacking for this. Levitating isn't clipping, lest we forget. I suppose it doesn't really matter if the power poles orientate right or not. The power. I'm just thinking back to how much I manually wired up the initial power setup over in whatever this zone is called. But I didn't have a blueprint maker big enough to blueprint these things anyway, so it would have been all for naught. No fuel, no power, no problem. And that's 32 of them, right? 32, and I need 44. Actually, that's just 1, 2, 3 more of these blueprints and we're good. The only problem right now, I suppose, is rubber. But that rubber will come knocking. Look at it grow. If I really want the foundations underneath, I can trivially add that, but is it such a necessity, really? No, it's 43 blueprints, ha ha ha. Are there 43 blueprints? I divided it by 4 because the output's getting split into 4, as in 1, 2, 3, 4, because of the issue with the pipes getting too full. It wasn't divided by 4 because of the 4 that I'm using here, so do not pat yourself on the back for outsmarting me just yet. I'm sure your time will come, but it's not just yet. I should probably go and restock on the items that are needed to make all of these, because there's no point beating around the bush. We should just get this done while the going is good. Ooh, are you getting everything? Where's the rocket fuel go? Ah, the fuel comes in that way, the other stuff comes in that way, and this is where the rocket fuel comes out from. So I want that rocket fuel brought over here. Do you have the power to go above these guys? Of course you do. Clinical. And then I want you over here. And in time, these things should start activating. Hey! So is it 172 blueprints or 172 power generators? 172 generators. Well, 44 times 4 of my generators. Chalk up one more power tower. And how many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Doubled to 20, doubled again to 40. I only need one more of these. And notably, I need one of them gimped. Otherwise, we're going to run into problems here. So I need to take one of these guys at the end, remove this, and try and figure out how much to set it to. I can set target megawatts, but maybe I should consider that it needs to use... Jeez, Crivens, what am I thinking here? Instead of using 10.42 per minute, it needs to use 0.18 per minute. That sounds like 1%, but not quite. You know what, how about I do that with the front one? Because the fuel is manifolding right now, it'll take a while to get to the back. Well, maybe not that long. You there. I need you to be very, very, very low. Could you please use very, very little amount of fuel? How about 4%? 4% sounds good. Alright, so one of them on 4%. How about 4.1%? It's not going to rejig this number until it finishes one of these, is it? Alright, 4% is fine. Slightly not consuming all of the turbo fuel is much better than the alternative. And to be sure, these guys are making 112... 112.5 times 4 of them is 450. 450 divided by 10 is, yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got the right numbers here. So if we just do this for each of these, we're good. And if we need to double it, well, we've got all the space out here and up there with which to double. And the question is about pumping the gas up here. No, gas. It is a gas, so it does not require head lift. Why are these things not working, by the way? They're really backed up on rocket fuel. This thing's taken a while to chew through it. Jake, the 10.42 was rounded up. The correct value is 10.4175. Is that relevant? What was 10.42? That was the consumption rate. That's going to eat 485. Ah, hang on, no, you're saying that's the wrong number, right? It's actually 10... But that means it consumes less, right? So that's even less of a concern. It's okay to not consume all of this turbo fuel. Well, I'm sure it's fine. Besides, even if there's slight issues with this stuff turning down and turning back on, that's what we built a massive power array over there for, although it is something I would like properly fixed. Be nice if these things actually started working. Oh, right, these ones won't work because this is the only one I'm consuming from. Yes, of course. But of course. Yeah, I don't think the small difference will be of note. Right, what I should consider is grabbing all the goods so that I can build the rest of all of these things. So when I do this, what problems do I have? Well, I don't really have shard problems, but I should probably get that. Alright, I need a little shopping list here. I need to grab shards, motors. How many am I going to need anyway? Aside from all of them. I'm about to build this thing 10, let's just say 10 times 30 times. Well, 10 times 3 times, so 30 times. So I want 60, 30, I don't know. Get myself like 2k motors. Shards, just take all the shards, I don't know. That's only 12 shards. 12, 120, 300. All right, take 400 shards. Industrial beams. Take 2,000 industrial beams. Copper plate stuff. 165. Yeah, man, that's basically 3 times that. So take 6,000 of those. Rubber. That's a hell of a lot of rubber. It's like 5 times the amount of rubber there. Do I even have 10,000 rubber? I don't think I do. I can try. 10,000, is that really right? Maybe like 8,000 rubber should be fine. Quick wire, I need to take pretty much the same. Another 8,000 quick wire. Cables should be fine. Yeah, cables will be fine, plastic will be fine, concrete will be fine, iron will be fine, and tubes will be fine. So that seems easy enough to do. Let's just trivialize what we're doing here. You can use the in-game to-do feature with blueprints. Hey, look at that. Ah, but hang on, I can also say that I need a certain number of them. So I would like to do this 30 times. So it's more like 33, right? Very convenient. Thank you, Nix. Something had to activate the brain. Not that it's a bad thing to do a bit of mathematics using your own brain from time to time, otherwise it gets so rusty. We become ever reliant on the machines to do it for us. What happens when the certainty of steel is not so certain? Whee! I don't have my jetpack on. Hey! It'd be a bad time to discover that it wasn't full of fuel. It's okay, we have a way out. That's right. I blaspheme your certainty of steel. It's 2025. Use large language models to do maths. I'm told it's not large, right? The L means something other than large. Wait, why is the fog back on? Goodbye, fog. Ooh, actually, let's go and grab the copper plates while we're over here. Splat. Alright, copper plates. Copper sheets, rather. Wow, I buffered them. Whoa, I don't have a lot buffered. Can I just take the whole lot? Yes, but this isn't going to leave me with a lot of space for other things, is it? How does this work if I start dropping it? Ah, it counts the stuff in the dimensional toilet as well. That's clever. It's going to be a little bit painful. I'm going to need probably a bit more than that, right? Yeah, because if it isn't checked off, it isn't good enough. The rocket thrusters for grappling around made Just Cause 2 so fun. Did you have rocket thrusters in Just Cause 2? I don't recall that. I just recall the grappling hook and the unlimited amount of parachutes you could pull out of your bum. Hang on, the rubber was over there as well, but let's worry about that shortly-ish. Yeah, who needs 9 of these? Upgrade the belt to the toilet. A problem for future, Jake. Besides, we're going to stamp copper sheets probably up in our belt up there. Actually, given that it needs water, we might actually do that on the ground bit and then bring it up. I've not considered that yet. But yeah, this building operation puts a bit of stress on my extremely poor automation that we have back here. How much of this stuff do I need again? What if I just take it all? Are we good? No, we're not good. But maybe we will be someday. I need quick wire as well. Where do I do quick wire? Hang on. I might be good. Oh yeah, just steal from the toilet. Alright, quick wire. I want many quick wire. Fortunately, quick wire stacks very handily. Unfortunately, I don't remember where I make my quick wire. That seems promising. The beautiful hand feedery. I suppose, yes. I'm feeding myself by my own hands. I don't think rubber stacks particularly well. Rubber stacks to 200, so I'm going to need 33 slots for it, which I notably don't have. But this is a problem you'd be faced in this game in almost any way unless you set up very many dimensional toilets for everything. So I struggle to think of anybody who would build this kind of thing without going to such measures. Means it's going to be a trip back to grab the rubber as well, huh? That's okay though, that's what we have the blast cannons for. And my god, somebody really stacked up on quick-wire knowing he was going to need a lot of it. Who could this Herculean exemplar be? There we go. The motors might not be an issue, but I think they only stack to 50. I guess we'll be finding out soon. I didn't make a cannon here, did I? No, I could, but then I wouldn't make use of all this ionized rocket fuel I made. Actually, what I certainly could have done is an even non-powered launch pad. Right, so somewhere here in this skeleton and old base, things still function like Megatron. And it's you, isn't it? Oh, that's a problem. Oh, that is indeed a problem. This man never properly automated his motors. Well, properly. He had this thing going forevermore. Running at a blinding 100%. That's not bad. As long as the statters hold out. Wow. Well, these motors coming at a rate of 5 per minute and us needing 1,980 of them. I don't foresee any difficulty here. But I might just have to leave the goods that I do have in a chest over there for later. Motors you could let the toilet provide. You don't build that fast compared to its ability to upload. No, I think we have confirmed that motors are indeed a problem. Yeah, just have to be patient. That's okay, I'm plenty patient. I can make a bit of space for some rubbers like this. Just get rid of some garbage. Garbage. It's not quite garbage. Shove it in the toilet. My own personal toilet. Yeah, it stands to reason that stuff is automated. Wood, garbage. Old wires, garbage. That should be enough-ish space for... I'm not willing to chuck away those shards. Almost am, but not quite. Alright, there we go. Fill that up with rubber and then back we go. Although, like we said, the motors are going to be a problem. I could kindly ask Ada for a lot of motors, but that seems like a gross misuse of my coupons. However, do not fear. The initial power surge that we're getting here will be plenty to begin the proper factory, the real factory that will exist if you believe hard enough that it can exist. By the way, how's that automation of rocket fuel looking? That is not rocket fuel. Where did I even make rocket fuel? I think I was over at the old base. Jake's throwing out leaves, how far we've come. Yeah, I'd love to think that I could still be loyal to my biofuel, but those days ain't happening. Yeah, we doubled our capacity with just that, which is a good sign. I think we more than doubled it, actually. And we're about to more than double it again once we just wait several hours for many, many motors. Anybody run the numbers on just how long we have to wait for those motors? We're definitely going to have them properly automated before then. Give me all of these, please. That's still not anywhere near the amount of rubber that a man needs, but that's okay. No, I'm not going to bother changing anything in the original base. What I will be bothering with is actually automating proper motors. Proper mating. Don't I have a chute over here that would work even better? Oh, this is cool. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, yeah! Oh, it feels so good. And even this we can use, because we can get even higher, and it's very, very easy to swing ourselves around here. Exactly, that's in preparation for the roller coaster theme park that will totally be built. Nice how far away we can see the fuel factory that we built. It's also interesting to see what the draw distance renders first. Not the water flooding my factory, that's what. Alright, let's do as much as we can, although it won't be too much. And you're all running at 100%, right? Yeah, do you think this stuff's going to back up or be a problem? It's hard to tell. It's hard for me to tell. Right. Give me that, and let us have plenty of it. 1, 2. Easy does it. Easy does it. 3. 4. 5. 6. Looking at those motors and I'm not happy. 7. 8. 9er. Yeah, that's as far as one man can go without his beloved motors. I'm sorry, Ford, I've let you down. I wonder if I'm going to regret not leaving space between these. They don't have any egregious connections between them, do they? No, good. Slap a redundancy on this just in case I break something. It's happened before, it will happen again. Yeah, just slay the spire for 5 hours while it builds up. That'll be what we do tomorrow. And there'll be no evidence that I'm just running this game in the background. Alright, there we go. Now I need only bring over the fuel for you. Who gets the privilege? You're bringing that over for you. I would actually like it if you brought it over. I'd like it a lot. Mostly because I really like using these stackable pipelines. I just think they're neat. How many is that anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I get stackable things that don't actually have anything on them already? Like an empty stack. I suppose the ones for belts look empty. I just don't like the look of this. It makes it look like they've not got... like they've not been utilized properly. It's called a stackable thing. But I guess stackable conveyor pole's the closest thing I have. Yeah, it looks a lot better. But what if I need this? Like, it's got plenty of lift. I might be able to make use of it down the line. Recht. What was being used here again? If you go out there, the plan was probably to make use of you. And yeah, you're right, I'm not remembering my own plans here, that's for sure. Is that actually not clip into anything? Game said that was no clip. Game is filthy liar that lies. I'm not going to abide by that, and neither should you. Vroom. And so I don't forget later, let's undercook one of them. Yeah, I know I could combine them, so I had 4 of the belt ones and then that on top, but I can see the utility of using these later. Somehow. I mean, the fuel comes out on this side, I could see me popping it round up and through, and then pop into 2 more of these. Lights are looking lovely and blue for overclocked here. Oh yes! It'll be 100 gigawatts in no time. How are those motors coming along? Not well. Okay, let's not dwell on that. We should be very proud of what we've done. We have something very easy to scale up, although I have just gone and boxed myself in for scaling up this. I can still put them over here, and it would work just fine, right? What do you take in again? You take in the raw oil. Oh, that would be very easy to scale out in that direction. And then we bring the product over here to double that in that direction. That gets doubled in that direction. That gets doubled in that direction or that direction. Build my own space program out of power production, levitating upon itself. Good. I'm happy with that. Just make it again on top. My problem with making this again on top is that I would need to boost the oil. Then again, that's just one pump, isn't it? My other problem is that it might try to auto-connect with itself. But again, apparently this update will stop that. That's a good idea. Just make this again on top. But there's no need to double it, not when I don't have motors. So let's consider our power concerns sufficiently mortgaged. It's also good to know that with this massive excess of power production, this stuff will probably be fine. Our battery bank. Why does it not look fine? Oh, it is fine. I can't be the only one that thought that looked like it was running on empty from a distance. Yeah, see those? Ah. Only if you look at them from a certain distance of the update and go, no boss, I'm fool. Essentially 15 gigawatt hours at the ready. Could somebody put 15 gigawatt hours in a context that we could understand? That is to say, some kind of machine that runs and we could go, oh yeah, that. Ooh, that's a lot of power. No point keeping the power tower here. I can at least get some of my beloved goods back. No, don't store all, take all, sort all. And then these other goods. So we still need the rubber and the motors over here. And I should make a note of that. So I still need 1,500 motors and 5,000 rubber. I'm going to forget that. How can I remember that? Ah, with a note, of course. Power plant can still be expanded to 4 times 44 generators. Needs 1.5k motors, not morons, motors, and 5k rubber. Let's not say 5k, I'm already carrying about 1,000 of it. Let's just say 4k rubber and we're good. Very good. But private means private. And how do I get rid of this? If I clear the list, I bet I clear everything. Maybe I can go to this blueprint thing that I had here and then go do, or even do. Easiest of my peasies. Hazard storage box. Wait, that is too small. There's no way I would, there's no way I'd notice that. I need something big and beefy so that I go, what's this here for? And then realize it has the goods I need. Even some of the motors. Although I might need some of these motors. Let's toilet them. Excellent. The largest power station, the Three Gorges Dam, produces 22.5 gigawatt hours. Can you say it like that? Can you say you produce gigawatt hours? I thought you'd say it produces 22.5 gigawatts. I don't want to be too pedantic about that, but I don't think that works out properly. Okay, let's do oil again, but this time for plastic and rubber and fuel and heavy oil, and of course water for the bus so that I can start making things, including those motors we need a lot of. Whee! I'm glad I toileted those motors already. I'm going to need them for building up yet more oil bits. Okay, we're being told that gigawatt hours is actually correct, and that we are the fools for thinking otherwise. Here we go. The whole of Finland is consuming 9 gigawatts at this moment. Finland mentioned. Here we go. The factory to be. Still in need of, ignoring aluminium for the moment, rubber, plastic, and fluids. We need to design a way that fluids come up here. We don't need to design a way that plastic and rubber come up here. What is this thing? Oh, it's for the aluminium. Might be prudent to bring these up. However, it might be really nice to sort out the power. That way I can fly up here and even fly down and catch myself without breaking my little knees. This will require some kind of design. But it should be a very simple design, no? We like doing things by the 6s around here, so surely we'd be fine with... Yeah, you know what, why bother? 5 is fine. With the way that blueprints latch onto each other. If you bring the fluid containers higher up, you won't need any pumps further down the bus, thanks to gravity. That's not untrue. But the way I see it, if I have a pump here... Hold on. Does the fluid buffer kill pump head lift? It might. I hadn't considered that. I guess I can check that. If I had a pump here, do you think you'd be going up? Yeah, it does kill it. Kills it dead. Interesting. Does that tell me that I don't want a buffer? I mean, do these buffers even achieve anything? They look nice. And that is achieving something. And if I need to pump things further here, then so be it. I'd still like to think I'd come up with a nicer way of sorting out my fluids than this. That's not to say this isn't too nice. We bring up 2 pipes, we come along with 2 pipes. I'm going to do that probably 4 times for water. Yeah, 4 times for water, and then we bring out the other stuff. Gib, and let's just be ready for anything. What happened there? I think you attached to the wrong thing, didn't you? Yeah, you attached to something else that exists. That's right. I think I built this blueprint and then deleted a big chunk of it, so now it still thinks that's a valid thing to attach to. And I suppose it's not incorrect. But we're doing it like this anyway. Why not stack the pipes vertically? Explain further. I like the fact that the pipes will come along here and we just siphon them off down in the underbelly under the belts over to whatever they're needed for over there. Although it's not unthinkable that we also have some factory stuff over here. I just like all of my factory being in one place like that. Although overflow is good. One, two, three, four. 1, 2. 1, 2. I feel like I should be automating this some way, like blueprinting it or some such. I mean, look at the odd way that these things come apart. I think I will make a blueprint for this instead of doing whatever nonsense I'm doing here. Because who knows, I might end up needing a whole lot more, and I don't want to build each of these individually either. I can put it on a foundation and delete the foundation, that way it should fit into whatever that is. Will a hole remain without the foundation? Yes, it will, because we did that before. Okay, very good. So, first of all, please load my glass foundation blueprint. And then, how far back is it? It's back by 1, yeah? Sure looks like it. Stacking will make it easier to tear off to the side when needed. Really? Because I can just put a little, four-way thing in it and drag the pipe off. I really don't see this as being a problem. And if it will become a problem, then it's a great way to learn. So just build one, don't build them all. And I'm looking for a hole. Come on, James Sunderland, where is it? Q type HOLE. Just 2 of them adjacent like so. Seems fine. And let's do this in a horizontal curve, straight. Why won't straight work? Okay, auto it is then. But that looks so hideous. That looks rather nice, though. But then they are going to have to come down. Seems fine enough. And I suppose we should just have it come on out straight. All the way. Alright, seems fine. Just save this under fluid buffer. Should I make it different for ×1, ×6? I think I will. It'll make my life easier. One times fluid buffer. And then with the 1 times fluid buffer. Oh, right, we don't want the foundation. This is also a great way to see that it will indeed stack the way I want it to. Zoop. I hope that hole's still going to work. The power plant has been made. However, we lack motors, so we'll have to go back and finish the expansion later on. Yes, indeed, save this. Escape still doesn't close this menu. Please. Please, my Swedish overlords. I ask of you very little. No need to auto-connect, just build mode blueprint to there. No, that doesn't align the way I want it to. Or does it? No, it certainly does not. So when I have you, FR... No, I can't do it like that. I need to go 0 up to here. I need to blueprint, hold, and bring over 2. Blueprint, hold, bring over 2. Hold, bring over 2. One might reasonably think if you're doing it that way anyway, why even save this? We're not going to use it very often. But it's here. Right, I'm beginning to see why I might struggle to bring this thing over. Because what if I need this brought over there? Well, that might be where we make use of something like our little ladder things. We do like them so much, after all. Oh, but I need to keep in mind that there should be foundation under here. There would be foundation under here, normally. That's right. We're putting band-aid solutions on here, which we shouldn't need to do, but we do. And then with just a little bit like this, we're sorted, right? Try to have these centered. Ada might judge us. No, put that away. Put the gun away as well. Actually, why is it not reloaded? Didn't you buy new tape? I listened to them all. They're all pretty bad except for Absolute Fix-It. And even still, although I don't particularly like the music in this game, it is still better to play without it than with it. You'd think that would be fine, right? Because there's not going to be any belts getting in the way of this. And this is enough to clear the pipes. Shouldn't be a problem. And if I need more of this approach, then it should be trivial to do so. Having high pipes, I mean, come on. Curiously, what's the head lift coming out of one of these? I mean, could you actually just use fluid buffers to climb up with water if each of them give a little bit of head lift? Or is the game not that nice? I mean, would it have enough head lift to get over there? Surely. Surely. Ooh, the pipes are not centered on their platforms. Yeah, they're not. Too bad. That could pose a problem if the pipes need to go, say, from here over in that direction, but the intention is that they don't. Also, I think they can still take the higher one. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. Okay, let's see if this works first and foremost. This is 6 times fluid buffers. Escape still doesn't close this menu. Blueprint. And these are all not very often used, so edit, bring over to occasional use. Donk. Bring over to occasional use. Donk. Almost like I should have another subcategory for bus. Because none of the bus stuff is going to be used much, right? Or at least the bus starting stuff. Some of this bus stuff... wait, which of these is bus stuff? There's the bus belt. Okay. Hopefully that's fine. The way to do the water tower is to climb water with pumps to a buffered very high place and then bring it down. Yeah. Not what we're doing, obviously, but still, yeah. I understand what you mean. But that's okay. I'll just drag it along and pump it where needed. Although I mean, I do agree it should come up here, but I want this to be for my fully manufactured goods. Now, that thing we just did. Well, it's not here anymore, is it? Now, if I want to open it, I've got to go queue blueprints, but that's okay. Do not assign to blueprint, just go wherever I tell you to go. Does that seem about right? That seems about right. And do those holes work? Absolutely, they do. Maybe. I don't think they do. Why are they higher? Am I about to discover that these are not the same thickness? No, they're the same thickness. Also, you're now suspended off the... Wait, I get it. I get it all. It will work. I just need to not have this right now. I understand. I still understand everything. Still do it default. Still let me tell you exactly where to go. That is good. That is good. But then we do this. Donk. And that is perfecto, probably. Now the hole is where it should be, and it functions. I'm quite happy with that. I'm more than quite happy. I'm very happy with that. It's also quite cool how we can see through to see the hole, thanks to the glass foundations. Okay, great. Now I want water up here, and I want it very obvious which one's water. So give me a nice blue-looking one. Water, 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 water. Can I do this in a faster way? Man can dream. Ew. Apparently the floor bit gets the color, but I'm not seeing it. This is unpleasant, the way that we do this. That'll have to do. Oh, but then it looks ugly when it's not all done. It looks really ugly when that's not quite done. Right, that'll do. That'll do for now. Still, didn't answer the question of the fluid tower. Do you really need 4,800 water? I don't know, but I want it at the ready, and it shouldn't be difficult to plug in, given we've got all the water over there. Now, how does one make a water tower? I need to make one, I need to make 6 of them, drag it down, and have power and pumps coming up. Shouldn't be a problem. Tell me again, how big is my Blueprint Designer Mark III? You won't say, but you will. The thing is 48 meters tall, so we know that a single pump will work flawlessly with it. Or at least we presume it will. What tier are you on, Jake? Feels like you made a lot of progress? Definitely. Definitely tons of progress. We haven't made a dent in this because I don't automate radio control units or turbo motors or supercomposition oscillators or dark matter or excited photonic matter or the cubes or the electromagnetic rods or the cooling systems or computers or heat sinks or the high-powered connectivity or SAM fluctuators, but you can feel the progress. I can feel the progress. This thing's getting full of junk. Anyway, I need to make a water tower somehow. Unfortunately, we have all the power not to worry about it, so let's clear this and consider how we build one. How should we build one? Well, that's quite the question, isn't it? Let's start with a foundation at the top and at the bottom. So we know the limits we're working with. Did you automate activated SAM at least? Oh, of course we did. We have automated SAM being brought up, so it will be very easy to make more of it. So the brilliant plan being that we can now just bring this up and down. And that's surely even easier if we had a hole. Hold. It does fit through that. That is good. Did we decide that holes connect to holes when you make them in a blueprint? I'm going to assume that we did. Also, I don't want the holes there, do I? I want them elsewhere. Yes, yes I do. I need them on the I need them offset a little bit. So the floor hole goes there and there. We are already well aware that this is going to need bumping. But it'll need pumping about halfway, otherwise I'm going to end up with problems with it not actually reaching the buffer stuff. Where's halfway anyway? It's 48, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is halfway. So at this point, I would like my pump. Mark II pump. As long as it's uniform, it doesn't matter all that much. So one here, and one here. They're not really clipping, we're just getting a 2-for-1 deal, you see. Although it helps if they actually go the right way. Well, this is ending up being simpler than I thought. That's assuming this is going to connect when I put them into each other. Which means I probably don't want this here with the holes in that, do I? No, but getting rid of the holes means getting rid of this? Oops. Yes, yes it does, but we've already figured out a solution to that. And the solution is to put in a pipeline junction. Donk, 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 all gone. All gone. And you guys are gone as well. And can't I just get rid of this as well? No, I need to do the same thing, or else we're going to have the same problems. Can you set a color at the construction phase as to not have to do it afterwards? Absolutely. Will we? No. Because then I'd have to do different ones of these for the different things that we set up. However, this one would make a lot of sense to do that for. Alright, there we go. But this isn't good enough on its own. I actually want a framework around it. So what I'm thinking of are walls. That's not where one finds a wall. Frame wall should be fine. It's a bit of a shame it's made of steel,
You are currently 451% less efficient than your peers.
I bet she waits to say that, but if you do aesthetic things like this. Well, too bad, Ada. I know what I'm about. Don't really need it framed on all sides, right? Ah, but look at that. We can delete through it, which is rather nice in its own way. Plus, this, just think how nice this, think how nicely this will stack. Big part of my reason for doing this is I want to be able to stack power going up it as well. Pillars, Jake, they'd look better for sure. Really? I think these look quite good. And they still function as walls so that so I can put the power poles on them. Alright, there we go, I reckon. And let's be absolutely certain that there's water coming up here. And of course we're going to need power on this thing. And that is where one gets their power wall outlet. And I can just slam that right here. Powers you. Powers you. These will have to be manually connected to each other, which is a huge pain in the bits. But also, need to spare one for going up and down. You can actually be used to connect the two of you next to there when I set this up properly. Shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, because only one of them is going to have to be brought up vertically. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Now, we're going to save this as water tower 1. 1 times, let's say fluid. Fluid tower. Good. Now, first things first, does it actually connect to itself? Now, please auto-connect. What is your problem here? Blueprint auto-connect. Oh, that's good. Yes. Is there a way to tell at a glance which way these things are pumping? I suppose those little arrows are a good indication of which way it's pumping. Nice. Sadly, the auto-connected bits don't share the color, but this is still plenty enough blue to tell what it is. Now, the ugly orange pipes are there to accentuate it. If they were also made blue, trust me, it would look worse. Or don't trust me, you don't have to. You probably shouldn't, actually. Alright, liking that. And now that we have it, we can use and abuse it. Why does that look so off-center? Because it is off-center, and it's meant to be off-center. Perhaps another question is, why is this square larger? And that's because of the power bit sticking out, isn't it? Yeah, but it also shouldn't be larger at this side. And even so, it is. What's hitboxing it out? Well, what does it matter? Get over there. Oh, but don't do this auto-connecty style. Just shove it in. I am now concerned that it doesn't want to do this. Partially overlapping blueprint designer. Again, not really a problem because I'll just set it back. Sure, what is your problem here? What does it not like about me? And is it going to do the same over here? Yes. What's the issue? What exactly is popping out here? Oh, ho ho, that's funny. Wait, is that really funny? Well, I'm not amused. Am I okay with having 4 of these? No, I'm not. I want all of them. Why does it not like this? It let this be built. Should work, but the blueprint boundaries are finicky. I don't want it 4 or 5. I want all 6 done in one shot. I guess I could trim off some of the edges here. That would be okay. I can live with that. Game is not happy living with vast deconstructions like this. Oi. So what does that mean? This is going to say goodbye, 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 goodbye. Yeah, the framework will still be fine with that bit on top. It's like when Bob Ross says your painting will be just as fine if you don't want the little cabin in it. I choose to believe him. But don't you screw me now. Do I need to get rid of the bottom bit as well, or is it just really throwing a hissy fit? Walls at edge bad. You don't say. But I want them. Well, you know what? They're trivial to add later, aren't they? So... oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. These walls not easy to delete en masse because of how tiny they are. Is it still going to have a problem with the walls at this edge, though, I wonder? Oh yeah, I was really happy with my Bob Ross run in EU. I forget how it went, right? I was playing as Trebizond, so probably not well. Not an easy country. All these people going on about their amazing Byzantium runs when they've got horribly oppressed neighbours to play as, even if you're playing as someone like Kandar or Karaman. I suppose my knowledge is very outdated on the matter. Alright, I suppose we're going to make do without edges and things. But let's see if it likes it. I mean, it liked it when I built it over here. What's your problem? Right, let's see if it likes this. Yeah, and Karaman's been has had buffs up the wazoo since my distant memories. Okay, that is promising. Good. And now with this, of course we're going to get rid of all of this nonsense. Although thinking about it, I could have put it on the front. Nah, the front wall would not have liked that. Right, filter for that. Delete these frame walls, please. Delete it all, really. No need to have that now. Just delete all of this, including you, I'm afraid. Still feels a bit naked without the walls, doesn't it? Fairly unnecessary building this many power lines. But now I need only connect one to one above it and it'll be okay. I bet the position is valid when greater than or equals 0 and less than box size not inclusive. Believable. I don't like the idea of this thing just levitating in its place, so we will construct the frame. Although it's still all kind of levitating, isn't it? I partially want the inner frame walls, but I partially don't think I should care at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna be seeing it from this end anyway. Do. Just think of it as little bits that we can crawl into to do a bit of maintenance if needed. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Well, it's a way to think about it. Don't know about good. Alright. So we're going to save this as the fluid tower times many more, except let's color these, shall we? So one of them is going to be for regular fuel. How much of it I'm going to need, I have no idea, but... Fuel's a bit more orangey, isn't it? The problem is Fix-It's kind of orangey. That looks more like the poop pipe. I'm not sure I like that. That'll do. And then this one needs to be the daily dose pipe. Superior. I really hope I don't discover there's another fluid I need to pipe up here. There will be gas, but gas is a later concern, and gas will not need head lift. So that's okay. I feel like I haven't saved in a dangerously long amount of time, and this game does like to crash, so let us save. Good. And let us continue. You can always finish the walls after placing the blueprints. It would not take long anyway. Wouldn't take long, but it would take longer. And this is our 6 times fluid tower. And I should definitely have those saved under uncommon, occasional uses. Edit. One times 6 times, 1 times 6 times, bus, buffer, bus belt, good. Take it. Also excited at the idea of this being power that we can bring down with us. Now, how do we get this properly aligned? Blueprint. Fluid tower. I will have to manually bring this in. Actually, no, because if I set this to auto-connect, then it looks darling. Except now I can't tell if the colors are correct. But I could tell by looking at the direction here that it will be fine. Really? You're just going to work like that? What the hell is this? This one is off. Wait, why is it off? That means I made it off in the blueprint. Oh, no. But this is fixable. Just start with this. We got the connections. Now we need to bring it all back. Looking good. Disgusted with myself over this one. Yeah, so the blueprint is wrong. Needs to be fixed. Well, it doesn't need to be fixed. I can't see myself using it again, but I should make a mental note that it is wrong. Wronger than wrong. Maybe I should spot check the other ones now. I would have noticed if they were misaligned. Fortunately for myself, though, Hold on. You two need to go. I can rebuild you, that's no big deal. Yeah, fortunately for myself, I made a single one. Almost like I foresaw this disaster coming. It even wants to auto-connect for me. Well, you really are, darling. And we can tell that connects all nicely. I mean, that shouldn't auto-connect there, but that's trivial to undo. I really need some power over here so I can maintain flight. Good. Wait, why does it want me to do it again? Remember to bring it down a touch. You better believe I forgot to do that. Okay, this time we're not doing auto-connect. It's causing too many issues. My poor power. We must fusion go on. I can only keep my power up for so long. Alright, life is going to get a lot easier if I just have access to power around here. There we go. So this time, just default, no fancy crap. Move it into position, keep it in line, drop it down by 1 foundation's worth. And we're good. And if I really need this connected, I can deign to put that and that together. And these need to be daily dose colored. Because this is where the heavy oil goes. And this needs to be slightly more brightly colored. Mostly just so I know that that's where the fuel is. It's different from Fix-It. Although the original Fix-It color is certainly more fuel-like. Alright. The fluids, they are ready for receiving, but now we need to get them delivered. Also, I need this working. So it's a long way down if I muck this up. Could have deleted the blueprint mode. Yeah, I did forget about that. Right, you there. Blueprint. Please, blueprint auto-connect like so. Wow, that is easy. Easiest thing in my life? Possibly, but let's not get complacent here because we do need this connected, otherwise I'm going to fall. What is it trying to connect to there? It's trying to connect to something else behind it. It's trying to just latch onto the wall, isn't it? I like this. I like this quite a lot. Probably a waste of power for these pumps. Yeah, they're not cheap, are they? Aren't they 10 megawatts each, or is it 8? Might even be 4. I might be barking up the wrong tree. It is 8. But come on, we're making loads of these. Loads of power, that is. You have infinite power. Now, that is not true. This game cannot give you infinite power. Well, the throughput is finite. Yeah, that is as far as I can go before we enter Danger Town with regards to our power. Chonk to chonk. Very hard to see these little tiny things. Why Why do you now have a problem? Because I'm missing steel beams. I did anticipate steel being a problem. Missing copper sheets, missing plastic, missing a whole lot of stuff. But that's okay, because this is the last bulky thing we're going to be making before we actually start bringing over all the goods. And surely solving all these little problems. With the real factory, don't you know? The real factory which still doesn't even produce a single iron plate. Can we make it up with the wood economy? There are no wooden structures to be had. This isn't going to fit on the final bit, is it? Is it? No. No, it will not. So I'm going to have to attach things in here. And that's okay. I can do that in a butt-ugly kind of way. As long as it gets pumped up to there, it's all good. That said, it still has a long way to be pumped up to get to this point. It's just dangling off the Sky Factory, once again putting immense pressure on the one thing that keeps it there, which is my double elevator. Isn't this just the second starter base before you build the real factory? No, this will house the real factory. Still need to get these goods over here, so that's a lot of water, isn't it? I wonder if I need all of that water coming in. Maybe for now I could do with just pumping one of them in. I do not want to work too hard, you see. At least we have functionally limitless water down here. There's so much space for the stuff. Danger, danger. You're moving away from power. Got it covered, I think. Why are we pumping instead of bottling the stuff? I didn't want to faff around with bottles. The thing is, once the pumps are set up, they're set up and good to go forever. Then again, the same goes for bottles, doesn't it? That's food for thought. That's a thinker. Didn't glitch me another set of another hard drive there. How could it? Okay. There's the oil. Normal, impure, pure, and pure. The pure stuff is higher up, but let's focus on the water first. I need a water extractor, and life will be easier if I just bring it up directly. And then along here. Yeah, just up, along, and up. Seems simple. Seems, dare I say, trivial. Yeah, and I like trivial. Alright then, where's that wall I like? Could we use a wood economy wall instead of these frame walls that keep costing me steel that I don't have, and I produce agonizingly slowly? Yeah, having a basic wall. Ooh, a basic concrete slab wall. Now we're thinking with fix-it priorities. Alright, sweet. These ones I can't see through, but that's less of an issue here. So if I just bring it over and attach it to that, all will be well. Now, can I chainsaw you down? No, but I can do other things to you. Thank you. Speaking of doing other things, I don't like having all this brap gas around here. Evidently, I don't like having nobelisks either, just powering my way through them. Not Not even landing my shots because we throw like a little girl. Much better. The clear air is mine to enjoy. However, I would also enjoy you not existing. Oh. Fix-It does not agree to existing. Been a heck of a while since I fought those things. Oh yeah, there's no good reason that we can't automate the obelisks, except they use explosive powdery related things, so I suppose that is a good reason that we will not be doing that. But we could always dream of doing it. Can't believe how shockingly bad the range is on this thing. Come on. I want to fly. Right. Time for the water. Time for the water to be mine. Now let's start real simple. We're going to start with 1 load of 2 loads of water, I think. That means 5 of these suffices for 1. He's thinking... And this thing can be nudged, right? No, of course it can't be nudged. That would be too useful. Guess I could just have them like so, right? Yeah, okay. And you guys don't mind going into each other? Sure feels nice having functionally limitless power. Good. Also, these things should be working at full pelt. I bet they're underclocked. Better believe it. Copy, paste, 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 and paste. Did you see Alpha get stranded in Factorio? I did not see Alpha get stranded in Factorio. That's a humorous thought. He and Ninja are very alike. He loves to make things difficult for himself and then feels so oppressed when things aren't easy. Help, help, I'm being oppressed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 600. Feel like I get them all, but looks like I did. Right, we bring this over and we're happy days. Could I make this easier on myself somehow? I'm certain I could, but I'm not certain that I will. Easy does it now. I know we can do this. The head lift, of course, will not make it, but that is far from my concern. We will build the pumps as and when we need the pumps. So I suppose to answer the question, are you sure we're going to need that much water? The answer is absolutely not, but we will keep the bus at the ready to accept that water should the need arise. If I get that water over there, all will be forgiven. Easiest way to do that feels like to make my periodic little ladder things. Stackable pipeline, let's go. Do I care about my train driving through a pipeline? Kind of. And who knows, I might need this pipeline support at some point. Alright, except... I already had 2, right? So that's as good as we can do. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's still good. Not touching. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Running out of space here now. But from here, do you think you can reach that? I have my doubts. My doubts are disproven. Splendid. You could just delete the train station, seeing how useful it is. It lets me bring power around. You ever think about that? I thought about that. Plus, it's part of the initial base, and we said we wouldn't delete things in the initial base because it reminds us of our humble beginnings. Absolutely not. Don't do that. Absolutely do that. If only more things could carry power for me. Like pipes. What if it looks like it's a pile of crap? I mean, like, it is a pile of crap. It's still good to stay humble. I'd know all about that. Oh wow, this is going to get in the way of bringing belts under here, but surely that won't be a problem. Right, so 1... Don't give me that pipe is too long nonsense, we know it's fine. And a 2. A 1 and a 2. They're getting close, but let's not call that a clip, because I don't want to. Might need this freedom to access the pipes. Alright, glorious. Now let's bring it over with head lift. The spaghetti fiasco grows ever more. The thing is, once we have all the rolls up there, is there anything that's going to stop us just building everything? That's all to think. I don't have gases yet, so we will have to take a stop when gases become an issue. Not the gases we just blew up, of course. Right. For this, I now need Bomba. Except the game is not kind enough to tell me where we need it to start, so let's just assume we need it down here. It's so hard to tell the direction this thing is actually looking. At least it has a little animated thing to help me out there. And now you go as far as... There's no way you go that far. What's going on here? There's simply no way. What am I missing here? Did I actually do it the wrong way around? No, the arrow seems to indicate that it is indeed going up. And you are powered, and you are going higher than the head lift should go, so why is it not telling me how high that head lift is? There's no way it gets me this high. Not from there, no way. No way, no how. Not a chance. However, I think it's telling me that that is 50 odd meters ahead of this, so I won't need much more pumping. Yeah, there's no water up here. Look in the pipe segment, water flow, halfway, first vertical wall. Oh, there's water here. There's no water at all in here. But normally, when you hover over with the pump, it shows you how high the headway is getting, and then it locks you in to where to put it next. Is the problem because I have another pump further up the pipe? Maybe it is. I'm going to try putting you here and see how that works for us. Love to have some kind of height indicator, though. It still says it's head lifting by 55 meters. Huh. Couldn't I make my life easier by having some vertical foundation that tells me how high this thing's going? So it starts there, and it's going up to roughly here. So I need a pump here. So you guys are too high. This is a very primitive way of sussing this out, but yeah, it's very strange that the indicator isn't working here. But that's just experimental things. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I'm still slightly above recommended level. I'm going to have to lower it slightly. And these guys almost certainly have more to do. Oh yeah, they got a lot more to do. There we go. Do you enjoy your... what? Your 10 meters of head lift from here. Something very strange going on with all of this. And now I need to consider myself going another 50 meters above here. This is getting rancid. This is apparently a 4-meter high wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. All right, put a couple more pumps here. For a game that wants you to build vertically, it'd be nice. Ah, here we go. Now it's working. Sweet. More of that, please. Although those won't work at all if they don't get power. Still very bizarre. Go head lifters. Who knows, we might get lucky and it hits into our existing pump. And it looks a lot like it does, and these pumps should say that they are doing nothing at all because there's no water, because the pumps aren't working. What? But why? I always knew fluid was going to be a pain in the arse, but didn't realize it'd be this painful or this arsey. Now look, we're completely full of water here. Absolutely full. Full as full can be. Now we're empty as empty can be. Now why would that be? And can I solve the problem by just pumping here? Good-ish. Gonna check back the way. Gosh, this is going to be a royal pain to do for all my fluids. But fortunately, there's only 2 more to do for this, isn't there? I'm not going to be bringing raw oil up there. I'll just be bringing my finalized fuel and heavy oil. How are you feeling? Ah! How close were those guys to working? Does anyone remember the number? I might be alright if I put these over here instead. Although really, is there any problem with just having more of these things? I can think of no problem. They're hardly expensive. We did warn you about the drawbacks of building 300 meters in the sky, but it doesn't matter if it's 300 meters or if it's 100 meters. Also, isn't that more than 300 meters considerably? This head lift is a royal pain to deal with. Oh well, seems to be okay now. Maybe I really should have made my little spiral train thing up there. My spiral train thing. Yeah, we have the space, we have the power. It just feels bad to build something and realize it doesn't work, and it feels really bad to build things superfluously. Still, these things... Whoa, perfect 50 head lift. What do you mean exceeding? You are at the perfect head lift. Actually, come to think of it, why would these things be at 50 in the first place? They should be at 48. They're uniform. What? There's no overlap in my blueprint. It doesn't extend... Pipes have always been a bit iffy in Satisfactory. If it works, ignore it. Thank you, that's great advice. Good real-life advice as well. If it works, ignore it. The buffers are full, that's a good enough sign for me. So the system works, make more of the system. Whee! Two out of 8 pipes. No. It's 2 out of 6 pipes. I'm not going to do more water until we need more water, just like how we won't have more power until we need more power, or I get my motors automated enough. What we need now is the oil brought over. We've got a pure load of oil over there. We're going to smash that oil into heavy oil and fuel, and we'll feel good about it. Heavy oil gets cracked into fuel. The thing is, I also need rubber and plastic. How does a man best do that, though? Feels like recycled plastic is a way forward. Needs fuel, though. Good rate. So this is essentially just heavy oil into diluted fuel into rubber. And the same could be done with rubber into plastic. It just doubles it at the expense of fuel. I mean, turning regular fuel into rubber at a 1-to-1 sounds pretty good, given that it's 3-to-2 for making rubber. But one has to wonder, is it better to do that with a byproduct, or is it better to make heavy oil residue? Because the 3 makes 2 and 2, or the 3 makes 4, and I'm not going to bother recycling this, I'm just going to dump polymers, or sink them rather. So I have to ask myself, is 2 heavy oil worth more or less than 2 rubber? We can turn 2 heavy oil into 4 fuel, and 4 fuel becomes 4 rubber, so that's double the output. Okay, so what are we learning here? We're learning we make all of our crude oil into heavy oil. We make all of our heavy oil... No, something ain't right here. I do need some initial rubber and heavy oil. But wait, we can just feed in some feeder stuff because it will be a self-enclosed system. Yes, we can. All crude oil to heavy oil, all heavy oil into diluted fuel. Diluted fuel mixed with plastic to make rubber and rubber to make plastic, and we have that feed back into itself to essentially double itself at the cost of fuel. I see no way this could fail. Because I can just take the starter bunch out of the dimensional toilet. Recycled plastic and rubber are indeed the best recipe, but it's a project of its own to set up. Well, I am ready for such a conundrum. Also, we've already got the pipe set up here, right? So we could actually just bring the oil over here and get it done. I don't know how much oil I'm going to need, actually. I mean, how much of this stuff are we going to be processing? Well, I do want heavy oil and regular fuel up on the bus because... Will I need petroleum coke? I don't know, but I want to be able to make it up there if needed. Actually, will I? Might want that for making scrap, for example. Will I want some smokeless powder? Possibly. Will I want to make nitro rocket fuel up there? No, I'll need it for fused modular frames. That's a big deal, actually. Ooh. And the nitric acid, that's another question. Point is, I do want them on the bus, so... Could it be that I want to dedicate one specifically for bringing the fuel up and dedicate another one specifically for doing plastic and rubber? I know I need a bajillion plastic and rubber. I probably don't need quite that much regular fuel and heavy oil, and it stops me having awkward things to do, because as it stands, every bit of regular fuel becomes rubber or plastic. Every bit of heavy oil becomes regular fuel. So yeah, I think it's good to split it. We have one dedicated to bringing up the fuel and heavy oil. And that way we can use simpler approaches. Well, the simple approach is just, again, do heavy oil into diluted fuel. Okay. We only have these 4 nodes to play around with. I wonder if I want the impure and normal one for the fluids and these for plastics and rubber, because God knows you need a lot of plastic and rubber. What if I end up finding I don't have enough? What's my answer there? The answer is there's a lot more oil over here. Oh, I say a lot more. That's not a lot. That's all impure nonsense. Well, there is more oil over here. It's a little awkward, though. Planning without really planning? It's planning enough. Absolutely planning enough. Also, there's nitrogen gas, which is pretty much the last thing that we need out of all the bases. I'm going to take this impure normal and make the fluids out of that first. But without... Oh god, we're going to need power over here as well. Or else I cannot fly. You fools. Don't know how this doesn't look like planning to you, though. Must be blinder than me. That said, where is the fuel itself? Where's the oil itself? Americans, help me. Where is it? Here we go. Begin the invasion. We can do this building at water level. Kind of infringes on the amount of water I can use, but it's also not a big deal. Is that still the in vogue joke about Americans going and invading for oil? I guess that joke's kind of 20 years old now. Yeah, since it's a fairly simple job, there's no problem just slamming this down with the refineries. Actually, do I even need water? Yes, I do. I need water for the thing. Yes, that thing. Good. That thing, of course, being diluting my heavy oil. Don't know why that was so hard to think of, but it was. Is that actually in line? Looks a little off to me, but it is on. And this is absolutely chunk aligned. And you guys are no longer allowed to exist. These guys fall massively prey to rifle fire, but never bothered with that. Even with passive mode on, you can accidentally fly into those beasties and they will still damage you, so trying to avoid that. Trying and succeeding. Satisfactory still has its claws in... Oh, I will beat this game. There is a bit of spite going on here. Like, this game's kind of overstayed its welcome a bit at this point, but I know that that's largely my fault. Some might argue entirely my fault. The way I have played this has mortgaged all of my problems to here, but I have been enjoying myself a lot. So who's getting the last laugh in that respect? I would argue it's me. So, production rate here is going to be... 150 plus 300, right? So 450. Seems a lot like 450. If and when you get your power. $450 into heavy oil. Love this heavy oil residue. I can't believe it's an alternative recipe. Right, 450, 30. Don't need to even think about it. It's 15. I can do 16 and slightly underclock, and that works better for aligning these things. I'll let you play for a little bit. It's been a while. Shouldn't need this space at the back for anything, but I like to be ready for anything. Refinery array. It is a refinery job, right? Crude oil, yeah, it must be a refinery because it's pumping out a solid. Something didn't feel right. This is the input side. 16 of these. That's 4 times that. I might actually pump this one into the air to save space. And if I'm going to do that, I may as well bring it back a bit. 4 and 4 for 8, and 2 on top, 16. Good. This is fine-ish by me. Wobble, 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 wobble. Wait, how unthinkable is it to launch 16 of these side by side like so? Clips fill, so no thank you. Yeah, there, that's what I'm talking about. Give me some of that. Now, will it auto-connect like so, the way I want it to, or will it throw a hissy fit? Last time we tried to do this, it tried to do weird connections with the bottom, but I believe somebody mentioned, probably C-Space, the patch notes were taking into account verticality, and it looks like they have, so this should be fine. Still a lot more of the connection pieces to do, but we accept these things that we cannot avoid. And we are going to set you to 15 over 16, 0.9375. $933.75. Is that the number we got? 9375. Did you not say you should take 5 minutes to redo your blueprint and avoid having to remake the lifts? Yes. Which is why I removed the lifts. The lifts are broken if we put them into the blueprint and try to remake it. We already tried that earlier. We're out of luck, so unfortunately we have to do it this way. This is the input, this is the output. The output's the only one we need to link up because there are no solid inputs here. So on the plus side, we only have to do this 16 times opposed to the 120 times I think we did it earlier. Not my fault. Game is bugged. Gosh, I bet that payoff when we finally save humanity is going to be sweet. Could have put the pipes above the belts instead. Oh yeah, that would be a way to solve it. But then I'd have to remake this, and I don't want to remake this. Probably change my mind when I have to build yet more refineries, but for now I'm finery. The rate should be fine, so I can just plug these both in directly. There's one, and there is two. Ew. There's two. It's okay, they can handle it, you can pump it out at a most agreeable rate. Except it's also needed up top, isn't it? But that's fine because we can do this. Head lift, of course, won't make that, but a pump will. Boomba. Is that going the way I want it to? Did I build that the right way around? Oh, of course not. Something felt wrong about the way that the water was coming out, or the direction it was coming out there. There we go. It'll probably prioritize the bottom filling up before it does the top, but that's just manifold things. And then these will come out, and like I said, we're just going to sink them. Because I do not care about recycling polymers. It's a way to get fabric, and that's absolutely not a concern. Then there's you. think they fixed that issue where the game would crash when I'm trying to build things like this. Love the curvy belts though. That's nice. First bits of polymer coming down. It's a good sign. Just crush it all away for... What does her say? What's her name say? She said this was for research. I'm not sure what we're researching so many thousands of polymers for. You should bank at least some polymer in case you want fabric later. I believe you'll find I'm way on top of that. In one of our old crappy, totally temporary setups, we already have fabric being fed into the dimensional toilet. And yes, we will want fabrics periodically for making gas filters and ion filters, and those I don't have a problem hand feeding, because those are things that we very, very rarely need. Right here. So I can just have a factory for it, and it just makes it when I dump fabric in, and that is fine because I would go there anyway to collect them, because it's not something that can be fully automated. I cannot say have a set amount of it in my inventory. I suppose I could have them go into the dimensional toilet, but that also doesn't really matter much. Point is, we've got our heavy oil here. Now, when it comes to the heavy oil, how much are we making anyway? We're making 37.5 times... Making 300 of it here, and 300 of it here. That's really not a lot, though. Am I okay with just having 300 of it brought up to my base? What am I going to do with this stuff? Coke steel is nice. Petroleum diamonds is not something I'm looking for. I guess we just have a little of it to play around with if we need, but I still want to dilute this 300 down to regular fuel and bring it both up so we have it all available. Diluting the fuel at least doubles this, so we get one full 600 load of it. I could schloop this, but that would be insane. Who would schloop oil? Not this guy. Anyway, this stuff needs to be diluted, so what's a man to do here? Just take another batch of these and shove them over here. Kinda works. How many of these things are we looking at anyway? I have 300 to play around with, and you're going to eat up 50, so that's not a whole lot of it, isn't it? It's only 6 of them, although I could do 8 and bring them down. 600 water coming in as well. That's actually really nice ratio-wise. That's fine though. God, this is going to be easier than I thought. Give me another refinery array, please. Defaulty, auto-connecty. Don't get in my way. It is doing weird things. I think that's fine because I can do it without auto-connecty stuff. Well, the last time we did this, we found we benefited enormously by putting it further away. In fact, what stopped me putting it over here and reversing it? A few things are, actually, but it would be nice if it could come along like this. Oh, that's even better. We'll like that. I like that a lot. Happy accidents are us. This one can default auto-connecty, be the right way aroundy. Sweet. Can we make it a little less awful like this? Great. I just realized something. This is a blender recipe, isn't it? A little too late, but yes. However, we also made a blender no solids blueprint for this, didn't we? Blueprint Blender, no solids. Man, those are big, but that's fine. That might also make it not want to do auto-connecty things here, although it might also want to do auto-connect. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. Still not a big problem here. We can just have it come along. Blenders, nay solids. Man, I'm going to need a lot of these, though, for making my fuel nice and diluted down the line. Certainly something I should be considering. How many did we say we needed? 6. And I did faff around with the idea of having more and making them work less hard, but now I don't want to do that. Given the sheer size they take up, I don't want them going vertical, and I don't want them taking up more water real estate. How is this not carrying power? I'm starting to think I didn't actually make all of my refineries linked. Might have gotten complacent on that one. As can tell by these things not actually operating. You did not connect to you. That probably means that I did not connect you to you. Good. Yeah, you might regret building over the water later. Maybe. There's a lot of water to be had. Wait, no, that's very far away. That's okay, we can just pile it higher. I can just have the water here and pump it up. Yeah, I don't want to infringe on this water. That's going to be necessary. So, in goes the heavy oil. How about that water? I need 600 water. That's 5 of you. Ooh, that's quite a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, no. Disgusts me that nudge doesn't work here. 4, 5, and 6er. Easy money, just connect them to each other. And then give them what's for. And then this needs to come around. Nice. Please make me diluted fuel. Four, 5, 6. 6 times 50, 300. 6 times 100, 600. And then out pops 600 fuel. The fuel will be brought over here with the heavy oil and sent up there. And then all I will need are plastics and rubber. And those are 2 things coming out of the same doohickey. Good. Headlift problems be damned. Is he in creative mode? Maybe my mind is in creative mode. Alright, how best to bring this over? No, I'm not playing creative mode. This has been done on a completely vanilla, normal start. When I started playing this, it was the first time I'd ever played Satisfactory. And this is still that same save. And I still feel pretty good about what I've achieved so far. Even if many others just feel rage. I should be doing this in a much nicer way because I want to bring the heavy oil over as well. Yes, yes I should. Let's stick to doing what we do well. Don't build over that water though, that water is going to be important. These still get in the way though, you can't blow them up. It's a good for a first run, I've seen a lot worse. I'm certain you've seen a lot better as well. That's okay though, I'm not judging myself against anyone other than myself. If you want to be miserable in life, compare yourself to others. Because you'll always find someone better. And even if they're not better, you'll think they're better. Mostly building up the power infrastructure here so I can fly around to my heart's content when building this. And we'll have it go and join over with the wall there so we can get a good idea of the head lift requirements. I build these so often, I'm starting to think I should have them on my quick bar, but I'm not a quick bar lover, period. Then we end up with new problems. It's okay. That's what head lift is for. And then from here, we're pretty much home straight. Good. Absolutely chuffed to bits with that. Should only need 2 pipes. What if I need more pipes? Shouldn't need more than 2 pipes. Let's believe ourselves. Also, you've had your chance. Music, away you go. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why doesn't he blueprint this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 unknown, 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 unknown. Please fit. Surely there's added leeway here. Absolutely not. Got plenty of other songs unlocked, but it's pretty terrible music, so I don't wanna play it. Okay, so that's the fuel, and this is the heaviest of oils. Okay. Oh, it sorts out head lift from the start. Noodle curve. Curve is good. It would make more sense to do non-curvy, but curve is good. It just looks really good. And look at that severe lack of clipping. The way that it curves over to the side a bit before bending its way in, feels good. And if it feels good, it can't be wrong. And it's going to feel real good to have all these resources on the bus. My concern is if that heavy oil is going to be a problem. But that's okay, I can just use recipes that don't require heavy oil. Heavy oil isn't at all necessary for half the things we're doing. We have ran into a problem now, though, and that problem is copper sheet production is now the missing link here. And I still have a lot of pipelines to build because I have a whole load of refinery to do. That's funny. Yeah, because I've got a very, very old copper sheet production facility, and the only reason it's been fine is because we bank up a lot of this stuff, but today we've been on a construction bender, and it just does old 2-to-1 copper sheeting at a rate of... I have 3 machines, I recall, so I get 30 copper sheets a minute. 30 a minute. Well, this costs me 24. Time to make a better one. Whoa, getting inventive there. Yeah, I still need like an hour worth of copper sheet production just to get it up to there. Unless I were to delete some superfluous pipes. Alternatively... Yeah, the buffer was already, I believe, a double-sized holder thing. Boot up Slay the Spire, let it print sheet. Craft some by hand. I like the ideas we're getting. They're certainly not bad ideas. But what's the point in having a bus if we can't just quickly print something off of the bus? Yeah, I'll definitely need more in the future. But we will... I'm not sure if pressed copper sheets is something best made on the bus or if it's something best brought up. Also, here's another question. See these copper sheets? Are they actually used for creating anything? Yes, AI limiters. Yes, circuit boards. Yes, silicon circuit boards. The rate makes me wonder if it's something better made on the ground, because pressing copper sheets with water uses a lot of water. So it might actually be something best made down wherever my nearest copper and water combo is. Like my copper and water combo, and then bringing it up. Although I could always just bring up more water, who's to say? Point is, this man is in dire need of some copper sheets. What will he do for this? I can just quickly wing this one off the... off of here. Yeah, I certainly can. What's going to stop me? Absolutely nothing. Of course this is temporary. Of course it's temporary. What are we doing here? I don't think I'll arse around with the water. I'll just make quick constructors for it. Don't I have a blueprint for quickly constructing things? Yeah, 8 constructors. Boom. I can just build it and then not have it anymore. And I think the last time I built this, the little raising and lowering things actually did work. So hopefully it still works. Actually, no, they never had the little bits coming out to make it auto-connect. But it does look like it should be fine. So let's just shove in some of this and tell these guys to make me copper sheets. Quick as you can now. Time's a-wasting. How do I get my best view of you? Just mashing paste here. Might miss one or two. Oh man. Why does this keep happening? Why periodically does it decide to reverse these? Happens more often than I care to say. Casual, temporary, 24 constructor. Yeah, well, the need is dire. And the need is here and now. Anybody missing an order? It should say in red if they're missing an order. And then just bring it in, sunshine. And then I need to connect all this up as well. But don't worry, it's all temporary. Same with the output. And since all this is where the factory is meant to really go, and this here is Play Aroundsville, I'll just have it brought over to a lovely, massive storage container here. Organization, industrial-sized storage, industrial storage buffer. 1, 2... There we go, and into the dimensional toilet you go. And the solution is as simple as it is existing, which is to say completely. Solving the problem now and forever. There we go, that's so much faster than the 3 of these that we have printing out copper sheets elsewhere. And that allows us to continue on. No harm, no fuss. I don't know if this is more or less than we can handle. I mean, how many of these are there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 24. 24 times 20 is a big number. But this belt can provide much more, and we're bringing in much more, so we're fine. Do you need Mark 6 belts? No. No, far from it. Yeah, 480 there, and a Mark 5 belt is, I think, 780. So I could almost double this and we would be fine. But there we go. Uploading, stockpiling, it's all good. Doesn't flow out that fast, but it's certainly faster than... What did I say we were making? 30 a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, okay. It's much faster. Almost 10 times faster. But a permanent solution? We'll get that when we need a permanent solution. Will it sustain the great refinery, though? How great do you think it's going to be? Me, I'm not so sure. Life will be a little easier if I have this set up like so. And then you are going to make me feel bad for wasting so much space here, but that's okay, because all we need to do is embrace the wall.
While I admire your investment in your work, invest it somewhere more productive.
Ah, you shut your mouth, Ada. Change the tongue on that lass. Starting to think I should have made some more generic style upward mobility for my fluids, but I didn't. And I'll just have to live with that. Alright, now curvy is not the answer. Auto feels better. Can we make the lip? Of course we can make the lip. Just makes me all the more hopeful that this is the last we're going to need of this for a good while. We've built a lot of pipes today. And if I never see another pipe, it'll be too soon. That's okay, they're just really close. Feels really good, though. With this, there are only 2 more ingredients needed for the bus. We don't count aluminium. Aluminium is already produced, we just haven't figured out exactly how it ties in, and it's for later stage products anyway. I can't imagine me using aluminium alternatives, given that aluminium is such a... I wouldn't say pain in the bum, but it's certainly an involved process. A process I'm not in a hurry to involve myself with further. Please tell me the upper one was... Oh god, I don't know, do I? That's what I get for not colouring. A train for... No, Roseanne, you're not getting your bleeding trains. I can't remember which was upper and which was lower, and this is what I get for not doing colouring. That still doesn't tell me, at least I can see it there. But I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to need some pumping. We'll just start the pumping around here. Donk and donk. And let's go, Dedro. Will the head lift indicator work for me? No, it won't. Why won't it work for me? We don't know. I'll put you here anyway. Is it some kind of performance thing? It doesn't want to go too far? I do not comprehend. If you want to add plastic and rubber, you are far from done with pipes. Yeah, I know. And we are, that's the thing. We're definitely adding plastic and rubber to the bus, which means we already mentally figured out what we're doing, though. Now, I don't remember what I discovered, but we'll do it. Yeah, now you're having problems here. There we go. Likes it now. This could be a slight problem. I don't have the power. But I want the power. Mark 1 is disgusting, but tapping E on that doesn't get me what I need. Or does it? No, it doesn't. For some reason, the upgrade from tapping E on wall outlet Mark 1 is to give me double wall, whereas what I want is wall outlet Mark 2. Inconsistent with other UI. Coffee stain, please fix. Why no fuel? Why fuel no flow? Might be a head lift problem. Might be a head lift problem. Way back here. Now, here's the thing. Trains elicit a certain kind of joy when used in a game. But for me, it's the same joy no matter which game I'm playing for the trains. And if I'm going to be doing that, I would far rather have a game where it's a lot easier and less finicky to be building things. And easy and not finicky is not at all what we are with in Satisfactory. Here's my problem. I never powered this. Here's your problem. You need to please all the plumbers in the Mushroom Kingdom. Then we can talk about mercy. Why did I build 6 of these? I only needed 5, right? Well, we can happily underclock them. Save on power. Although space for water is more pressing than power. I don't doubt that, Roseanne, but they are easier to use and enjoy in Factorio, and much easier and easiest, I would say, in Open Transport Tycoon, which is, of course, what I play when I want to get my train groove on. And sometimes I really want my train groove on. Now, hurry up and dilute that fuel and give me what I need. You were doing no such thing because you're waiting on the water. Now you have the water and everything is good. Because even the water manifolds. Yeah, you will back up on 50, you'll back up to 50, you'll back up to 50, and then it all goes along. And chat desperately tried to tell you this like 40 minutes ago, says Baron, as he laughs a rude chap laugh. Difficult game to pay attention to chat to in this one. Eyes and brain are on so many things. Still slightly easier than reading chat and Slay the Spire, though. Slay the Spire is very mentally draining, I find. Speaking of which, I've got tomorrow set aside for it. I feel the call of the Spire. I wonder how hard I have to scratch that itch before I stop crawling to it. I've gotten to a pretty good level at the game. I've won a lot with each of the characters. Normally, for a game like that, I'd be going, okay, I'm done. We've seen it all, we've done it all. But I've yet to feel that way with Spire. Okay, I have every confidence that that is going to make its way up, so let's complete it, have it stored, and get to work on the final ingredients for the bus. And then we can actually start making things in the real factory that will exist. Few people want to believe it'll exist. Hey, look at that. There's a train. Razan, see? I made trains long before I made a bus. I made a little hump for it. Whee! Get a little bit of vertigo going over that. Hang on. I did not come to a conclusion of which one is which here. Water, water. That's funny. I really thought fuel was lower down. But that's not the case. You are the fuel. And you are the heavy oil. Is it better to put it on the front than the back? I don't care. Well, at least we know there's fuel in the pipes. It's just taking us a while to be powered along here. Good, very good. Should I color these accordingly? That would be clever to do. Water, water. Fuel. And daily dose. Seems like it'd be a lot of effort to color code everything. If I was going for pure aesthetics or my theme park, I certainly could, would, and should. You'll stop when you win with every character, one after another. A full rotating streak. That would involve playing the Watcher, and I'd rather not. And I think I did a full rotating streak with the other three. Yeah, I did Silent Defect Chad. I believe I won 4 times in a row. Twice with Silent, one with Defect, one with Chad, and then Defect brought it to an end with his big girthy deck. Because there was no winning that Shield and Spear fight. I don't think there was any play with the cards I had there that worked. We would know. We thought about all of them. Yeah, I don't want to play as the Watcher. I don't enjoy her playstyle. If you right-click on a color, you can set it as default. I guess in here. Ooh, cool. But that means I'd have to keep changing defaults, but that would work for a bit, wouldn't it? Alright, so which of these buffers are gonna... Wait, why is there no fuel up here at all? I'm going to assume it's just because there's such an enormous amount of pipe here that it's taking a while to fill up the pipes. Well, the pipes know that there's meant to be. You didn't put a pipe at the bottom. Indeed I did not. Well spotted. No indication of where the head lift is needed at that point. Didn't I put a pipe over... didn't I put a pump over here? I should follow the head lift requirement. Right, there's the latest pump we put in. Where do you need the juice? Well, almost certainly before that thing, so I'll just shove it in here with the rest. And then... go figure. As long as that doesn't hit 50, we're fine, and we are fine. Good. I'll get there, phase 5. But needs must. I'm happier with the bus anyway. Right, so this all fills up. These are both filled up, whilst only one of these are going to be filled, right? Yeah, and it's the top ones. Top one's fine, that's better head lift, but it does make it harder to know which of these are actually full. But then again, this little indicator is going to be here to tell me which one to drain off of. That will be somewhat useful. But it might be better to delete this ahead of time so I know that I'm pulling out from the right one. I can add the second one and not confuse... Oh, wow, look at it grow! Reminds me of something, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Nice visual indicator, though. I didn't actually notice that for a long time. Recht, plastic, and rubber. The final frontier. We have a vague idea of what we need to do, so let's do it. First thing we need to do is locate the pure oil node. We're apparently looking right at it. Is that them? Two together? Doesn't feel right. No, it ain't. Where is the oil then? And don't tell me it's underground. Give me a real answer. Aha. Right, well, knowing what we know now, how do we suss this out? Shouldn't need a big lad like you over here. Let's just bring this. Right, at least the oil will pump down the way nice and easily. I've kind of boxed myself in with this, which is a bit of an moment, but... Maybe I could even build the refineries up here and pump the water up a bit, if I can get myself some nice clean space, which I think I could. Yeah, a little bit of pumping the water up a bit shouldn't hurt too much. I'll leave myself plenty of space here for the water, and I really don't want to cramp my style in that regard. How about I just bring you over as far as I can? Don't want to infringe upon you. Please understand. Okay, I truly won't. Keep it chunk aligned. And we save all the water for later. Nice thing about this is that the end product is a solid, which means I can just tweak it over there and then up there, and all is well. The magic of flying, it's not flying, look! Structurally supported by the whatever this is. Well balanced. Let's just faff this around so I can fly around as need be. Yeah. Excuse me, hell not coming a mile away. Recht. It's pretty much the same thing with blending it down, isn't it? Yes. But it's going to be a far larger operation, right? Going to need a lot of water pumped up from here, but I suppose that's why we're leaving it as an option. Alright, I have a lot of oil here. Double pure. That's far more than we have here. Do I think I could get away with a single pure one? Let's run a bit of ratios, shall we? Crude oil. The crude oil goes 3 to 4. Well, let's imagine we're taking one of them. So we're taking 600, we're making 800 heavy oil. And this is going straight into, not residual fuel, but diluted fuel. So now our 800 doubles to 1600 fuel. And every bit of fuel is a bit of rubber or plastic. So what was the number we had? We had 1600, right? So that kind of melts down into 800 again. 800 of each. And then I could easily double that to get 1600 of each. But I'd like to leave the doubling for later. So we're going to use one of the pure ones and keep the other one for later, because we don't know, we might end up severely needing that heavy oil or fuel. So we'll leave our options open for later. So that's one of these guys, 600, 600 of you. So 20 heavy oil residue refineries. It's going to be a lot of blending. A lot of diluting with the blenders. But that's okay. That's what we signed up for. That's what I signed up for. Give me my refinery array. Just have it on default with auto connection. Have it this way. At this point, I've just learned that the top bit is where things go in. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Still find myself wishing that the chainsaw worked. Thank you. Now, auto connect. And how many did I say we needed of these? I believe I said 20. And that's 12. Maybe I can get away with not putting these on top of each other. Certainly looks like I could. It's even nicer to know that we're not dealing with solids on the input, but we will have to deal with solids on the output. I'm wiring this up just so I have the ability to float around a bit more. Can you use the polymers to make plastic and rubber as well? Yes, but that will complicate the process, and that's not what I'm looking for. If I am so desperate for that stuff that I'm willing to recycle, then sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I need a fifth one of you. If I'm so desperate for that, then I'll go for it. But I'm happier to keep the option around. And who is shy on motors? Oh dear. Tell me motors aren't needed for blenders. Uh-oh. That's very funny. A lot of them are needed. Is it time that we actually go up and automate something? What does it take to make a motor? Motors need... Well, what kind of motor would we be doing? Probably the basic one. Although, think of the 2-to-1 you get if you just add a little crystal oscillator. Although, think about the fact that you only need an assembler for this one. Then again, look at that. Electromagnetic control rod. Only require, well, that's actually a lot of stators in it. You're kind of paying extra for much faster production. We'd probably make the steel rotor, and it doesn't have to be made from steel. And then the stator itself, I'd probably use the quick wire stator. Probably, although quick wire is used in a lot of things. Still a lot of things to build there. Time to make a temporary motor factory. That's funny. That's so funny I'm laughing. Okay. Perhaps in a far less funny approach, let's go and see if Ada can help us out. Oi, Ada. I want motors. Good lord. There's no way I'm paying 5 coupons for 50 motors. That's daylight robbery. I don't want to set up a temporary motor factory. But then again, don't I have a lot of Statters and the other things? If I pull from these, I'm certain I'm going to be eating up half of the production, because those aren't smart split. Those were set up before we had smart splitters. Make a half-scale plastic rubber plant and then go and make motors. But then I have to come back and do more of this. Then again, one way or another, I need those extra motors. Because even when I start making the plastic, doing it with recycled plastic is again a refinery job. Holy moly, this man needs a lot more motors. Does he actually go up and, dare I say, automate motors? Ada's taking into account supply and demand. That's my problem, clearly. So close, and then pipped at the post by motors. If only I had double stocked on motors, but I thought, who could possibly need more than an entire storage chest of motors? This guy right here, I'm afraid. Just leave the factory for 2 days. No, I'd rather have everything complete for the bus today. And maybe even automate something properly. I mean, that something would be iron plates, but at least it would be the start of the real factory that nobody thought would exist. Hey, looky there. Already getting tons of this stuff. I'm on the fence about setting that up because it requires a bunch of stuff that I haven't automated already. But I cannot deny my need for motors right now. So what am I to do? What I'm to do is to set up a manufacturer right here. Manufacturer, take the power as you need it from wherever you're going to get it, which is there, I suppose. This manufacturer is made for probably the rigor mode. No, I don't have the fancy thing set up, do I? Actually, how many crystal oscillators do I have? Not enough for me to be happy doing that. In that case, give me the assembler. ×2. Well done, you're here to make me motors. Not electric motors, we don't have the doodads for that. Take everything. And copy and paste that. Actually, forgot to do this part. Easy money. He's going cuckoo, but he needs it. He needs it all. Right, show me my stators. Show me my rotors. 500 a pop. Take them. Take them. That's 1,000 motors. No, it's not. It's 500 motors. That's still surely good enough. And I want that obviously into the dimensional toilet. Ah, missing a very familiar good here. The SAM fluctuator. Yoink. Just automate wires and steel pipes on the bus. You have all you need. I know I have all I need, but you have to understand, there's a mindset I want to be in for setting that up. And that mindset is once I'm confident that everything is coming along on the bus, I want to reach that stage. And I will reach that stage. Although I do wonder about the statters and other bits situation. Oh, well, actually, look at that. The statters and the rotors are coming along rather handily. There we go. Slightly more of these to get us going. Although I do not like the fact that the blender also requires lots of motors. 20 a pop. Computers too, and I'm going to need a bunch of these. Desperate man cannibalizing his own factory. Almost all creatures in the animal kingdom will display cannibalism if pushed to extreme measures. Even pioneers. I mean, not to worry, we have infinite motors. They're just being produced at a rate that is perhaps subpar. Also, another thing, if I needed to save on motors, I could shard these up. Shards is something I have a ton of. I am the Shard King. But let's hold that off for now. This should connect up nicely. Of course it does. This would also be nice to connect up. Right, so all of you, did I get the numbers correct here? This is 20 of these, 20 for heavy oil residue. Yeah, because I'll use 600. Perfect. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, paste, 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 paste. And along it all goes. Huzzah! Crude oil won't flow in until I actually start piping it out, but let's worry about that once this is all set up. It'll be set up easier if these things are in place. Again, the blueprint appears to be broken, although... Is it though? Have other people tried it and found it broken? Are there reports on the forums of it being broken? I think it's broken, but I am open to the idea that it's a brain problem for me. It's just like how Alpha cannibalized his own ship. Yeah, I think that intergalactic movement of goods is also part of what doesn't appeal to the new Factorio to me. But I just need to get around to playing it someday. Okay, so the output, the solids just get sunk. Which way is it all flowing? Looks like it's flowing that way. It can be hard to tell, though. These things move so fast. It would be nice to have some kind of arrows on the side indicating it. But it looks like it's going this way. And that's another way to check it is indeed going this way. And once again, sink those polymers. Know that we could use them for something, but we won't, at least not currently. And the nice thing is that I can just bring it down to you. Using nice curvy belts. Nice curvy belts that don't cost me motors, that's the nicest part. Why is this not really flowing? Oh, right, it's filling up my buffer, so there's nothing left to fill up. Also, how did that whole thing end up on number 3? I must have opened this and tapped 3. How does it keep happening? Alright, very good. Use some plastics and rubber to start the recycling process, Jake. That's what polymer resin is there for. Yeah, but it only needs to start the process, and I've got something that can start the process right here. Of course, how it all loops together cleanly is something I'm going to have to figure out, but that is the fun part of the exercise. Where's that oil again? I think that's it right there, right? Yeah. Yeah. And the oil comes in on this side, so I just need some of those nice little stackable pipelines. Wait, what? I only need one. For now, at least. We might want a second one. Yeah, that's a good point. Might need a second one, depending on how our needs grow as the bus grows. So let's be ready for that inevitability. There we go. Get Kirby. Get broadband. Get happy. And then how keen are you at getting all the way down here? Ooh, do you fit on these? Well, you say no, but I am willing to believe what you mean is... yes. Awesome. Love using those for building more things off of. Don't love it when this doesn't reach. I feel like they could have made the pipe range just a wee bit longer. Maybe about as long as belts are. Because it does lead to a lot more building and rebuilding than feels strictly necessary. But maybe that's just me problems. I am meant to be using the bottom one here, right? Yeah, probably. Alright, we made it. This is where I wish I could Factorio pipette the resource and then it gives me the builder for it. But no, instead we go production, we go oil extractor, and we just flow it right in. Not a second thought. In it goes. Up it goes with the last of my shards. At least the last of the shards I have here. Heavens knows I have well over 1,000 of them ready and willing for the dimensional toilet. And actually, when it comes to head lift, you shouldn't need a lot of boosting. But we will anticipate our needs for that by shoving in a pump right here. And we will once again forget that you need to double-click the pumps for some reason. I mean, why? What are you confirming after the first click? Ooh, okay, maybe. Maybe you do want to rotate it. I'm sold. That should effortlessly get our refineries working here. This poor abused pool. I hope nobody was ever planning on drinking this water. The fact that the polymers are flowing is a good sign. The manifold slowly fills up, which is probably also a good sign. And then we need to blend. We need to blend a lot, almost a concerning amount. So we're making 800 heavy oil right now. And we need to dilute that. 850, that's 16 of them. To make a ton of regular fuel. 16 of these. Maybe I just want to build 8 because I don't have enough motors. Or maybe our thinking ahead makes it not a problem. The problem, of course, is that beyond that, I also need to shove a ton of recycled plastic devices down, don't I? We're going to be cramming out 1,600 fuel, which is consumed at a very, very slow rate. Disturbingly slow rate. Holy moly, I'm going to need hundreds of these. Well, not hundreds, but dozens of these things. Marginally concerning. But I do have a lot of space here. There's nothing stopping me just coating all of this in concrete. Well, maybe there is, but nothing's coming to mind that's stopping me. Ada did tell me to work vertically. And who am I to deny Ada's teachings? Alright, get blending then. How many... blender, no solid. How many schloops does it take for these blenders anyway? That's the input, huh? I think that's the input. I hope that's the input. Sure looks like it because there are arrows on the output. Now, if I gave you this recipe for diluted fuel, you'd take 4. Okay, well, there's no way I'm schlooping this stuff up. Just wanted to be sure. I believe I didn't have you on auto-connect, and I want you on auto-connect. Default auto-connect. That seems about right. No fancy crap. None at all. Bye-bye, motors. Please keep making more motors. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. How many of these did I say I needed? Don't say it was 16. I don't want to hear that. 12. It was probably 16. 14. 16. Just dangling off the edge there. Not a care in the world. Probably quite a lot of cares. Let's not concern ourselves with how the water gets up here. Let us slightly concern ourselves with the rate at which the heavy oil comes in. Yeah, but I can just trim this in half and the heavy oil situation will be fine. This is great. Lovely visual feedback that it's pasted the command here. Be nice if pasting brought color as well. I'd suggest you shard everything and divide the number of refineries needed by 2.5. Yeah, the refineries for making the plastic's probably a good idea to shard, because if nothing else, I doubt I'll be able to afford the motors for it, at least for now. Anyway, I need to split this in half. How many of them are there again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bloop. And then bring this over. And view, it's split by 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then bloop. Keep heavy oil on the bottom, because I'm going to need to pump the water up regardless. And I should have you fill up on heavy oil residue, no problem. Well, it would if you had power, and I will sort that out for you post-haste. We can make that easier for us if we start connecting on one side. Everything's just so massive in this game. Makes the blueprint thing, even at 6x6x6 foundation frame sizes, feel really quite oppressively small. Which wouldn't be a big deal if this kind of stuff would auto-connect. There we go. So now you should start drinking up the heavy oil, which you do. Now I need the water. I need absurd amounts of water. Fortunately, I gave myself absurd amounts of water. But how do we bring it over best? Guess I could just start harvesting this and we're good to go. Problem is I did 6 and 6, and that doesn't work so well with the water. Because that means, or rather I did 8 and 8, didn't I? Yes, which means the water is going to have some problems here. Not necessarily problems, actually. I can just bring up 2 pipes of water and snip the water pipe halfway as well. So for starters, you get the snip treatment, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Snip the water. 1, 2, 3, 4. Share the water. And same for you. 1 of you, 2 of you, 3 of you, 4 of you. Snip the water. And then we're... I think the autosave kills my deconstruction. I had that happen before. I guess the bigger the save, the more it needs to pause for a moment to grab all the data. Is this usable water? No, that does not look like usable water. Looks like death. That's okay, we could bring the water up through a little pipe around here. Am I at the point where I actually just want to shard up my water collection, given how much of a pain this is becoming? I'm unsure about that one. Woohoo! Here's a thought. I want my glass here. Give myself a better idea of how this stuff comes and goes. Water, huh? I can get 320 water out of a fully sharded up water collector, and they don't use that much energy, do they? Nah. I think at this point I'm happy enough to shard them up to save space and sanity. If 2 of these bring out... Let me think, I need 400 pop. So if these just do me 200, and I understand I'm going to need some of my many, many shards for that. If you're set to make me 200, then life becomes easier. And yeah, this is just a sanity saving measure. Can you come all the way down from there? No, because pipe too long. Fei long. Ah, but however, stackable pipeline solution right here. Just wedges itself between there, that's no problem. And now I need a hole up here. Pipeline floor hole. Donk, donk. And don't be weird about this. Could be a little more weird about this. It doesn't want to be. Noodly. Perhaps I should have changed the direction of this thing. Oh, wait. If I don't want it snapping on itself, I can solve my problems with something like this. That way it should be a lot more sorted out for bringing them up, especially if I alternate it, and then it's too long. Okay. Right, of course. It's okay, I pretend to know what I'm doing here. Yeah, I probably should have stacked the pipe from underneath the foundation rather than from the ground like that. But brain no worky. Alright, there we go. One of you is watered at least. Except you're not, because this doesn't have power. But we can solve that. We can try to solve that. There we go. Sure look like they're working. They're working overtime. And then we need to only do that a bit more. Okay, don't sweat it. Just bring it up in whatever way you think is least bananas. Boy, I hope once all this is done, nobody looks under there. There we go, so now you get the water. You can start blending this as soon as I give these guys power. Easy as pie. And then all I need to do is bring a couple more from over here. Also easy. Although made easier if I also give myself a bit of space to look through here. Hey, that'll come in nicely. Love these glass frame foundations. Just being able to look through the ground like that. So nice. So what happens to the headphone wires in my pocket? It's just a tangled mess. It's me. Well, I guess two of them I could just cram in here. Cramming seems pretty good for grabbing the water here. Who would have thought water is such a precious resource? Alright, but I very much like the idea of hanging these from the top. But is such a thing even possible? I can't even do it like so. Why can't I hang it from the top? I can do wall stuff, but I can't stack it from the top down. You can do ceiling mounting for it, but you can't do ceiling mounting for these? I guess that's what the hole is for. How peculiar. Well, I guess that's neither here nor there. If you'll need to get over to there, then surely we can just go whoop. Build a wall under the floor. Ah, but what if we connect it like this? Now it kind of looks like it's coming from the ceiling. I'm not convinced I'm only going to get these. Let's have it set to filter that. See? Clever designs for clever people. And you get first dibs. Better keep in mind that these things are going to need motors, but I'm adding the motors last. Not motors, the other thing. Pumps, which probably need motors, I think about it. Noble. Thank you. Such peaceful music for all the stuff we're doing here. It's very nice. And all this to get my final, truly final ingredient for the bus. It's exciting. I'm excited. Huzzah. And where do you get power from? This guy's willing to dedicate some power to you. And you should also be sharded. No, I copied the wrong guy for you. That's better. If it's going up high, it needs that extra stuff. Because I didn't want to bother building so many of these. It says press R to reload, but I seldom do. I just left click. It reloads just fine. All seems to be working a-okay. Now we just need the pumps. Up you go. That should be low enough to work. Up you go. Going the right way? Yes. These poor overworked power lines. Alright, but there we go. Can't imagine that that's too far for those pumps to work. Maybe I can imagine it. I think it is too high. Oh, the pain. Well then. Are you going to show me your problem position? Not really, but we know we'll be fine if we just set them up here. Running out of power sources here. There you go, there you go. There you go, and there you go. All right. Whew. Took a fair bit, but now we're blending a vast amount. Should be blending a vast amount of fuel. Don't worry about the lack of water. That's a manifold issue, not a production issue. A manifold issue which will be corrected in no time flat. Yeah, see that expand up with all the water that we know is flooding through here. Good, very good. Now, how in the world do we set this up? Because this is one of those weird Kovarex-esque situations where your output's going to be your input, but you're going to be outputting a bit more than the input. Except for Kovarex, it's less, isn't it? Let us first consider the amount of fuel that we have coming out here. We have 100 per minute times 6, so I better write this down. I got 1600 fuel. 1600 fuel. And what's the ratio here for making... Rubber and plastic's the same, I believe. 6 and 6 to 12, 6 and 6 to 12, 30, 30, 60, 30, 30, 60. So it's all the same. Well, one way or another, each of these things is eating 30 fuel per minute. That's 160 over 3. Ooh, that doesn't even work out very well, does it? Yeah, because that's 50 with 10 left over. That's 53 with a little bit left over. However, let's consider that we're going to shard these things up by maybe 200%. 6 still doesn't go into that, though. Of course, why would it? If 3 doesn't, 6 wouldn't. But what about 7.5? Can we do 160 over 7.5? They don't teach you your period times table in school. It's not a big deal if we don't consume everything. Maybe I'd rather have 20 of these refineries than... I guess that'd be 22. That doesn't work very well, but 24 does. 24 is 3 loads of 8. Contemplating making a huge array of 32 of them, but then I wouldn't have the motors for that, I'm quite certain. No idea how many motors we have at the ready. However, these only cost 10 each, and I should have some backed up. Refineries aren't that bad for... This is done in a refinery. Please tell me it's done in a refinery. Could you imagine if it wasn't? I absolutely could imagine if it wasn't. Yeah, we're in the refinery school of thinking. 16 and 16 for 32? Yeah, I'm actually open to that. 16 of them set up for rubber, 16 of them set up for plastic. Segregate them a little bit. I can actually widen my area to work with a little bit. Kind of like this. This seems like a fun thing to set up. And this will be a very real part of the factory. And there'll be a lot of rubber and plastic demands. So this is like the first true produced goods that we're going to automate here. So you recycle rubber into plastic and send the plastic to be recycled into rubber. Yeah, we get a net gain because we are enhancing it all with fuel. Somehow. I don't know how that works, but I'm not a scientist. Call Dr. Nitro or some such. Alright, let's keep this as the central splitting point, shall we? Getting kind of hungry here. Not surprised, though, it's 6 p.m. Refinery array. Build mode. Default. Auto-connect. Please don't auto-connect to them, though. Keep this on this side. You don't want to auto-connect, that's good. And I believe we said this was halfway, right? Must be, because that's where it's split. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, right. A bit over here, but I wanted space between them. That's significant enough space. Right. Let's get started, shall we? How many did I say? 16 a pop? Unfortunately, these are absolutely going to need plugged in because they have solids coming in and out, but that's the break. 8, 16. And then we're going to want that over here. This time not on auto connect because then it might connect to these guys and we don't want it to. This is the halfway snippy snip, so if you build over to there, that seems quite fine. Plenty of room around the sides for them as well to have the bits plug in. That is to say the plastic and the rubber going around the sides. Don't let me down now. Dangle off the edge if you need. It is far from my concern. And they thought there'd never be a factory. Certainly very happy about having so much more concrete at the ready as well. Also, no need for head lift issues here. That also feels good. So, this side is going to be doing rubber. Recycled rubber. What exactly is getting recycled, I don't know. Must be a horrible time to discover that I have got the wrong ratios. Oh, speaking of ratios, right. This is actually more than we need. Let me think. We've got 1,600 fuel coming in, and I have got 16 of you guys here, so they're... But it's not 1,600, it's 800. Am I right about this? Why do I feel wrong about this? This is 8 of you, 800. 800 light oil is coming in here. Is this going to manage it? I feel like I've got this all sorts of wrong. And you're eating them 30, which means you need 26. Wait, what? Oh, I assumed I'd be sharding them up to a higher amount. Yes, yes, in my initial calculations I was sharding these up. I will still need to shard them up, but now how much by? $800's coming in. 800 needs to be consumed by 16 of them at a rate of 50. 30 needs to become 50. Needs to be 1.66, 166. It's not going to eat it until it has the shards, of course. Alright, that makes a lot of sense. And then you're going to be coughing out 100 rubber a minute. Good lord, these rates. This is scary. Although some people seem to be egging on that this is going to be a difficult recipe. I'm not so sure about that. I don't think it'll be difficult to balance the stuff that comes in and out. But I'm open to being wrong. The challenge is all part of the thrill. What I'll do is I will paste this one, but I will change the recipe over to recycled plastic. It remembers the amount. I copy that, and then we come along. And while we're at it, let's make sure that it's all wired up. And then after it's wired up, we're going to have to deal with the vertical belts, which is a shame because I have to do that 64 times, I think. Yeah, big shame. Yeah, I got to remember that half of it goes back in on itself, but that should be done in a smart way. One should always fill them back up before I take anything off the top. Don't skim anything off the top until your people are happy. There we go, that keeps you connected. Bit of an odd place to bring it out at, but shouldn't be of concern. So, as we know, these pipes will not be able to handle the sheer girth of our fuel. So once again, we will do the snippy snip. Shouldn't have to worry, manifold ain't balanced, but input-output is just another way of balancing. This is the snip point, so snip. And then we need to snip you again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Snip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Snip. Alright, now they're getting their light fuel on this end at least. I guess I'll do both sides at the same time. And yeah, I know I still need to do my little elevator shafty things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Snip. 1, 2, 3, 4. Snip. That was the correct side to do. Good. No, it was not. But that was. Snip 1, 2, 3, 4, feeding in. Good. So the fuel comes along splendidly. You're all powered, you're all sharded. Let's get those elevators done. The elevators. There's bound to be some things I built where the elevators are still broken because I tried to fix it and then I did something like that and didn't notice. It's easy, surprisingly easy not to notice that. And I know how it is. You're watching the stream and you're thinking, my god, how didn't he notice? I invite, if you ever get that feeling, I heartily invite upon you to do some streaming. I can give you the self-promotion role so you can shill it to your heart's content. And you'll get the thrill of knowing what it's like to feel like such a fool at a game you thought you're so good at. And Dark Young's pointing out it's a trap. I didn't even get to the point of saying we need a few more volunteers for the Mario Marathon. We can't let that just fall into obscurity. Surely you're confident in your Mario abilities. And barring some problems, surely you've been talking all your life. Combining the two will be child's play. Oh man, I missed the Mario Marathon. I might go back and watch some of Baron's VODs. Oh boy. Outside of the Nancy Drew Marathon, have I ever laughed as much? Yeah, there's plenty to watch. 69 hours of my life I'd never get back. A full 24 hours of watching somebody play Super Mario 3 for the NES. Hey, you know, World 3 is a bit of a doozy. World 6 as well. It's not beyond my understanding. Okay, so it's all linked up. Now we just need to figure out how this stuff balances out nicely. So let's start with the plastic then, shall we? The plastic gets fed in here, gets made into plastic that gets fed out here. And wouldn't you know it, the way it comes out can go right into the way that it comes in. Whoa, Jake, did you plan for that? No, I did not. But as long as we're here, we might as well put it to good use. That means we need a smart splitter, which you shall go into. And the smart splitter will be only too happy to straightly feed back in here. The center is overflow, the right output is normal stuff. But I'm not satisfied with that, for obvious reasons, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not satisfied with this at all. We're going to get rid of this, and we're going to build a storage container. Probably shouldn't need one that big. But what if we do? There we go. Yeah, didn't think of that. What if we do? I'm probably going to need to upgrade these belts given the fast rate that this stuff is produced. But there we go. Nice buffer for the plastic. And you know what? We can reach into our toilet and take the initial seed plastic and shove it in. It goes in, and then I realized that we didn't actually give Wait, didn't I? I could have sworn I went around and pasted these. Are we about to find out this is a rubber side? No, it's definitely plastic, so I guess I made it and then forgot to copy it. Marginally concerned that these things aren't working immediately. Oh, I understand now. It's rubber into plastic, not plastic into rubber. Okay, that only marginally complicates things, but not by much. Not by much, because what I can do is actually turn this stuff into rubber, right? Yeah, we just change the recipe and make this the recycled rubber one, and then it's going to work fine. Watch that plastic disappear, and then, sorry, you guys thought you were rubber, but in fact you're the recycled plastic one. Even though I said it out loud, I did manage to forget that it is rubber to plastic, plastic to rubber. Doesn't complicate things much at all, just means the belt's going to come along a little bit further and make more of a helix than a couple of loops. I thought you did actually love rebuilding the lifts, so no, I would not like to rebuild any more of these lifts, thank you very much. Let's take the plastic off the end. And then what this ends up getting is, oddly enough, still the rubber, I would say. So yeah, you are still going to get my... Wait, not rubber. Hang on. Yeah, they are eating the plastic, so this thing can still take all my excess plastic. No. But then the rubber that comes out... is going to do what? Could bring it back down along that way, but I love the idea that it kind of wraps around itself. Seems cozy somehow. Kelsington. Any can come out the center. The left is going to be overflow. That means I want to lower you down just a little bit. Little bit. I wonder about the pace though, but I can always go around and update these belts to the proper speed. Comes up by 2, up by 2, that's fine then. So we just bring this along as far as we can. Yeah, I'm almost certainly going to need higher tier belts. I'm also wondering if the Mark 6 ones are going to be high enough, because the rate at which this stuff is produced is very... Oh, don't tell me this is offset. It's okay. I'm not that bothered. I'm bothered a little bit, but not that bothered. How did I miss that? Wait a minute. The plastic's meant to come... the rubber's meant to come in on this side. It doesn't need to extend this far. You know how it is, we just love rebuilding, don't we? Yes, because now you want rubber coming in, and I can handle that. 5 storage container, big storage container. And in you go. And out you come. And now they operate, and then out comes the plastic on the other side, which is going to similarly swing around here. Wow, where'd all this plastic come from already? These guys are poised and ready for me. Right, never mind that. I told you it was not aligned yet. Too easy to miss, I'm afraid. When are you in line? Are you in line now? Alright, good, good. Shouldn't be difficult to split it off and get in there if need be. So now the plastic comes in and feeds into the rubber, and the rubber comes out and all is well. Except I didn't set up a smart splitter for... No, that's the smart splitter for the rubber. The smart splitter for the plastic is still fine if it also lines up here. And I have no reason to think that it wouldn't. Oh look, it even kind of snaps into play. No, but we could make it snap into play. God, excuse me, I am full of the sneezes today, it seems. I'm not feeling under the weather by any stretch of the imagination. But you know how it is. Oh, that is off. Oh, that is awful. Who in the world was saying this is a complicated setup? Yeah, no, thankfully I'm not, I've got like the opposite of hay fever. I love the smell of grass and cut weeds and whatever else. Right, so left output is overflow, center output is that, and for you, it comes out like so. So you two can just join up with a belt that comes on out. Now I'm certain that there's going to be a problem here. The output's going to be too high. That much is clear, right? We've got 1600 coming out on these belts. Even if I upgraded them to supermassive belts, it would not be sufficient. It's also going to take a bit of time until the rubber and the plastic inside the system can feed it all. But I still need an answer for this. What is the answer? The answer could be that half of them feed back into themselves, whilst the other half do not. So whilst all of these bits of rubber flow out from there, we could make it so that half of them actually go straight over here. So half feed the system and then half are skimmed off the top. Is that what I'm looking for? I think it is. But how would we do that when we have it set up like this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If we said those 8's output went that way, that means I could trim this off. And then have this just be the one that comes out for us to enjoy. That seems pretty good. That means I wouldn't have to worry about belt shenanigans either. Yes, yes. Okay, I'm convinced that works. Perhaps another way to look at it, I have no reason to think it won't work. This is going to need to be belt 6 magic, though. We'll concern ourselves with the belt upgrading in the super space future. Why are you not coming out? Because this is a merger. It merges and comes out here, which means this is meant to merge in that other way. So what's the man to do here? He... could actually concern himself just with doing this. That's your lot. Yeah, merges coming out of there, merges out of there. Down comes the rubber, and all is well. Yeah, that seems pretty good. And now I need to do similar things for the plastic. The plastic still comes down and feeds everybody. There's no need to concern ourselves with that. And also due to the manifold thing, the ones that feed the rubber back into the system get priority on the plastics. That's really good as well. Would that not stop the loop? I have no reason to think it would stop the loop. Maybe if it backs up, that's a problem. Would that be a problem? Yeah, because the lack of plastic consumption could back up. Would that actually cause a problem? I'm not so sure. Even so, it might be very prudent to set up an overflow here. Yeah, I'm sold. Plus, if nothing else, I can dump stuff right now. So this is a smart splitter. Yep. Yep. In you go, and then we have the awesome sink. Always sink to be sure. Yeah, if nothing else, it stops you just wasting resources. Kind of a waste of space over here, so I don't like the position of this, but the awesome sink is very simple to move if we do not appreciate it. And here we go. All overflow goes left. Now, if we're doing this, that means this kind of smarty pants nonsense is unnecessary. So away you go, away you go. Just feed into there, feed into here, and all is well. Still need to upgrade the belts. Let's worry about that shortly, not now. Let's get the plastic sorted out. How badly can you gridlock yourself in this game if you have a massive factory grind to a halt, such as a temporary out-of-power situation? Can't be that bad, right? You shut off more or less immediately when you have too much power, unless you have a lot of power-saving things. But then you would just you would disable your heaviest consumption, or you'd set up a power switch for them. So you realize all those particle accelerators you have set up are using way too much power. Just shut those off. Then the factory can continue running without them, and then you build more power. But with our capacity at 75 gigawatts, and our current consumption at 22 gigawatts, I think we're a ways away from such problems. I certainly hope we're a ways away from such problems. Anyway, half of the plastic. That, again, is 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Snippety snip. And then you are coming down here. And I can't actually tell where you meet, but it's probably, you probably come along there, so 1, 2. I am so very glad I went to the effort, and it was effort, of making my, making my time crystals. Once again, the straight one wants to bend at the tip. Doesn't anymore though, but I swear that straight one just ain't happy with me half the time. Am I going the right way here? Yes I am. Something didn't feel right. Oh, that doesn't feel right. Glorious. I'm actually satisfied setting up another awesome sink for the plastic. Rather than have these two share. Again, left gets the overflow, And now we dump the plastic. I can't imagine the plastic is worth any real amount, much like the rubber, but better dumped than not. In fact, can't we check that on the graph here? Yeah, I mean, maybe. It is quite a bit of rubber, I suppose. And look, I'll get my coupon in no time. I was wondering if you could have waste product backup for production chains and cascade into other chains. I don't think that you can have it happen as badly as it happens in Factorio here. The worst case things just gridlock and then you go and fix them and they work again. Which I suppose is exactly what happens in Factorio, but with Factorio you're under pressure from biters, so it can feel a bit more catastrophic. I desire power. Contemplating how we bring this over, and I guess there's not too much to think about, is there? Now would you look at that, I've got this set up to happily bring over a whole bunch of plastic and such. So bring it over, wang it into that. I could maybe even cut under that if I'm feeling frisky. Jake, you gonna mess with nuclear? I have no reason to want to mess with nuclear. My eyes are set on beating the game. And currently, I can't imagine that anything we build is going to demand more power than our current... what's the stuff again? Our current rocket fuel can already deal with. Well, I say current, we've only built up not even half of our current rocket fuel capacity. In fact, not even a quarter of our rocket fuel capacity. Which is rather promising. Let's make a slight effort to line this up. Of course, go figure, you are slightly over. Slight enough for that to work? Slight enough for that to work. Okay, good. Thematically, I don't think I like these new belts. I still think Mark III belts are my favourite. Slow enough for you to see the goods that are on it, fast enough to feel efficient enough. Oh, we're gonna have to keep it low. Dip it down slow. Move it all around, something, something. I don't know the song very well. And then what did I decide is the best way to bring this up? Pretty hard to bring this up, but maybe straight is the best. Yeah, curvy was giving me problems, so let's go straight. Wait a second. I say straight. Why is this off? Why is this slowly bringing me away? Did we have curvy tip at the end? I think we did have curvy tip. Okay, default me then. Is default working good? It's working good enough. And good enough is good. What's the point of the belts versus straight up and then horizontal? There's no good point. I just already have this this ramp, so I'm already using this ramp. It's also a nice visual overview of things that are flowing. It's hard to see how things are truly flowing when you're using the elevator things, but now I'm just kind of grasping at straws here, trying to justify my poor design decisions. Not very safe to assume that anything you see here is built because it's efficient. It's built because it's what I saw in my head when I was working on it. So don't overthink it, because assure yourself that I didn't think at all. Yeah, justifying my Factorioisms is probably a good way of putting it as well. I love that they give you that line so you know when it's straight. But it doesn't flow in the direction that the belt flows. And that has thrown me off before. Glorious! Now let's finally get this stuff on my bleeding bus. Although these belts still need upgraded. Maybe I should do that while I'm still here. That's a lot of belt upgrading though, but oh well. It's needed. Because there's no way that these can handle the throughput. Wait, is that even true? Now that I've halved it, is that actually true? Yeah, because there's still 800 rubber per minute flowing here, and the 780 on that is insufficient. Ah, syllabi. Oh, and there are these mini belts as well that I better be wary of. Given the way that the blueprint machine wanted them. Like here. You. That wasn't too tough. This game looks like it lacks a power tool. Why can't you draw a big voxel and upgrade all the belts inside of it, for example? That's probably a very non-trivial thing to do in an implementation standpoint. But yes, that's the kind of thing where Factorio excels over this game. Factorio is the better factory building game. However, this game is more than just factory building. The issue is, for me, at this point in the game, factory building is all we're doing. There's no more exploration to be done. There's not really any more research. All that's just gonzo. Now it is just build, 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 and this is where you start feeling the superiority of Factorio. But it's still good, and it's still quite nice to be doing this in a 3D environment. Very satisfying in a lot of ways. Clues in the name there. But yes, certainly it would be nice to be able to draw a big 3D box area and say, all these, please upgrade right now, please and thank you. Factorio would let me do it. That said, for a long time, Factorio didn't let you do that. Which update allowed you to do that? It was a 1.0 feature though, so I can't hold that against it. I can't be adamantly against early access and said, oh, during early access it had this and that. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. It was so satisfying I want to do it again. The Unreal process has crashed. Goodbye, game. What's your problem? It's the same thing again. Pre-force build. No. Okay, well, send your little report. Please restart the game and let me do that again. Absolutely not, Alexander. I will not rest until I have actually started the real factory. And I will do that, because we are moments away from having the final raw goods coming in. Ignoring gas and ignoring aluminium. There's no good reason to ignore gas, but we're still ignoring gas. Imagine if this is one of those old games that just doesn't save. Or even one of those games that just doesn't save and isn't old. A recent example of that, a horrible one, was All the Windows Are Gone. Well, the title had something about Windows and all of the windows. Please don't be too far back. It's 3 minutes back. Oh, that's a few belts. Yeah, that game, it was good. Kind of dropped the ball a bit, but it was good spooks. But the game had no saving, and it crashed, and I lost all progress. And it wasn't that there was no autosave. There was no way to save in the game, period. I guess it was one of those one-time experience games. No, it didn't crash. It soft-locked. Yeah. Soft-locked because you could still interact with an item when you were forced into some kind of sequence, and yeah, everything broke. Anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. at all. So just imagine I had some profound comment to make and then nod and agree. Oh, naruhodo. Which Final Fantasy is your favorite? By a long way, 10. Then 9. Then pretty much all the rest of them because they're all terrible. And I don't even think this is nostalgia talking because I hated 10 when I first played it. Oh, lordy. I felt really bad because I was talking about how bad it was, and what did I get for Christmas that year but a copy of Final Fantasy X. Did teach me a few things, like how to be grateful for a present that you don't want. So I guess I should be thankful. But I kind of like the grind in the game because it's one of those games where the grind is clever grind. You know, you don't kill 1,000 cactuars. You kill 10 cactuars and then figure out, right, if I kill another 10 cactuars in this way, I will do all of the grinding. You know, it's kind of like Disgaea in that respect. Because I'm not a big fan of JRPG grinding. And the story I find exceedingly touching. Oh man, still get tears in my eyes. Playing or watching through Final Fantasy X. It's got some great moments. The music is phenomenal. At the time, the graphics were otherworldly. Yeah, lots to love about Final Fantasy X. Great game. Final Fantasy IX, that's probably nostalgia speaking. Again, the music's great, the designs are great. Pretty awesome looking for a PlayStation 1 game. Okay, is this all going to be flowing fine? Why does this look like it's choked up a bit? I'm giving this a once-over. Because I was doing it rigorously, and now I don't know where I got cut off. Xanakin, to Xanakin, it's one of your favorite pieces of music ever, says Dark Young. Heavy praise. Alright, there we go. All that stuff's getting dumped away. Don't know why it goes up and down a bit and up and down. I must have some staggered stuff with some of my syncing that I have elsewhere. But it all seems to be flowing just fine. This shouldn't actually fill up with plastic at all. It should be in perfect harmony. So it should just have the initial plastic that we dumped there out of the toilet. I like this system. I like it quite a lot, and I quite like the fact that it makes a bit of a helix. And again, this should just have the initial plastic that we dumped. Everything else should be fine. Don't like this stopping and starting, though, but that's to be expected given that there's extra rubber inside the system. Unless I did something daft, like not cut these off in the right place, or give them the wrong clock speed. Or wonder why there isn't enough fuel in you. Why would there ever be a fuel problem? Why is there a water problem? Shouldn't be a water problem. We've got 1, 2, 3 of these needing 400 water. We've got 4 of these needing 400 water a minute. Are you telling me there's a head lift problem or some other problem? Your head lift is fine. Your head lift is fine. You are not on? I need second opinions here. What's going on? Pipe is not connected to the water. Aha! Excellent point. It was a trick of perspective, of course. Yeah, these guys aren't working just because all this is backed up, no doubt. Yeah, because all the bus stuff has stopped dead. Running, running. running, and running. Good. Very good. Gosh, I don't know how long that would have gone unnoticed. I'm guessing forever. Alright, all is well then. Slightly concerned at the rubber backing up here, though. But that was because the rubber that was meant to go, or the plastic being made from that rubber that was meant to go off there, wasn't being able to be processed due to lack of fuel, which it will catch up with fairly soon. Yes. Yeah, this won't be a problem. The manifold needs to fill back up. It was running on half. And it's not actually a backup problem, is it? Because even if this backed up entirely with rubber, the reason it backs up, can it even back up? Because it would back up because it's not getting eaten, and then backed up because it's not being created. So I don't think there is a possibility for this thing to back up no matter what goes wrong. Even so, is it not prudent to have an overflow? It certainly is prudent, but is it at all necessary? I'm trying to convince myself that it's not. I don't think it is. I think it's cowardly. I should be confident in my calculations that nothing can go wrong with this setup. Pretty big setup, though. I'm sure in the grand scheme of things, not that big, but we have built quite a lot today. Might be better not to sink until you get full saturation. Well, I'd have it on a smart splitter so that only overflow gets sunk. Ah, we have not yet brought this in, have we? Right. Needs to go over here. This is rubber and plastic. Which one's which? It doesn't really matter. But I do need a way going up there. For both of them, of course. What? Oh, right, yes, I understand. Oh well, let's-a go. Let's use our favorite feature, which is infinitely high, or I suppose arbitrarily high lifts. I like the feature. I don't think you do overflow, it won't back up. You sink the polymer resin at the start, and there's no rip. Did I set up that polymer resin to be sunk? I'm quite certain I did. I strongly recall belting it over to the existing polymer resin sink. And I don't think it's created in such bulk that it couldn't handle both overflows. I want to move again. You're smart splitting from only half of the production. You need that line to back up to make sure the recycled line is saturated, I think. It's the line that does not get fed back in at all, which is being smart split off of. So we have half of it never feeding back in and half of it always feeding back in. I think it's going to run in perfect harmony. I really have no reason to think that it won't work at all. Of course, we could always check it in several hours and see if there are any problems. If there's not a problem in several hours, I don't think there'll ever be a problem. And that gives us time to get this set up. Right, can we remember this? Left is rubber, right is plastic. Left is rubber, right is plastic. Right is rain. Hey, I can use this. Bully. Although I'm going to need to do a bit of a switcheroo. I think I'm okay with that. I don't see anyone being not okay with that. However, maybe I should preempt the direction that we go with this. This amuses me greatly. Thinking about it, if I ever do play more of this game, I think I'd be doing a fresh start. I don't like the idea of fixing anything I've got going on in my factory. Although it's heathenous to even suggest this stuff needs fixed. Left is plastic, right is rubber? No. Left is rubber, so of course I'm making problems for future Jake. Except future Jake's feeling quite present right now, like he's in the room with us. Alright, shouldn't be difficult to bring this stuff down though. Seems rather trivial. That's the right, that's the left one, it needs to go into the right. It's as shrimple as that. And then there's you. You need to do the switcheroo. A for aces. And that's it, it's all up. If we ignore the gas, and I will ignore the gas, the bus is now fed. And we'll celebrate by, for once, not manually climbing our way up the bus. But we're going to listen to some elevator action getting up there. I think you hit the wrong. Recheck. No. Left is rubber. Right is plastic. Left is rubber. Right is uh-oh. I think you're completely right. What is this even meant to be? Good advice to recheck, though. He never clips. And that gives us something to do whilst we wait for the train as well. Wait for the elevator, rather. Woo! And we could admire what we've built. Refinery after refinery after refinery. We've made damn good use of that little puddle that we have down there. And yet there's still so much more we could do with it. Again, that's it. That setup we have there could be doubled. Which may have to happen depending on our starvation for rubber and plastic. But we've come a long way with our pathetic starting plastic, so surely this actual plastic that we have now is good. Surely. All right, the fog came back. Go away, fog. Ah, that's better. Look at that draw distance. Can't see what's on the belts, but I can't blame the game for that. That's... Oh, or can we? No, that's bound to be a draw distance issue. There's no way it's not there. Fascinating. I see that. Do we have to? No, if I play this game again, Finalizing, I am pushing a button that says instantly gather all hard drives, schloops, slugs, and the other things. Alright, great. I'm sure we have all the bits here that we'll ever need, so thank you for your contribution, but you can go now. I guess I'll let them finish off what they have, feed it into my entirely full storage containers? Yes, of course. Can't go wrong with one more, I guess. Don't worry, this gets deleted once we have it properly made as part of our glorious factory. Just get that cleaned out. Although looking at it, you're going to take some time to do that, huh? You'll be fine. You'll be fine? Takes its time coming out of there, huh? Guan. The double belts coming at the end here will make this not a problem, I'm sure. Surely you'd have to repeat the part where you try and kill a nest with explosives for 30 minutes. I had no reason to believe that nest was explosive retardant. I hate the way coal goes in the bottom there. Looks like there's actually nothing being fed in, but I'm liking this. I'm liking this a whole lot. Iron, copper, deuterium, steel, coal, sulfur, limestone, activated SAM, aluminium, but we don't talk about that. Ores, and which side did I feed? The nearest or the farthest? Get out the camera, zoom in. Oh wow, look at the simplification there. But it is the correct one. Good. Whoa, what's this fisheye lens view? It was kind of weird. We're out of it now, right? Good. Good. What the heck was that? Yeah, it's a little unhappy about how it hones in on that. But up you go, and up you go. Incorrectly. And correctly. Perspective is hard. There we go. Heaven help me, we're going to need plenty of that. Why is there no concrete on this? Where's the concrete here? Where's the concrete? It is there, but it's not here. No, we know it's there because if we delete this, we get the concrete. So it is working, it's just not showing for whatever reason. Alright, glorious. 99% of pioneers quit before the real factory. Well, the real factory is the here factory. That's just going away in Forte. The factory starts here. All this stuff gings awa. Not a problem. Although I'm never going to need all these. I think they'll eventually get sunk. Speaking of sinking. I can't believe we're wasting the little slip that comes out of there. Right, I got my own garbage I need to take care of. You need to be uploaded into the dimensional toilet. And we get rid of leaves, mycelia, wood, concrete, silica, our single AI limiter, some cables, wires, rotor. Rotor, good point. Can't wait to automate motors. Would it be wise to not have this situation? I could shove in more rotors and things. Never know if I'm going to build more things that need more motors, right? No, we're going to be beelining for these things, rotors and motors and whatnot, so I can't imagine... Manufacturer? Also, Crevens, what's with the hunger for motors? Alright, you got one more shot of making me more engines, so rotors and stators, out you come. I don't know which one was taking which, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Even Stevens. Plus, I just love seeing that. So we're ready. We're ready as soon as this bleeding thing goes, come on. Don't we need a lot of motors to finish the power? Yeah, we need many, many, many motors, but we're going to set up the automation of many, many motors. Given that we have tons of iron ingots coming in. I think we have plenty of it. I think we've got 2... What flavor is that? Looks like we had 2 Mark Vs coming in, but I can't remember the actual production rate. It would be very prudent of me to check that. But it's of no concern. If we run out of it, we go and double the amount of iron. This is at the point where now, when things don't look like they're up to the task, we double and move on. Simple as. And right now it looks like we're just waiting for these guys to trickle out their remaining bits. You've got 70. It doesn't update, doesn't live update. And we didn't even need water to press these things down. If only there was a way to put signs to write the incoming ratios. That won't work until it's flowing, though. Right now it'll just say 0 because nothing's moving. Although I suppose I could remove this, dump it, and then check. That might not be the world's worst idea. Remove this. What's it called again? It's like a belt rate checker thing. Throughput? Throughput conveyor. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. 2 full belts, 780 a pop. Hang on, that could be a lie because it could just be the stuff backed up, moving at that rate. Yes, don't be prepared to just listen to lies. Anyway, I didn't finish getting rid of all my garbage. Aluminium, this stuff. Come on now. Wouldn't you have to remove the entire content of the belt many times over to see the actual production rate without buffering? I don't think so. If it ever drops below 780, we know that it's not quite true 780. What I'm saying is it shouldn't be a problem. I couldn't imagine it being a problem. So it won't be a problem. This stuff isn't even worth waiting to put in here. I should just throw it into my trash bin like that. Doesn't look like it's going down. And I doubt there was that many backed up, given that we created right over there. However, doesn't it look like some of the belts aren't quite full up? No, that's just the other stuff coming in. The iron is coming in uniform. And we can see the draw distance limitation right there. It's such an impressive draw distance. This game impresses me in many, many ways. Right, you are finally done. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. And you, and you, and you, and you. And all of this, and then a little bit more, because we have to get rid of the stands that you were on. And you will not make my factory floor filthy. It would be ill-advised. Okay, looking good. All this temporary nonsense. You're not temporary, but I don't like you standing there with your intimidatingly large set there. So let's just clear you. Did I save you? Yes, I must have saved you because I used you several times, so I can just clear you. Escape still doesn't close this window. And let's start building. I know you thought I'd stop right here, but I am actually going to build. And I knew you thought that because I can read your thoughts. Nothing else on the floor? Good. Right, how do we even start? We start with the simplest of things, the iron plate. Which is exactly what I wanted all those constructors there for. I was considering doing iron plates in some kind of fancy way, like the steel cast plate, and I'm still a little tempted to do that. The output ratio is much improved. 3 to 2 to 1 to 3, and these things are using I believe I just did regular steel ingoting, so it's 1 and a bit. But I think I'm going to need a lot of steel bits, a lot more than I'm going to need iron plates. Because iron plates are only useful at this stage for making reinforced iron plates, which are only used for making the frames, I believe. Iron plate... I don't care about portable miners. I might set up a tiny little automated thing for that. But yes, reinforced iron plate is the only useful thing they're going to do, aside from maybe a little bit of gas filtration. So iron plates don't go on the bus. Things only go on the bus when we actually want them for future things. Think about things in Factory you never put on the bus, like copper wire, although that's for a different reason. But what about the coated iron canisters? Well, I shouldn't need those anyway, and they're already thrown into the dimensional toilet, so let's just make some iron plates with a view to making reinforced iron plates. But here's a question, how many? Well, we just set up a bunch and go for it, because these iron ingots aren't going to be used for much else, are they? Except maybe making fix-it ingots? Might be an idea. Anyway, let's get going. What about plastic iron? Was that a real thing? Oh, no way, no way. I mean, the ratio is much improved on iron ingots. However, I think my need for plastic is going to be astronomical when it comes to making circuit boards, computers, supercomputers, plastic, batteries, smart plating. Yeah, there are too many uses for plastic for me to waste it on this, whereas there are too few uses for iron ingots and for me not to waste it. So, where are those constructors? These are not set up for auto connection, actually, which is a problem. That needs to be fixed immediately. I don't like auto-magically connecting these things. I bet I made it on a smaller blueprint designer and it won't load. Yep. Okay, but that's fine because escape still won't close this menu. We can put it right here. 8 times constructors. I like this little 8 times constructor thing. However, it has room for remarkable improvement. Let's relatively center it. That's fine. And I think we want to upgrade this thing for Mark 6 belting here. There's very little reason not to. At least on the main bit. The side bits don't matter at all. Especially knowing that we have all of the time crystals we could possibly need, provided we don't mind waiting for them. And why would we mind waiting for them? Are these going to connect when they're actually going to be adjacent? Maybe I should only bring it out by a little bit. I feel like I'm causing troubles for myself by having them actually be adjacent. This music so very much reminds me of Final Fantasy X. I feel like I'm in Besaid when this bit chimes in. There we go. Still don't mind keeping it like this. There's no need to give them any recipes because that's given when we actually put them to use. And now I can save this as 8 times constructors. And then I grab a picture of a constructor. And we're good. I don't care. I'd already typed cheers, he got me there, says the Nugget. Damn right. Like I said, I can hear your thoughts. I just try not to abuse it so much. Nice, it doesn't reposition itself on the list there. Now here's another question. Could I make a blueprint for grabbing things off of this belt? Because it's something that I think I'm going to be doing a lot of quite soon. Don't do whatever you just did, please. What was that zoom thing? Everyone noticed we just suddenly zoomed out? I noticed. Right, well, I love having lots of extra space, so let's just start you over here. It comes in this way, so I just need to feed you here. I would also like to make sure that this thing actually does auto-connect the way I want it to. Yes. No idea what the rate it's going to want this is. Power is always going to be wanted, but that's why we have power like you. And bring on this, the generic iron plate. Unbelievably, we're not going to bother with any fancy recipes. Not for this, at least. And then, I don't know how much we're going to need of this. You're going to eat 30 times 16. You can eat 480. Well, that's less than what we have right here, so these iron ingots are certainly up for grabs at this rate. And then that just means I need to slam a doodah on you, a simple splitter. Except you don't always want to line up. Oh, you do. Ah, sweet. Progress. What? I need my thinking hat for this one. I think it lodged into the conveyor pole rather than the belt itself there. Willing to believe that's what's happened. Is that going to bring it down? Wait a second, I think it's on the bisection. That's the problem. It's right where these two bisect. And that is indeed a problem for the game. However, it's not a problem for me. Why does this never lock into place, much as I want it to? I suppose it doesn't matter, but... There you go, now it comes off. And now they activate. Hello, Jake. I died to the Wheel of Change in Slay the Spire. Gonna come watch someone actually competent. Well, that'll be tomorrow. I certainly won't be spiring today. It's already 7 PM, and I'm trying to build a factory here. Okay, this isn't a problem. However, I need other iron bits. For example, I'm going to need iron rods at the ready. Iron rods, are they actually things that I need back on the belt? Yeah, because I'm going to need them for rotors, so it's not too bad a thing to shove iron rods onto the belt, onto the bust rather. And whilst I could one-to-one make them using steel rods, I think it's best just to make them out of these relatively useless iron ingots. So I can just have another load of these set up right next to them for making, well, exactly that. Why are you there? I think that was for flying around capabilities. So, back we go. 8 more constructors. And I'm going to take the iron doodahs that are coming out on this side, and then they'll get together with something else to make the reinforced iron plate. Actually, making the reinforced iron plate is a bit of a priority, given what I need for it. What's the best way to make it? I quite like the adhered one. 3 and 1 to 1 doesn't involve screws. Doesn't involve bulk anything. So yeah, I really like the idea of bringing down rubber for reinforced iron plate. Might actually do that next, rather than making the rod. Steel rotor is better. Doesn't need rods. Better rotor recipes, though. That's fine. We can just make and then carry on. If something doesn't get used up enough, then it's going to not cause problems with belt throughput, or so I'm willing to believe. I'm still not satisfied with this. I think we need to make a way to take off of the belt in a balanced way, because I don't want to have to deal with balancing at all. Except for the fact that, you know, the further down the line, if things are eating it up earlier, you're going to end up with less. But that's a problem that can be solved with just increasing the amount that we have going onto the belt. This is a more existing problem. This is a problem I will solve right now. Oh man, this is the fun stuff. I'm getting the endorphins that you get from building and solving building problems rather than just dragging pipes all over the place and filling up the bus. But that's okay. This is like setting the table, getting the fancy dinner ready, you put in the work, then you enjoy the buffet. So what am I loading here? I want to load the bus belt. But I won't be using the bus belt. Man, I like this a lot. Right, I'm just going to be using the one of them, though. Although, probably that side, because I drag over to this side. That's fine. Let's grab this, highlight all of these. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and save you. Bloop. And then we're going to demolish these things exclusively. Right, if I'm going to balance what comes off of here, I need to equally take from each belt. And I think at some point down the line, we're going to have 3 belts for some of them. So it makes sense to make this for 3 ahead of time. This is absolutely what we use. There's 1 clearance on the ground and then 3 above. So. Maybe I can work backwards here. I think we're going to need to have to split them off and then merge them. So let's try and make this as dense as one can. Yeah, especially knowing that it needs to be ready before it smacks into another one here. So we actually need it down lickety-split. Okay. This could get a little awkward, couldn't it? How wide do you hit? We've got 2 bits of clearance on the side here. Do we? We got a little less than 2 bits of clearance on the side here, so you really can't infringe more than that. Okay. Do I have the space to do this? I better, because, you know, I planned it like this. So that means I need a splitter here, and I have to hope that the splitter will fit into you. Does that work? Is that actually feeding into you? I think it is. It turned blue when hitting into this, so I think that actually works. I have a way to check that. Take this aluminium. This doesn't work in a conveyor belt? On a blueprint? Ah, crumbs. So you can't test things moving in this environment. I need to test this. This is weird. This is going to be my bus splitter. Needs an icon. There's certainly nothing smart about my splitting here. Sure. Escape did close the menu that time. What? Oh man, what an inconsistent UX in this game. Okay, well, let's try this then. I want to see if... Where is it? Did I imagine saving it? I've imagined a lot of things in my life, but I feel like the more I play this game, the more things I'm imagining. Bus splitter, save blueprint. The name is already in use. Yeah, because I just made it, right? Blueprint is saved. Blueprints. Bus splitter. Okay, maybe I am losing it. It's possible. Oh, I can see why. We've been at this for 9 hours today. Alright, let's give this a test then, shall we? You feed into the bottom. And people rising from the bottom to the top has got to stop. Bring me over my batteries. Battery-like things. Oh, it works! I am thrilled at that. Absolutely thrilled house by that. I really didn't think it would work, given how short that is. Look at that. It's beautiful. Okay, we're off to a good start. Let's continue. How does the power network and the batteries look? Pretty spiffing. We are currently consuming 30 gigawatts. We have capacity for 75, which we can double and then double again. So I don't think we're going to run into any more power problems in this run. Right, now the question is, how, pray tell, do we bring the other ones down? Actually, could we be so badass as to do this? Why does this look like it's offset a little bit? I can't actually tell what the right height is for this. Is it there or is it there? Oh, I think that's too high. And that's the Goldilocks part right there. I think I've made something beautiful here. So it splits off from each, it'll merge, and then it will have enough space to take this all down. So if I do this whilst also getting rid of you, and you, and if I save this... Oh, these things get detached, huh? Okay, this might not work. I'm open to the idea that this might not work, but if it does work, this will be so cool. Save this as the bus splitter, and can I just lump it onto the damn thing? Further question, should I even be using Mark 5s here? Yeah, actually I should, because the Mark 5s can split into a single Mark 6, and if I need 2 Mark 6s, just make 2 Mark 5 bringer offers into 2 Mark 6s. Easy money. Alright, bus splitter. Please work, because if you work, I'm going to be so thrill-housed. Right, that means you're going places. Which is to say away. I want you to go. Go away. Right, let's fix our floor. What? She doesn't like what I'm building. Ada, man. Right. Bus splitter. Please work, please work, please work. Maybe? They aren't going blue, which concerns me. Concerns me a lot, actually. So this might not work. Damn, damn, double damn. It doesn't connect. It's just there. It's not actually connecting into the... Not connecting into the belts. Is there anything I can do to make this work, though? Better to have some belts and have it auto-connect. I was hoping it's something I could just snap onto this so I could do a bit of grab. Grabbing is good. But it doesn't snap on. There's no way to make you do it, not even if I use the auto-connect. I think it needs one nudge more to be centered on the belt. Not sure if that would fix it, really. One nudge in which direction, though? Up, down, shake it all around. Sure doesn't look like it wants to snap, though. I mean, away from the belts. But that, look at that, it's perfectly centered. Yeah, seems like folks are saying that this just doesn't work, which is a shame. I wonder about that. You know what? This sounds like one of those things that a man should sleep on. I will find a way to make you beautiful. Until then, though, I can be satisfied that the bus is ready to be fully exploited, and I am here to exploit it. Yes. Ah, man, it's quite the marathon getting this far. But yes, I'm very excited to actually be producing the goods, making the bus, and who knows, we might get all the way to the ballistic warp drives next time. That seems plausible if I actually give myself 9 hours to just build. But we need motors and rotors and stators and whatnot. And that will be future Jake's problem. Not problem, delight. Future Jake's enjoyment. And it looks like I've got that set aside for Saturday potentially, although there's also wildcard possibilities, and I would like to DDR. But yes, Satisfactory must continue on, and I think it'll get its chance. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. I've got the day set aside for Slay the Spire, but not just that. We've got a mod game from Modesty in the morning, so I don't have to start at 10. It's their job to start at 10, but I guess I'll start at the stream and raid into them, and we can watch them take a crack at Super Hexagon as a mod game challenge. It's been a while since we've had one, but that's how we get mods on this channel. I have a list of asinine mod games, and if you think you're up to the task, you can do it and get your mod sword and be immune to punishment. That's how good it feels. Anyway, that is a future concern, and now concern is getting some din-dins. So cheers for joining for the bus completion. Can't wait to get started in the actual real factory, which now has an actual real component to it. All we need to do is expand. We've got iron plates today. Who knows what we'll have next time? Maybe screws. Maybe iron pipes, but we shall see. But until I'm back with that, so cheers and a cheerio.